The story begins with the scene in some kind of desert. In the middle of the place appears to be a small settlement surrounded by higher grounds, and to people on the outside, the village is practically hidden. Its small valley is formed by about 4 or 5 hills acting as the walls and barriers that separate the settlement from the outside. A flock of birds fly towards the place almost as if something is chasing them, and this is where our story starts. Our protagonist starts narrating at this point. He reveals that he used to be someone whose talents awakened, blossomed, and took root on the battlefield. And with this being said, the first real scene of the story is displayed. It turns out that our hero in this story used to be a knight, and as much as he believed that he was built for battle, he also had a strong conviction that he would one day have the chance to begin a new life. As the story finally begins, we can see the extremely vicious battle unfold. Hundreds of knights and soldiers exchange deadly blows as two armies find themselves in a fight to the death. In such battles, there's no room for retreat because you either kill as many enemies as you can or get killed. It's a life or death situation, and right now, both sides are throwing everything they've at each other. From arrows to swords to even cannonballs and explosives, the soldiers unleash every weapon at their disposal, turning the battleground into a bloody burning hellscape after only a short while. As the battle rages on, our hero looks at everything around him and narrates how he always thought I would be able to create a family one day. It's something he had desperately been yearning for all his life, but being a knight, his life wasn't his own. Nevertheless, he never lost faith and continued to believe that he would one day find love and start a home after putting his war-bound past behind him. As much as he believed this so much, he eventually realized that he was mistaken, because that was the day he would finally meet his end in this world. His army lost the battle, and just like that, all his hopes of starting a family were completely crushed. After the dust settles in the battlefield, we get to see clearly the rubble that remains on the small camp. With our hero's army completely vanquished, he's the last alive, and it's so bad that he can't even stand anymore. The leader of the enemy forces sees his long-term rival on his knees with one of his arms severed clean off. The man walks up to our protagonist, commending him for his tenacity and admitting that it's been a while since he met someone who made him swing his sword more than 10 times. Apparently, these two had a duel and our man lost, but even at that, the opponent can't help but praise him for his skill. He's impressed by the man's fighting spirit, and it's at this point that he realizes he must be talking to the famed Argric. This villain is familiar with the famous knight because everyone calls him the talent that blossomed on the battlefield. At this point, our hero is a little surprised that the enemy knows exactly who he is, but for some reason, he's glad. He admits that he never thought he would be so happy that the enemy knows exactly who he is. Right now, Argric knows that he won't be able to win the fight. He's badly injured, missing an arm and losing a whole lot of blood from several parts of his body. But then again, he doesn't consider any of this a bad thing because he's actually glad that his opponent knows him. With that being said, he manages to lift his head up and lets out a small laugh, before admitting what an honor it is for him to be recognized by the infamous Duke Thermion. We get to see the massive antagonist Vlad in shiny armor, and at first glance, it's hard to believe that he just had a fight. The man is unscathed without a single scratch and is quite surprised that Argric knows his name. The fallen knight admits that he knows him, confirming that Duke Thermion is one of the 6 Hexa-class knights in the Althian Empire. Argric claims that all it took was a day on the battlefield for him to feel the weight of the Black Wave, which radiated from powerful knights such as Bout Thermion of the Althian Empire. Hearing this, the Hexa-class knight is intrigued that Argric went ahead to face him in battle, knowing fully well who he was and the power he possesses. He's impressed regardless and admits that it would truly be a shame to end the life of a talent like Argric so prematurely. Hoping to find another way out of this tricky situation, Duke Thermion asks our hero if he has any intention of surrendering. As you can imagine, Duke Argric is also a great proud knight in his own regard, and so you can probably guess what his answer will be. Upon hearing Thermion's question, a tense silence follows as the two men engage in a really intense staring contest. Argric stares the man dead in the eye, proving that he's never going to surrender. As a knight, he must protect his pride and honor, so he finally gets back on his feet and lifts his sword in the air, declaring that he will die on the battlefield since he was born on it after all. In other words, our hero is not going to wave the white flag, and so the two men prepare to go at it one last time. Argric is severely outgunned and overpowered, but it doesn't stop him from fighting. He knows he doesn't stand a chance, but he stands up to Thermion anyway, ready to die fighting if he has to. At this point, the powerful Hexa-class knight finally speaks again. Despite Argric's refusal to surrender, Thermion claims that he can see regret lingering in his eyes. He feels that our hero would have been a good rival for him if only he were able to grow a bit more. Unfortunately, he's now forced to end the young talent's life prematurely, even though he'd prefer to spare the young knight. While saying all of this, Thermion wields his sword as it starts brimming with power, and at the same time, our hero advances toward him. With no other choice, the Duke of the Althian Empire goes in for one last fight with the talented knight. Seeing that it's Argric's wish to die on the battlefield, he wishes that the young knight will be able to let go of his regrets in his next life. Our hero knows that this is where he meets his end, but he doesn't show fear. It's what he wants after all, so he accepts his fate with open arms, and his life begins to flash before his eyes. The war between the Drenic and the Althian empires lasted many years, and Argric's mother was a young widow when she had him. She was a refugee of war, and when the burden of raising a child became too much for her, she left him alone in the chaotic world by ending her own life. As you can imagine, it was obvious what would happen to an orphan born in war. With no parents or anybody to take care of such children, they were forced to fend for themselves each day, scavenging for every single thing that they ate. Argric and the other children of war were completely responsible for themselves, and he lived a life solely for his own survival, where he would do anything and everything to stay alive. From a young age, he became familiar with the sword, and after turning 14, he was sent into his first battlefield. Driven by hunger, rage, and the strong determination to stay alive, Argric showed undiluted ferocity in battle, slaying men who had been fighting wars before he was even born. From that day, it was obvious that the boy would grow to be a powerful swordsman, and that was where his talents awakened. On that day, the young Argric's mana core in his heart was activated, which raised his movements and senses to a level that couldn't compare to before. Years later, the young talent rose up the ranks and became a commander. That was when he was approached and told that he was going to be recommended for the upcoming special knight appointment. After surpassing 3 mana cores and becoming a quad core with 4 cores, he was considered ready for such an appointment. Even his superiors felt that a talent like him should join the 5 Hexa-class Knights of the Empire. They felt that it wouldn't be impossible for him to be in such a league. He had finally acquired the opportunity that he'd been wanting desperately. That was the battle where we met his end. On the way to this appointment, he was really hopeful that after the war, he would finally be able to find peace and put the weary life behind him. Argric fought with everything he had, putting all of his talents to the test and pushing his body to the limits just so that he would come out victorious. He slayed hundreds of enemies and was undoubtedly the most ferocious warrior on the battlefield, and this was because he was finally about to achieve everything he'd dreamed of for years. He was so close to his goal, when all of a sudden, he lost it all in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy went off in the middle of the battlefield, and it sent all the knights flying into the air, except the man responsible for the blast, of course. That was the first time our hero got to meet Duke Thermion for the first time, and it was definitely not a pleasant first meeting. The blast left him fatality wounded, and his left arm was even sliced off in the process. As if that wasn't already tragic enough, his sword got broken by one of the slashes, and at that point, it was clear that Argric's fight was a lost cause. It was a great shame indeed, because our hero really wanted to reach higher heights before meeting his end. Unfortunately, things don't always go the way we want, and that is exactly what happened in Argric's case. He wanted more than anything to close this chapter of his life and start a family, but here he was, being stabbed in the heart by an extremely overpowered Hexa-class knight. The sword hits him like a powerful wave, and a blast of Thermion's energy sends him flying in the air like a piece of paper. Argric crashes, and in a matter of seconds, he's lying in a pool of his own blood. Just like that, the talented knight's dream was pitifully crushed. At that point, the hero accepted his fate and concluded that it was the end of his story, but it turns out that he was sorely mistaken. Just when he thought that it was the end, another chapter opened up for the fallen hero. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and even before he opens his eyes, he hears voices laced with anticipation. They're happy to see that their little Dane is finally awake. The father sounds extremely proud of his baby boy, claiming that he doesn't even cry. Hearing all of this, the reincarnated hero is in shock. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on, and when he finally opens his eyes, he realizes that he's a baby. The mother is intrigued by how clear and beautiful his eyes are, so she wonders how. The child is so stunning, and it makes her conclude that the child is God's gift to them. In response, the father laughs in agreement and admits that the baby boy is truly a gift of God. At this point, it becomes so clear to the former knight that he's no longer the orphan that was born in war, but now a white-haired beautiful boy born to a noble family. As you can imagine, he starts freaking out because he just doesn't want to believe what the couple is saying right now. He wants to believe that this is all some kind of weird dream. Now going by the name Dane, his father carries him out of the cradle, looking really delighted. The man feels that the boy must become a fantastic spearman just like his old man, and when our hero hears this, he's shocked to hear that he has a father. The noble man is Arkan Saugers, and while he's still saying this, his wife, Lily Saugers, cuts him off immediately. She swipes the baby from him and scolds her husband, insisting that the boy will become a fantastic assassin. Our boy has only been in this new life for a few moments, and his new parents are already fighting over him. Apparently, he's the youngest child, and that's why the father doesn't buy the idea of him being an assassin. As far as he's concerned, such a thing would be horrifying because he feels that a man should use a spear. In his mind, the spear is the most beautiful, complete martial art, and before she can finish saying this, his wife cuts him off again, claiming that an assassin is better than a spearman. As far as she is concerned, the boy could sneakily hide in the darkness to assassinate his targets if he chooses the career of an assassin. It's so much cooler to her because he can even slip out after operations unnoticed. That's right, our hero thought he would meet his end on the battlefield, but he just ended up reincarnating. Not just that, it had to be in the Althian Empire, my enemy, and now he is the youngest son of a certain The parents are literally dragging the baby with each other. They take the child into a carriage and after a lot of arguing, the father suggests that they both teach him together. Lily claims that she's sure their son will become a great assassin and Arkin insists that the boy should take spearmanship more seriously because he feels that spearmen are the best. Despite everything the Count is saying, she just ignores him and keeps stating that Dane will become an assassin. The heated debate about his future lingers on and our protagonist concludes that this must be because he was born in their later years. They both want him to follow in their footsteps even more. The argument is finally interrupted when they arrive at their destination. The Count is shocked to hear that they got there so soon. Either way, he decides that it's time for them to step down, so he tells his wife to take his hand. However, Lily screams in shock when he says this because she's afraid that the members of the castle will see them. In response, the man explains that he's only trying to hand his wife, feeling that it wouldn't matter to anyone. At this point, she agrees and gives him her hand. The two lovebirds start giggling with one another and the baby in the middle just thinks about what a sight for sore eyes this is. They make their way into the castle and Lily suggests that Dane is happy to be back home because she notices that he's smiling so happily. Indeed, the baby appears to be having a really nice time because of how hard he's laughing right now. Seeing how massive the house is, the reincarnated hero concludes that it might be a lot easier for his talents to spread their wings than he thought. 2 months later, our protagonist is already making baby noises all over the mansion. As you can imagine, his mother is really excited that her little Dane can babble already. She goes to carry him from his cradle and when he hears what she just said, he's a little surprised. To him, it's a new experience on both sides, and as much as he wishes he could express himself completely, the best he can say is a boo-boo. Speaking of new experiences, he thinks back to his former life where opportunities to meet young children were few due to his time wandering on the battlefield. The few children he did come across were those wrapped in bandages and the only noises he heard from them were loud cries because they had nowhere to go. Many cried for their parents as they slowly succumbed to the ceaseless starvation until they faded away. Compared to such harsh conditions, House Saugers is a fortunate and wealthy place so Dane is pretty certain that there's no way he'll be starving in this castle. While his mom is still playing with him, Arkin bursts into the room with something he wants to show the baby. The Count is so excited to show Dane the spear he's brought along and as you'd expect, Lily is immediately pissed off. He waves it around to get the baby's attention, knowing how much kids like pretty things. Looks like his plan is working because Dane seems to be really captivated by the spear. He already knows what it is and he's more intrigued by the fact that this man is his father in this life. It just so happens that Arkin Saugers is the strongest Hexa-class spearman in the entire empire. Despite his playfulness and friendly looks, this man is actually a very dangerous warrior. He was a war hero in his prime and was known as the Blue Whirlwind by the people, especially those who feared him. While Dane is still taking his new reality all in, his mother snaps at his father, ready to chew the man out for bringing something so sharp into the baby's room, knowing how dangerous it is. In his defense, the terrified husband explains that he just wanted to show the weapon to Dane, and while Lily keeps scolding him, the baby just keeps babbling innocently in the background. Unfortunately for Arkin, she's not going to pardon his excuse because she already warned him against any early education. Seeing how aggressive this lady is, one would wonder why she's got such a deadly aura to her and the answer is probably the fact that she used to be the best assassin in the Empire. She doesn't like the fact that Arkin is rushing things so she threatens to start teaching Dane the basics of stealth even at a young age. While she's yelling, the protagonist can't help but feel that she's way too loud for an assassin. Despite her threats, Arkin doesn't see anything wrong with early training since other houses are doing the same thing. One even places a spear next to the babies the moment they are born. But Lily doesn't think that counts since a spear is a lot more dangerous than a staff. Seeing how much his parents bicker, the sarcastic baby concludes that this must be a really harmonious family. He can't blame them however, since the reason they're so particular about his future is because his elder sisters chose careers that have nothing to do with spearmanship or assassination. As a result, both his parents are desperate to pass their skills down to him at least. A while later, we're finally introduced to his two older sisters who seem to have chosen magic and summoning as their focus since they're currently casting spells to mess with his cheeks. Claire and Arabella are the two daughters of the Saugers house and as you'd expect, they're so happy to have a baby brother. So much so that they want to try so many things with him. After making his cheeks so big, they feel that he's even cuter not knowing that our boy feels like his head is about to explode. Due to her talent in magical power, Arabella walked this path ever since she was a little girl. At age 12, she was already a 3-chain class mage which confirmed that she was a genius since the highest class for a mage was 9-chain. Right now, she's pushing for Dane to learn magic with her because she's bored of doing it all by herself. At this point, Claire chimes in, telling her sister to leave the poor baby's cheeks alone. Claire is the talented summoner in the family and she'd prefer it if Dane chose her skill. She succeeded in her first summon at age 7, and now she's able to handle 2 summons at the same time. Arabella excitedly tells Claire to touch the baby, feeling that he's super cute and soft now that his cheeks are all swollen. Unfortunately, Claire doesn't look like she's in the mood. Dane used to think that she doesn't like him until he realized that this is just the jealousy he feels when they first get a younger sibling. Claire slowly touches his nose and is immediately mesmerized by how soft his body is. At this point, Dane figures that she's less wary of him than she was before. Now that she's caressing his whole face, she starts to think of how cool it would be for him to learn summoning, so she promises to teach it to him later. Hearing this, the poor baby realizes that he's in for a wild ride now that everyone in the family wants to teach him their specialty. His father is a Hexa-class spearman. His mother is a former assassin who even attempted a hit on the Emperor in the past. His eldest sister is a genius mage and his other sister is a genius summoner. With all of this, it's safe to say that the house of Count Saugers is the perfect noble family, and it's certainly the ideal family he imagined for himself. Dane wonders if there's a meaning to revenge in this new life. Even though his death was regretful, he remembers that the place was a battlefield after all. To him, it's funny to even seek revenge against a man who beat him fair and square. While he's thinking about all of this, the desperate members of House Saugers continue to argue over what skill Dane will learn. Sure, they're a handful, but the hero is glad to be born into such a family. Their constant arguments are enough to make him go crazy, so he just laughs at the thought of anyone saying House Saugers is a harmonious family. It turns out that the family has a special ceremony called the choosing ceremony. When a child born into the family turns 1, many objects will be put on the table before the baby, and the people try to predict the child's future based on the object they grab from the table. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, and as the news fills the streets, the people admit how quickly the boy is growing. They're all curious to find out what path he'll choose, so they can't wait to find out at the choosing ceremony. The guests from all over make their way into the castle for the grand event, and on the table, there are 4 objects. 2 from his parents and 2 from his sisters. People are surprised that the girls have already grown enough to even teach their brother their specialty. With all the guests inside and watching to see what the 1-year-old will choose, Lily places the boy on the table and tells him all he has to do. Dane knows that they're all hoping he picks their items, and he's so right. Arkan is currently smiling at the side, convinced that Dane will choose Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is the spearhead made from the rare Ordukran when Mans is imbued into it. It's a mystical magical spear that becomes as sharp and heavy as the mana put into it. The Count desperately wants his boy to choose the spear since it's the same spear he spent his life with. On the other hand, Lily is confident that Dane will choose the dagger she left on the table, even though she admits that he's too handsome to be an assassin. The dagger is Nighthorn, created from the ore, Ethereal, that can hold all the world's elements while storing and combining multiple poisons. At the same time, Arabella wants her baby brother to become a great mage, so she's hoping that he picks her subspace pouch, an object that can only be used by mages or magic users. And of course, Claire wants to teach him summoning and promises to take him flying on Decarin if he chooses her summoning sign, which allows summoners to receive codes depending on their talents. Seeing the 4 objects lined up, the poor baby starts to sweat. He's so nervous and feels like he can even hear his family's thoughts. It's a really difficult task, but he knows that he can't avoid it. Dane is so torn because he doesn't know what to choose, and while he's having a very serious mental debate, the excited guests watch with big smiles as they wait for him to make his choice. Not sure what to do, he concludes that he'll let the crowd decide for him. He plans to use their reactions to make his choice, so he starts crawling toward the different objects. At this point, his parents and sisters start yelling, each hoping they can influence his decision. While he's still trying to block out their noises, the table starts glowing all of a sudden, leaving Dane and his family completely confused. It turns out that all 4 items reacted with Dane's presence, and when the guests see this, they conclude that the child is a generational genius. Our hero is excited about this because even though he was talented in the war, he never imagined that his talent in this new life would be on another level. The Saugers house members are puzzled at this point, and when Arabella asks what they'll do now, Arkan admits that he doesn't know since such a thing has never happened before. Since all 4 items reacted, the only logical thing to do would be to teach Dane all 4 specialties, and while the girls find this idea crazy, baby Dane is so excited that he's going to be a genius prodigy in his new life. The story then continues as the scene shifts to a training ground filled with swords and all kinds of training tools for young warriors. Loud grunts fill the air, suggesting that an intense training session is underway, and sure enough, when the dust clears, we get to see our young hero in the middle of a sparring session with his father. It wasn't so long ago that Ardric found himself reincarnated into the body of a high-born child named Dane, and he's already back to training for battle like he did in his former life. The only major difference between them and now is that now he has a loving father to teach and prepare him, and he's also not a swordsman in this new life since he's taken up the way of the spear. After an intense round, the young boy is gasping in exhaustion as he tries to catch his breath, while his old man just stares at him with a smile. The sparring session is finally over and Count Arkan Saugers is extremely delighted by the results. He commends Dane for a job well done, claiming that the white-haired spearman his training has already perfectly polished the technique he taught him earlier. Upon receiving such praise, our boy is really happy, so he thanks his father, feeling really proud and fulfilled by his progress so far. It turns out that it's already been 7 years since our hero got reincarnated, and as you already know, his father has always been insistent on the fact that his son learned spearmanship. In response, Arkan Saugers laughs in excitement, claiming that the boy is amazing and admitting that this is exactly what he expects from his son. While the 7-year-old is being patted on the head by his dad, he suddenly notices someone walking into the training ground with a spear placed on a cushion. The boy is taken aback by this since he recognizes the person as Herman, who is one of the servants in the mansion. Herman finally reaches them and informs the Count that he's arrived with the spear that was requested of him. Reincarnated is glad to see this, feeling that it came at exactly the right moment. Being a smart kid, Dane can clearly see that it's a spear, so he asks his old man to confirm, and his father states that the weapon is his birthday present. The nobleman admits that he was planning to present the gift to Dane during his birthday banquet, but then again, he wanted to be the first to give his son a gift, especially since he wanted to beat his wife Lily to it. Arkin takes the spear from Herman and then hands it to his son with pride in his eyes. The little boy is mind blown at this point, and while he still processes the whole thing, his father reveals that he's been preparing the gift for the last 2 years. He claims that it was specially commissioned from a well-known craftsman in the capital. Hearing this, Dane just keeps staring at the beautiful gift with his jaw dropped, so his old man tries to snap him out of his daze by finally wishing him a happy 7th birthday in advance. At this point, our boy finally collects the spear from his father as he takes in everything he just heard. He receives the weapon and promises to use it very well. Dane examines the beautiful spear, and upon closer examination, he concludes that it's a truly amazing piece. It's got a black spear handle, and he feels that it goes along well with the silver spearhead. The two parts look amazing together as far as the boy is concerned, and on top of that, it's incredibly light for easy use. The young prodigy admires his new gift with so much satisfaction in his eyes, and when Arkin notices this, he asks the kid if he likes the spear. Of course, Dane confirms that he loves the gift, and his old man is happy to hear that because he personally requested that the tool be adjusted to his little boy's physique since he wants Dane to get used to it. Tai explains why it's so light and perfect for the 7-year-old. Hearing this, the kid starts to test out the weapon, and after only a few moves, he starts giggling in excitement because of how nice it feels. Seeing this, Reincarnated is relieved, but then all of a sudden, he asks the boy if he remembers the difference between a sword and a spear. Dane racks his brain for the answer and then finally states that one can effectively restrict the opponent from getting closer using the spear's length, claiming that the beautiful weapon also has a narrow contact area for high attack efficiency. The Count is impressed when his boy gives him the correct answer, but even though he commends him, he also informs Dane that the spear will become harder to use than the sword when he reaches a certain level of training. The man admits that this is the fundamental problem of the spear, because for one to attack his opponent, minimum distance is required. Even though he tells Dane this harsh truth, he encourages the young prodigy, telling him not to worry about it too much since every weapon has its pros and cons after all. Even swords, which are considered the perfect weapons, become weak in certain situations. Hearing all of this, Dane is grateful rather than disappointed, and he promises to keep this fact in mind. Seeing that he and his little boy are on the same page, Reincarnated takes his spear and starts flexing with it, claiming that he wants to show Dane an awesome skill to practice since he now has a spear of his own. By spinning the spear in a circle with one hand, the veteran spearman creates a whirlwind that leaves Dane in awe because he realizes that he's about to witness the magic power of a Hexa-class spearman. He's so amazed by this because only the magic power Arkin is emitting is overwhelming. The master spearman shits his eyes so he can focus on concentrating the magical energy inside of his body, and after a while, he transmits it into his spear and unleashes a powerful blast with blinding light. Dane has never seen anything like this, not even in his former life, so he's really terrified when Arkin unleashes the move. He's amazed by the veteran spearman because all Arkin had to do was thrust the spear, and yet he was able to produce an overwhelming wave of energy which distorted space. The master spearman explains that the reason for this distortion was because he emitted the magic power in his body at exactly the same time that he thrusted the spear. He states that this is a technique which utilizes the trait of a core that focuses magic power in one place. Hearing this, our boy admits that he's once heard about such a technique from his 2 older sisters. They told him that humans can exceed their physical ability beyond its limits because as the number of cores increases, so does their physical limit. After saying this, Dane suddenly remembers that he had a quad core in his former life, and he looks quite disappointed as he recalls this because it seems as though he's got a lot less cores than that now in this current life. Hearing him speak so well concerning the topic, Arkin is excited and commends the boy for being correct, feeling that he's been studying well. He then reveals that he has 6 mana cores himself, and this leaves Dane in shock. It's quite difficult for anyone to get to that point, but Dane remembers that he would have eventually achieved 6 mana cores if he hadn't died prematurely in his past life. He's still thinking about this when his father draws him out of his thoughts and encourages him to give the special technique a try. He wants the birthday boy to attempt the powerful technique using his new spear, and he doesn't mind that at all. Dane looks ready to try it out even though he's probably a bit nervous. Reincarnated can sense the nerves, so he tells the boy to relax his mind first. He wants Dane to clear his head, forget about whatever he's thinking, and then just thrust the spear. With these words of encouragement, our boy is pumped up enough to give it a try. The master spearman gives him space to make his attempt, and the 7-year-old takes a stance as he prepares for it. In his past life, he didn't have any interest in spears because after realizing his talent for swordsmanship, he decided to only ever use spearmanship as a secondary ability. Now, he's forced to make any of those secondary skills the main deal, so he takes a promising stance and pumps himself up to give this new technique his all. Dane shuts his eyes to block out all distractions in order to enable him focus, and when his father sees the approach the boy has taken, he can't help but admit that the kid has good form. He's really impressed by what he's seeing because he remembers how it took him 7 years to implement this very technique. Due to how long it took him, Arkin wonders how long it will take Dane, considering the fact that the kid is literally a prodigy. Before he can even finish this thought, he's given the shock of his life because while he's still wondering if the kid can manage, our boy unleashes an insane amount of magical energy from the spear. The new weapons blast out a wave of energy, so intense that it even distorts space a lot more than when Arkin performed the same move. It's an unbelievable sight, so when the boy is done, the starstruck father curiously asks him how he managed to do it. He's extremely impressed, so he walks up to the boy with a big smile on his face and commends the little prodigy on an excellent implementation of the skill. He's so proud of his boy but also really curious, so he asks how Dane did it, and the 7-year-old responds saying that he gathered all his magical energy and imbued it into the spearhead at the same moment he thrusted it, but then cut the flow when the magic power reached the spearhead. Dane says this with a really straight face, clueless as to how incredible what he just did is. Arkin is gobsmacked when he realizes that his 7-year-old son literally just cut the flow of magic after imbuing it into a weapon. It sounds really unbelievable, so he asks the kid if he formed a monocore, and that's when Dane reveals that he did. Our boy claims that he got lucky on his first try to create a core after reading a book about monocores. That's what he tells his old man, but the truth is that he actually formed it while doing mana breathing. Hearing that his son formed a monocore while reading a book, Arkin finally concludes that a genius has indeed been born into the Sager's house. Because of this, he feels that Dane is a lot more special than they all thought. The Count admits that he's actually sensed something special about the boy since he was born. But now, he's confirmed it, so he tells the 7-year-old that he's destined to become an extraordinary warrior one day. Hearing this, our reincarnated hero just smiles at his father innocently, because the clueless man has no idea that there will be even more surprises in the future. At the same time, Arkin wonders if his son will truly become a mage spearman assassin summoner in the future. The sheen shifts, and as the story resumes, it's Dane's 7th birthday. He's the youngest of the Sager's family, and so no expenses are spared in throwing a grand party for him. The hall in the Sager's castle is filled with esteemed guests from far and wide, who have come to celebrate the 7th birthday of the only son of the prestigious family. They're already having a lot of fun at the big ceremony, but then things are about to get really awkward very quickly. Arkin Sagers goes around greeting his fellow high-profile colleagues in the Empire, and that's when a familiar character calls out to him. In a shocking twist, Count Arkin Sagers and Duke Thermion of all people are actually good friends. It's been a while since the two great men saw each other, so when they meet at the party, they're unable to hold back their excitement. The spearman asks Thermion how he's been, but the Hexaclass Knight just reminds him that there's no need to be all formal about it, claiming that they should just talk as usual. That's right, about Thermion, head of the Thermion Duchy, the greatest house in the Althian Empire, and the same man who killed our hero in his last life, is Arkin's good friend. As much as the knight wants them to just chat like old times, Sagers reminds him that they have to be formal because many people are looking at them right now. He promises to be less formal later, so Thermion just laughs over it, telling him to do as he pleases. He's the host after all. At this point, the Count realizes that he hasn't seen the birthday boy in a while, so he calls out for Dane, asking him to come over since he wants to introduce him to Duke Thermion. As you can imagine, just listening to the sound of that name is enough to give our boy PTSD. Scenes of that day on the battlefield flash across his mind, and he remembers how he died at the hands of the same man he's supposed to say hello to. Even though he'd prefer not to meet Duke Thermion again, he also knows that he's meant to be on his best behavior, so he sucks it up and goes to greet the esteemed guest. The Duke seems pretty chill when the birthday boy comes over, and he expresses how delighted he is to finally meet the talented Dane Sagers everyone has been talking about. Of course, our hero can't help but get angry to be meeting the Duke again, but he composes himself and greets the man politely, claiming that it's an honor to meet him. Hearing this, the excited Hexaclass Knight commends Sagers for having such a dependable son, claiming that the Count won't have to worry about him. Duke Thermion then asks to confirm if the boy is learning the spear like his father, and of course, Sagers is proud to break the news to his old friend. The little meeting is suddenly interrupted when another voice chimes in, greeting the Count, and when Arkin turns around, he realizes that it's Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of the Thermion Duchy. She greets the Count politely and admits that it's an honor to finally meet him since it's been quite a while since Thermion and Sagers saw each other. The beautiful red-haired girl looks really friendly, and she also looks like she's about Dane's age. Soon enough, it's time for the guests to start dancing, so most of them hop on the dance floor and get right to it as the instrumentalists give them some really nice music. While those guys are at it, Arkin and Thermion finally have some time to themselves without being watched by all the guests. Now, they can be a little less formal, so the Count asks the Duke how his wife, the Baroness, is doing. Apparently, Thermian's wife is really sick and they've been searching for any and all methods to heal her, but nothing seems to be working. They're yet to make any progress and the power woman remains very ill. Sagers feels so bad for his friend when he hears this, because it's pretty clear that Thermian is going through quite an ordeal. But even though things look extremely bleak right now, Sagers still has faith that the Baroness will get better real soon. In response, the broken Duke tells the Count to understand if he suddenly disappears from the party, because it would mean that he's used the scroll to quickly return to the capital where his sick wife remains. Even though he's no longer in a particularly good mood, he would hate to ruin the birthday party by spreading bad energy, so he pulls himself together and decides to focus on the birthday boy. The Duke wonders where Dane has gone off to, because he wanted to talk to the boy some more since he seems like a really witty child. At this point, Sagers realizes that his boy is no longer around them and also notices that he can't find Miss Layla anymore either. That's about the same time Thermian looks out the window and finds the two children taking a stroll in the garden. Seeing the both of them outside all on their own, the Duke concludes that the party might have been a little too boring for the two children. Outside, Layla reveals that she doesn't really enjoy following her father all over the place. But then again, she admits that she's glad she followed her old man to the party tonight. Not surprisingly, this little girl seems to already have a crush on our young prodigy because she's already thinking about how Dane looks even more handsome in the moonlight. Hearing what she had to say, the birthday boy is glad, assuring her that his family's territory is nice and peaceful. Layla agrees with him and then tells him how there's always one issue or the other to attend to in Thermian territory. Nobles come every day to bow down to her father, and sometimes, even the imperial family shows up. Every time that happens, she has to go greet the guests in a dress, and she hates having to do that over and over again, because she prefers to dress simple and swing her sword around. Hearing this, Dane's eyes widen with interest as he realizes that she uses the sword. After explaining this to him, she asks what he feels, and Dane admits that he likes both as well, stating that his home isn't as lively as the capital. However, he looks forward to spear training the most every day, and for some reason, Layla is stunned to hear that he uses the spear. She suddenly remembers that Count Sagers is literally the blue whirlwind who uses the spear, since her father that's talked about how incredible the famous spearman is many times. Now that she knows Dane is training with the spear, she asks if it means that he'll be aiming for admittance into the academy. In response, he makes it clear to her that he's not training for reasons like that, so she asks him why not, because as far as she knows, joining the academy should be the obvious choice for someone spear training since getting in is incredibly difficult. At this point, Dane suddenly tells her that he's training hard so that he can do even better when he enters the academy, which leaves the girl surprised again. So, she asks what if he fails to enroll, and he confidently tells her that he'll simply have to try again. Even if he ends up failing again, he claims that it won't deter him, because he's taking it that spearmanship is his path. Layla bluntly tells him that she doesn't believe him because she feels that he should be afraid of disappointing the members of his house, but Dane tells her that he's not particularly afraid of that. Hearing this, Layla admits that she's jealous of him because failure is completely unacceptable in her house, but when she realizes what she just said, she nervously tells Dane to forget about it. After listening to her, he reveals that he had no idea nobles were worried about stuff like that. He also wonders why she's afraid that she'll fail when she looks like she's already doing pretty well. The girl is excited to receive this compliment, and it's almost like a confidence boost for her when he says it, so she asks him to take a look at her swordsmanship and state what he feels. Dane is taken aback, but when he sees the excitement on his face, he agrees to help, but only for a bit. The happy girl asks where the training ground is, so he leads the way, hoping that they don't spend too much time there. At the training ground, the red-haired girl displayed impeccable swordsmanship that leaves the former knight very impressed. He notices that she flows very smoothly between attacking and defending. Besides that, he also feels that the timing of her attacks is great. Unfortunately, there's one problem with her technique, which is the fact that she starts going slightly offbeat after a while. After demonstrating her skills, Layla anxiously asks her new friend what he thought of it, and he sincerely tells her that it was fantastic and a delight to watch. The nervous girl is really happy to hear that this is what he feels, and the look on her face is so wholesome that Dane almost doesn't want to tell her the flaw he noticed. Knowing that it wouldn't do her any good to keep his observation to himself, he decides to let her know. He informs her that it looked as if she was taking a half step more starting on her third form. That's what it looked like because the third form felt slightly out of alignment. It's only harmless constructive criticism, but it looks as though Layla is really sensitive. At this point, Dane is afraid that he might have been too blunt, so he apologizes in case his observation upset her. He's still trying to pacify her when she suddenly picks up the sword again and begins to work on improving her technique. She takes Dane's advice into consideration, and after only a short while, she's able to figure out exactly what she was doing wrong. Just like that, she finds the missing piece of the puzzle and perfects her form, which makes her so happy that she hugs our boy and thanks him for his help. She catches Dane off guard with the embrace, and he's reluctant to return the hug, but she just ignores his shyness and promises to remember him, helping her fix something she's been getting wrong for a long time. After a while, the boy can't take it anymore, so he lets her know that she's suffocating him and tells her to put the sword away. The playful girl realizes that he's right, so she quickly apologizes and rushes to put the sharp blade away. Dane then arranges himself, feeling glad that she surprised him with that sudden hug. Just then, the two kids hear their names being yelled outside by the people who've been searching for them. Not wanting anyone to keep worrying about them, Dane decides that they head back to the party, and on their way back, the servants finally see them and ask where they've been. The formalities of the party resume, and it's now time for Dane to take the center stage so he can receive his gifts and wishes. His father congratulates him on his birthday while his mother congratulates him on his first monocore. Our boy thanks his parents for their wishes and immediately opens up the box Lily just gave to him. He's amazed when he unveils the gift inside to see that it's a brooch with the family crest. It's like the ones his sisters were showing off, and while he's still taking it all in, his mother tells him to treasure the gift because the brooch will henceforth serve as proof of his status and honor as a member of House Saugers. With that being said, she congratulates him on his 7th birthday once again, and all the guests in the hall do the same. Today, Dane has finally earned the name of Saugers, and they all believe that he'll grow up to be a fine man like the Count. Our boy looks at the happy crowd before him and realizes that this is the first time he's receiving such a warm applause from this many people. Just when it looks like nothing can ruin this beautiful moment for our hero, an earthquake erupts all of a sudden. The entire castle shakes violently and a massive dust cloud covers everything in sight. The people are immediately terrified as they all wonder what the hell is going on. They start to think that the tremor might be caused by an enemy invasion, but then the Count tells them to calm down. He claims that it's nothing to fret over, but then the tremors start all over again, and it becomes clear that the situation is a lot more serious than he thought. Orkan Saugers sighs in frustration, because he actually thought that Saugers might actually enjoy a quiet day. Well, he was wrong, and now everything is being messed up by the name coming down into the hall through the ceiling. Seeing the mysterious figure up there, Lily asks Dane if he can guess who is responsible for this. The little boy looks up and is seriously overwhelmed by the power of this ominous figure crashing his party. He can't believe his eyes, and neither can any of the guests present. The person responsible for the tremors finally blasts themselves down from the ceiling, and as they land in the middle of the hall, everyone watches quietly as they wait patiently for him to reveal his identity. The powerful being has got long blonde hair, and by the time she raises her head, we see that it's actually Arabella just causing a scene. The girl just wanted to make a big entrance and tries to rub it in everyone's faces that she wasn't too late for the party. The guests are absolutely stunned when they see that the person who caused so much trouble is the first daughter of the Saugers house. They're shocked at the fact that he just used teleportation magic, because one needs to be at least a 5 chain to even open a small gate. Judging by what she just did, she just solidified her status as a magical genius. While everyone is going crazy over his big sister, Dane just scoffs at how loud and flashy she is. As if one attention-craving sister wasn't enough to crash the party, Claire arrives outside the hall on a massive wyvern, which scares the shit out of most guests. Claire looks into the hall and sees that Arabella beat her to the party, so she figures that she was too late. Nevertheless, she makes her way into the hall while the guests gossip about how she's a genius summoner at only 16 years of age. Now that the two sisters are present, they make their way to the stage to officially wish their baby brother a happy birthday. Arabella sincerely wishes Dane a happy birthday and presents him with a gift box to show this. Of course, Claire wouldn't want to be the only person who didn't get him a present, so she shows him the present she got him as well. Seeing this, the birthday boy is a little overwhelmed, but he's also really glad that they could make it. He thanks his elder sisters for coming all this way to congratulate him on his birthday. Arabella claims that their attendance was never in doubt and anxiously asks him to open up the presents, confident that he'll love the gifts they got him. Seeing the way the girls shower Dane with love, Orkan starts to feel a little jealous because he remembers all he got from them was a letter on his own birthday. That was the best they could do for him back then, but here they are now with wrapped up presents for their baby brother. Sure, men aren't supposed to cry, but after witnessing this, he can't help but feel a little jealous. Dane opens the first box and is surprised to see what it's a dimensional pouch, so Arabella confirms it, claiming that she even designed it herself. She reveals that the subspace magic she used was of the highest chain, and admits that it was her professor who actually made the pouch. Hearing this, our boy thanks her for the present once again because he knows how difficult it is to imbue subspace magic into an item. Arabella then takes out the ring and asks him to give her his hand so that she can put the ring on his finger. While she asks for his hand, he thinks about the fact that it's even more difficult to design an artifact that can be imbued with subspace magic. As Arabella puts the ring on him, she informs him that she has already applied his genetic code to it, which means that nobody else will be able to use the item except him. In other words, this ring is the only one of its kind in the entire world. Lily takes a look at the gift, and judging by the fact that there's a small wave of mana, she suggests that the big sis must have highest grade magic stones. In response, Arabella claims that if you imbue a bit of mana in the ring, it will automatically create the subspace. This means that Dane won't need to go through the hassle of opening and closing a pouch ever again. At this point, our boy realizes just how valuable the gift is, so once again, he thanks her for giving him such a beautiful present. It was something only used by the wealthy on the battlefield, like commanders who were born nobles or magicians. Dane never thought that he would end up using one, but here he is now, wearing the ring at just 7 years old in his new life. All of a sudden, the power from the ring begins to manifest while Arabella is still informing him that the item will also grow as Dane grows older. This powerful surge of energy horrifies the Count because he can't believe that the kid is already opening the subspace. Arabella also finds it unbelievable that her baby brother managed to open a subspace at a younger age than she did. They already had a feeling that this boy is special, but after seeing stuff like this over and over, it's now pretty obvious that the kid is a certified genius. Arabella doesn't hold back with the compliments anymore. She showers the birthday boy with praise, calling him incredible because now she feels that he might even have both a monocore and a circle. Anyway, our boy is now done with Arabella's gift, so it's time for him to open Claire's present. The 7-year-old receives the box and thanks her before unwrapping it. Upon opening the box, he finds an egg with spots on it, so he picks it up carelessly, wondering what's so special about it. Claire almost freaks out when she sees how careless he's being, so she snaps at him, warning him to be more careful with it because it's not an ordinary egg. Hearing this, he gets confused, so he asks her what the item is. Everyone else is also pretty confused, so they wait patiently for Claire to explain what she's given her brother. At this point, she whispers in Dane's ear, telling him that the egg is a familiar. She reveals that she was trying to summon Dekraken once and the egg came out of the portal. She admits that she doesn't know what summon will be born of the egg, but what she does know is that everyone in the world knows how precious it is. Based on what the girl said and what the egg looks like, Dane admits that he's heard of it before. Familiars, unlike summons, are a different entity but similar to them. A familiar summoned once can remain permanently in this world, but summons cannot. She keeps whispering to him, telling him that no one knows about it yet, so she wants him to keep it a secret between the both of them until the egg hatches. Of course, he agrees to keep it between them, but then the nosy eldest sister chimes in, demanding to know what they're whispering about and why they're talking for so long. Unfortunately for Arabella, she just gets ignored and Claire continues advising him to pour mana on the egg every day so that it can recognize him as its master. Of course, he takes the advice and promises to do as she says. Just then, his mom interrupts them, pointing out how nice it is for Dane to have his sisters back home. The boy confirms her thoughts, admitting that he is really happy to have his big sisters around. Once the kids are done talking, Arkan finally puts a word in, reminding the girls that none of them have even said hello to him since they arrived. They're shocked at themselves for not even noticing their father's presence, and Arab is the first to apologize for being too focused on the birthday boy. As you can imagine, the Count isn't really mad at them. He's just pulling their legs, and now that he's gotten their attention, he suggests that they go get some rest since they came a long way to see their brother. As the family reunion continues, our boy looks around the hall and notices that Layla is leaving already. He's sad to see this and wonders why she looks so lonely. Outside, we see Duke Thermion walking in the courtyard, thinking back to how amazing Arabella was during her head entrance. She was even more incredible than he expected, but he figures that it's the kind of thing you should expect from the best magician in the academy. She's a desirable talent for sure, so she feels that she suits his son, who happens to be the best swordsman in the academy. Thermion believes that if the two houses combine, it would birth a faction that even the imperial family would have a hard time touching. That way, nobody would be able to mess with House Thermion or the children. With this in mind, he decides that he'll bring up talks of engagement when he talks with Count Sagers later. Just then, he hears a familiar sound and realizes that someone is busy in the training ground, but he wonders why anyone would be out training this early. It turns out that our boy is in the middle of an intense solo training session. The Duke goes to take a look and is surprised to see what it's Dane. But what's even more surprising is how incredible the 7-year-old's movements are. Even his simple stabs are of such a high technique that some experienced spearmen haven't even mastered. Thermion is bewildered because he has no idea how such a young boy would possess high-level techniques like this. He'd heard the rumors of the genius born to House Sagers, but he honestly thought that they were nothing more than rumors until now. While carefully watching the boy, he notices that Dane's footwork and stance are familiar to that of a swordsman. At this point, he feels that the kid might have even picked up swordsmanship as well. All of a sudden, Dane halts his training, sensing that someone is secretly watching him, so he promises to spare the person if they come out immediately instead of hiding. At this point, Thermion knows that the jig is up, so he comes out of hiding, and that's when he realizes how strangely familiar the boy's movements are, so he's certain that he's seen them somewhere before. The Duke comes out and apologizes, admitting that he didn't mean to spy on him. As you'd expect, our boy would never have imagined that the person watching him was the Duke. So when Dane sees the Hexa-class knight standing before him, he greets him accordingly. This is the first time the both of them are being alone in the same space since our hero reincarnated into this new body. In his previous life, a vicious battle would have already ensued between them by now, but here, he's not Argric the Ferocious Knight. In this life, he's Dane Sagers, the genius prodigy born to a noble family, so he has to act accordingly. Duke Thermion stands before Ether Kid and admits that he was mesmerized by the fine sight of Sagers' new rising star while he was training this early morning. He claims that he just couldn't help but keep watching and apologizes to the boy, hoping that Dane can forgive him for his mistake. As you'd expect, our boy forgives the Hexa-class knight. Being the gentleman and well-trained young man he is, he boldly tells Duke Thermion that he's forgiven, and even though the old man should be happy that there isn't going to be a big deal, he also can't help but be shocked at the kid's guts. For a 7-year-old to boldly tell a mature knight that he's forgiven, you can't help but wonder where he gets his courage from. And now, the more that Duke Thermion looks at Dane, he notices that the kid is perfectly still and relaxed, as if he didn't just finish an extremely exhausting training session. He expects the boy's body to be trembling after having trained this long, but that's not the case. Besides that, the Duke also realizes that he didn't even have a monocore when he was 7 years old, so it all just makes him even more intrigued by the young prodigy standing in front of him. He can't exactly voice out everything that he's thinking, but he admits that Dane's stabbing technique was pretty excellent. He liked what he saw, and now, he's certain that the boy inherited Arkan's talent. While saying this, he notices something about the spear that Dane is holding in his hand. Our boy already has an idea what the man is talking about, so he admits that he's been told the spear was painstakingly prepared for him by his father. With that being said, he's grateful that the Duke recognized it. For some reason, Thermion starts smiling after listening to Dane's response. It's almost like he's extremely impressed by what our boy just told him. It turns out that this was the best answer Dane could have given the Hexa-class knight. The Duke remembers that his own son, even when he was young, also had excellent skills and manners. However, he can't help but admit that his boy's manners were not to this extent. With this thought in mind, he begins to feel that perhaps he should also consider arranging on this side as well. He already plans for his son to marry Arabella, so it wouldn't hurt to make similar arrangements for Dane and his daughter Layla. As such, the clever man sets his little scheme in motion by informing Dane that Layla has also been training her swordsmanship. He points out how they're of similar age and suggests that they could both be good friends when they enter the academy. Hearing this, our boy smiles genuinely and promises to get along with the sweet little red-haired girl when they meet in the academy. As you'd expect, the Duke is excited when he hears this, claiming that he likes Dane's forthrightness. Now that he's gotten the young man on the same page with him, he decides that it's time to let Dane go because he's already bothered him enough during his training time. Not wanting to waste any more of his time, Thermion prepares to take his leave, but before then he suddenly decides to clear up some of his curiosities. Earlier, he noticed how similar Dane's stance was to a swordsman, so now he'd like to know if the 7-year-old has ever trained in swordsmanship. At this point, our boy realizes that his old habits came out without him realizing, but the truth is that he's not even surprised a veteran like Thermion would recognize it with only one look. In order to get the curious man off his back, he claims that he has only read some textbooks on basic swordsmanship, insisting that he's never trained in the art. Hearing this, the Hexa-class knight isn't totally convinced because he can swear that he sensed akin to the raw battlefield on the young spearman in training. For a split second, Thermion's instincts overshadow whatever liking he has for the boy, but then all of a sudden, he calms down once again and reminds himself that Dane is just a child. He changes his mind and concludes that there's no way that the boy is some kind of secret knight. With this in mind, he immediately changes the topic, pointing out how much time they've spent with the simple talk. As such, he bids the young man goodbye, claiming that they'll talk some other time. Dane tells the old man to take care on his way back, and before leaving, Thermion tells the boy to come look for him if he ever comes to the capital because he wants to repay the hospitality he received in the Count's castle. Besides that, he admits that he's become personally interested in Dane. Hearing this, our boy realizes that his story is once again intertwined with that of the Duke, so he promises to visit Thermion. The fact that the Duke is interested in our boy makes him wonder if the Hexa Knight remembers him from the previous life. The thought of defeating the same man who ended his former life gets Dane's blood pumping. And for this reason, he's certain that he'll be able to do it if he starts preparing for it step by step. With this in mind, our boy smiles, feeling confident that he'll definitely bout Thermion in this life. Later on, we see Herman telling the young master that it's time for him to return. He's surprised that the servant has been waiting for him, so Herman reminds him that his duty is to serve from the shadows. He gives Dane a towel to wipe his sweat, and that's when he asks why everyone is so busy. At this point, Herman reveals that everyone is busy with preparation for the second banquet, and the other nobles have begun to arrive. After all, it would be difficult for more than 30 noble families to arrive on the same date. Hearing this, Dane remembers hearing something about it, so he asks about his sisters, wondering where they went. Herman responds, revealing that they opened a teleporter gate and went to the academy together. Apparently, the girls didn't have a choice because of the midterm exams coming soon, and as much as it's a shame, Dane decides that it's time for them to go back to the castle. He walks out of the training ground, deciding that he'll take a look at the gifts his sisters gave him when he has the time. Some time later, we caught up with our boy taking a little walk in the courtyard. He sighs in exhaustion, admitting that the life of a noble is so tiring. Right now, his schedule is more patched than usual because of his birthday. But then again, at least he can find some solace when resting in the garden like now. He takes a look around and is really impressed by how beautiful all the flowers and plants are. He can't help but feel that the gardener has cultivated the place so beautifully. Dane feels strangely at peace when he looks at the flowers all around him, and it appears that the butterflies feel the same way because they just keep hovering all over the place. Looking around, our boy remembers how his oldest sister once said that flowers contain the most mana in nature, and so now that he has some free time to himself, he decides that it would be best to analyze the flower's mana. Dane does exactly that, and as he begins the process, he thinks about how much he's been training, but he's not had any noticeable development in magic or summoning. Because of this, he's not still sure what he should focus on. This makes him realize just how troublesome it can be sometimes when one has too many talents. All of a sudden, he notices something strange happening to the flowers, so he realizes that this must be the mana inside the flowers. He's taken aback by this and starts wondering how this small flower contains such a massive rushing mana flow. If one can feel the mana flow and make it their own, it can then settle into the body and become a magic circle. While touching the flower, he can't help but notice that the body's mana infinity is tremendous, so much so that he can see what others can only feel with their sixth sense. Dane is excited, because this is it, the mana which he could only faintly see before, and now it's becoming a lot clearer to him. All of a sudden, this beautiful moment is disrupted, which shocks Dane, leaving him wondering what just happened. Elsewhere in the garden, we see two siblings walking around, complaining about how bored they are since their father is too busy talking with other nobles. One of them suggests showing faces and going back to their rooms, feeling upset and neglected since everyone is just concerned about the birthday boy. With this rage, he starts walking through the garden, stomping on the flowers, and after getting lost in the garden, they find Dane standing all alone. They don't recognize him at first, so they conclude that he must be lost like them or something. The two bratty brothers call out to him with so much disrespect, mistaking him for a servant and asking him to lead them to the exit of the garden. Pissed that they'd have the balls to talk shit to him after hurting his precious flowers, Dane storms toward them and tells them to get out. Even when they realize that they're on the grass, they don't take him seriously, feeling that he shouldn't be talking to them like that. They feel that he's really cocky for someone so small, so they try to intimidate him with their status, not knowing who even is. Dane calls them brutes, so the bigger one grabs him and threatens to beat him up. They reveal that they're the sons of the Count Tyron, and when our boy hears this name, memories flash across his mind. He's familiar with Tyron because that's the noble who got captured after he defeated him in battle in his previous life. The guy was really irritating, so it's no wonder his sons are this annoying. The bigger brother expects Dane to know of House Tyron because it's very famous in the capital, but the birthday boy just bites back at the guy, warning him to mind his mouth because House Saugers is capable of making them disappear without a trace. Our boy realizes that words won't get to this guy, so while the troublemaker is still talking trash, Dane headbutts him in the face and breaks his nose in the process. The younger brother is horrified when he sees sibling's face covered in blood, and as you can imagine, this just makes the bully a lot more furious. So much so that he vows to kill Dane, calling him a bastard. And when our hero hears this threat, he just laughs and tells the troublemakers to go ahead and try. The big bully has his nose absolutely broken with blood gushing out everywhere. He curses Dane, claiming that he must have gone mental, and he's so enraged that he decides he's out for blood. Without wasting any time, the guy gets back up and charges at our boy, determined to give him the beating of a lifetime. While he's trying to do this, his little brother calls out to him from behind, feeling that they should first of all take care of his broken nose before seeking revenge. Unfortunately, the guy doesn't seem to give a shit what the younger one is saying right now. At the moment, he's so consumed by the rage that he doesn't even care about his nose and tells his brother to sit still and stay back. Dane just watches the arrogant boy mindlessly charge at him, probably feeling sorry for the guy since he knows that he's only going to beat the bully up some more. The bloody-faced redhead charges at Dane, and when he gets close enough, he takes a big swing, but just when he thinks about landing the hit, our genius hero moves out of the way with lightning-quick reflexes. The bully in enrage calls Dane a slippery rat and goes in for another attack. This time around, our boy is quick to examine the guy's movement and immediately concludes that his footwork is definitely of someone who doesn't use weapons. With this in mind, our hero suggests that the red-haired bully is either a mage or a summoner, since those are the only people who don't use weapons. Dane isn't sure exactly which of them this troublemaker is, but he's sure he'll find out soon enough, so in the meantime, he'll just have to engage him in this one-sided fight. After so many forceful attempts to land a mean hit on the 7-year-old, Dane continues to evade all of the strikes, and this just leaves the troublemaker more frustrated and enraged. Even though it's pretty obvious that he doesn't stand a chance, he doesn't relent and continues to throw everything he's got. Unfortunately, he just keeps missing, and after some time, he has no choice but to yell in frustration, seeing that the boy is just way too fast for him to catch. Sure, he knows that he won't be able to catch Dane, but he refuses to give and just keeps swinging futile punches. Just then, our boy realizes that the magic flow he saw earlier could actually be used to his advantage. Dane knows that if he's able to harness it to his magic, then there's a chance he should be able to compress the force into a physical form. At this point, he feels that it would be a good idea to test it out, so he does just that. Our boy tries out this little experiment, and the result is a powerful blast that creates a blinding light. He unleashes the beam of power on the redhead and it sends the guy flying in the air before crashing into the ground like a meteor. The troublemaker screams in agony as his back gets scraped across the floor, and besides that, the pain from the blast probably did a lot of damage too. His younger brother almost bursts into tears when he sees this, but there's really nothing he can do to help since neither of them actually stands a chance against the genius prodigy. The redhead ends up crashing in the same garden that made Dane angry with him. As he lies there in pain, his little brother rushes to check up on him, and at this point, our boy realizes that his actions led to the flower bed being totally ruined. Dane feels bad about this because it clearly wasn't his intention to hurt the plants, but while he's still feeling sorry for the flowers, the relentless bully gets back up. The troublemaker completely ignores his little brother and continues throwing insults at our boy. He's surprised that the frail-looking boy can actually use magic, so he finally asks Dane who he is. The younger brother is already terrified by everything that has happened so far, so he pleads with the guy to chill out. He feels that it's time they stopped messing with the stranger because at this rate, then something bad will definitely happen. Unfortunately, the stubborn bully just ignores his little brother once again. His ego won't let him retreat because he probably feels that he'd look like a coward if he does that. With this in mind, he refuses to give up, telling his brother to get out of his way. In his mind, he's capable of beating Dane, so he makes his mind up, determined to kill the white-haired boy for humiliating him. After taking a really embarrassing beatdown over and over again, the redhead decides to pull out the big guns and show Dane the kind of power he is actually capable of. He activates his magical powers in the blink of an eye and screams out for a mysterious creature to heed his call. Seeing this, Dane immediately realizes that the guy is summoning something, and this gets him pretty worried because he knows just how powerful summoners can be. He's never gone up against one before, but if this guy is anything like his sister Claire, then our boy fears that he might be in for a really tough fight. The smug look of confidence is instantly wiped off Dane's face when he sees the ominous portal starting to form, because he knows that anything coming out of there won't be easy to beat. Sure enough, some kind of spirit wolf emerges from the portal, and judging by how ferocious it looks, it's safe to say that our little hero is about to have a hard time. And just like that, it starts to look like the tables have turned, because now the redhead bully is the one with the upper hand. He laughs confidently when his big wolf comes out, revealing that this is his summon Genpu. Now, he's certain that he'll beat the kid, so he tells Dane that he's about to see what happens when someone messes with Digron Tyrant. Yep, that's the troublemaker's name. With the introductions out of the way, Digron orders his Genpu to rip the white-haired kid to pieces. Even though the bully is so convinced that his secret weapon is the endgame, Dane doesn't look too surprised. He was initially afraid because he expected something extremely powerful and terrifying to come out of the portal, but upon closer inspection, he now realizes that it's just a mere wolf-like summon, which to him is quite lacking when compared to his sister, Claire, who can literally summon a wyvern. Hearing such a condescending comment, Digron gets even more annoyed than before. He's had enough of Dane taking him for granted, so he sends the wolf to attack the boy, ordering it to go for Dane's throat. The big wolf looks like it's about to attack the hero, but when our boy glares at it fearlessly, it becomes terrified. The supposedly dangerous creature starts wagging its tail in terror all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden, it runs and hides behind Dane like a scared little cat. As you can imagine, the brothers are shocked when they see the wolf-like summon acting all terrified. The big bully wonders what's going on, because he has no idea what the creature is doing when it's supposed to be ripping Dane to shreds. It's at this point that the little brother notices the wolf wagging its tail, and so they both begin to wonder what on earth the white-haired boy must have done to make the wolf start acting all weird. Seeing that he's no longer in control, he starts panicking and calling out to the wolf, hoping to get its attention back. While he's busy doing so, the creature just strolls in front of Dane and waits for him to pet it. Seeing this, Outboy is pretty shocked because he has no idea why the wolf is sucking up to him. Nevertheless, he knows enough about such summons to know that the wolf wants to be pet. With this in mind, he swallows whatever fears he's got and stretches his hand to pet the big canine beast, calling it a good boy. He's really nervous, as you can imagine, but he calms himself and starts to wonder how on earth this even happened. Now that he thinks about it, he suddenly remembers how even the summons of his sister Claire were always pretty friendly. Back then, he could even pet wyverns and they'd never be hostile, but then again, he always imagined that their friendliness was simply due to his blood ties with the summoner. Well, that was his theory, and it always made sense to him until now, because this wolf-like summon is currently very chill around him and there's no relations between him and the summoner in this situation. Because of this, Dane begins to feel that the reason must be that he has a very high favorability. At the same time, he also has a feeling that it could also be because the arrogant bully who summoned it has an extremely low favorability. Speaking of the red-haired bastard, he's currently flipping out because he doesn't understand how a summon can betray its master. This makes him lose his shit because it's like Dane has been making a fool out of him since they met. Seeing that Digron no longer has control of his so-called trump card, our boy confidently asks the guy if he still wants to keep fighting. Dane asks this with a really annoying smirk on his face because he knows that there's nothing else the bully can use against him, and sure enough, the redhead just screams in frustration at this point. Clearly, there's no point fighting anymore, so the younger brother literally begs Digron to let it go since they've already lost. Unfortunately, the dumb big brother ignores him yet again. His ego is just so much that he can't accept defeat, so he tells the little one to shut up, claiming that Hest about to cancel his summon. The younger one is literally crying his eyes out at this point because he doesn't know how else to beg his big brother to just retreat. He's absolutely terrified to the point that he pees his pants, and when his big brother sees it, he's really upset, enraged, and embarrassed. He scolds the little boy for making such a mistake. Of course, this just makes the young boy cry even more. While the big bully is chewing out the little one, Dane just watches curiously, thinking about how the guy's pee is all over the place. Feeling sorry for them, he quickly informs them that the bathhouse is in basement level 1 of the main castle. This is pretty much when the fight comes to an end because Digron quickly drags his brother away to get him cleaned up. Before leaving, he tells Dane to wait right there, claiming that he'll be back, and our boy just watches them speechlessly until they're out of the picture. It's only after a while that he remembers that the wolf is still with him, so he nervously calls out to Digron so that the guy can take his summon with him at least. Later that evening, we see that our boy is still in the garden working on his magic. He realizes that the trick he's been working on is actually quite simple, feeling that it's just like his sister taught him. He now understands the reason for the faint link between the bully and Genpu. After carefully overriding that magic with his own, Genpu became connected to him instead, and it's really surprising to him because he did actually do anything close to an actual summoning. It was all just because of his high favorability that he was able to succeed at summoning so easily. Dane's thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly hears a voice coming from behind. The person wants to know who bullied his sons, and when our boy turns around, he's not too surprised to see that it's Digron Tyron, who's coming back with his father this time around. Our hero turns around and sees the fat man standing beside his son, and just like that, Dane concludes that the idiot escalated things by doing this. Without wasting any time, Digron starts judging the case, claiming that Dane didn't only bully him and his brother but also cancelled his link with Genpu. Hearing this, the big fat man introduces himself at this point, revealing that his name is Mogard Tyron. He's the head of the Tyron Count family and one of the capital's greatest nobles. He's heard what his son has to say, and now he'd like to know if Dane is the brat who broke Digron's nose and made his face into what it is. He also believes that our boy forcefully took his summon. Now, Dane is starting to look a little nervous, but he admits that he's the one they're looking for either way. Taking a closer look at the man, our hero notices that the man looks fatter than the time he captured him as a prisoner, and this makes him realize just how great peace actually is. Mogard walks up to our boy Yuo to confront him, admitting that he planned to let the issue pass if it was possible since he's an invited guest at the castle. He claims that he'd prefer to let it go, but unfortunately, this offense is something that he just can't overlook. The fat man starts probing the boy, asking him why he's in a place like this all alone. He finds it suspicious, so he tells Dane to reveal his identity. Upon hearing the question, our boy is reluctant to answer, so at first, he just stays quiet for a while, but then, he finally decides to introduce himself as Dane Saugers, the youngest son of Arkan Saugers, who happens to be the Lord of the South and the head of the Saugers Count family. Both father and son are absolutely horrified when they hear this. They had no idea that the kid they've been calling a brat is literally the genius prodigy Dane. Realizing that the boy is the youngest child of House Saugers, Mogard Tyron starts to feel that things have taken an unexpected turn. He remembers how he was taken prisoner by Argrick despite not achieving anything during the war. With this in mind, the crafty man decides that he'll wriggle his way out of the situation regardless. Mogard feels that he'll be able to maneuver the situation in his favor so that the Count is held responsible. Also, he feels that he will be able to use that as a pretext to demand mining rights. If he's able to achieve this, then the nobles who once looked down on him will be forced to bow down before him. With this in mind, he gets right to scheming, and starts by revealing that he knows Dane is the birthday boy. The kid confirms this with a nod, and it just pisses Mogard off a lot because he feels that the boy is an arrogant brat. He's extremely annoyed, because he didn't come all this way to the southern land just to celebrate the birthday of a 7-year-old boy. As much as he'd love to spit out all the hateful things running through his mind, he knows that he has to be very calculated with his words, so he politely asks Dane what he'll do now since he wounded an invited guest and even stole his summon. Mogard makes it clear to our boy that what he has done is a crime, and then tells him that today will be the last day he ever gets away with something like this. Count Tyron goes on to say that he'll speak with Arkan personally and hold him accountable for it, so he calls Digron to follow him as they prepare to leave the scene. The fat man thinks that his little plan is clever enough to trick our hero, but he has no idea that Dane can literally see right through him. The genius prodigy knows exactly what Mogard is trying to do, so he decides to play along. He starts by admitting that he understands the situation and then demands an apology from them before they can go ahead and talk with his father. The fat father and his bratty son are stunned when Dane says this. They can't believe that the 7-year-old would have the balls to tell them such a thing, so Digron calls him a bastard once again. They're so angered by the fact that he would even suggest such a thing, but he simply insists that he's right. He admits to hitting Digron and even hurting him, but explains that he only did those things in self-defense because he was threatened. Besides that, he also makes it clear to the father and son that he didn't steal the bully's summon since Genpu just chose to follow him instead. As you can imagine, Digron refuses to admit this, claiming that there's no way Genpu would do such a thing. The red-haired bully literally saw the wolf-like summon betray him, but now he refuses to admit it and insists that Dane is lying. Hearing what Dane had to say, Mogard suddenly remembers that the second daughter of the Sagar's family is a genius summoner, and now that he recalls this, he is finally under the situation a bit better. With this thought in mind, he figures that there's a good chance that Claire taught Dane how to forcibly cut off a link. At this point, the fat man decides to give his opinion, claiming that it's only right to grieve a summon being stolen even if what Dane is saying is true. But right now, that's not even what Mogard cares about because he's still really perplexed by the fact that the 7-year-old expects an apology from them first. Once again, our boy tells them that they should apologize to him. Hearing this, Mogard is really stunned and pissed off. The fat man scoffs in annoyance, wondering who the hell Dane thinks he is to be acting like that. He concludes that the boy is so arrogant to be talking back when elders are still speaking, and just like that, his blood begins to boil. Mogard's eyes are full of rage all of a sudden because simply bothering with the kid makes his jaw ache. Now, he's tired of arguing, so he tells Dane that he won't scold him any longer, because now he wants to go and see what Count Sagars has to say about the issue. When our boy hears this, he realizes that that fat man is just so eager to report the situation, and then all of a sudden, Count Sagars arrives at the scene along with Duke Bouthermion. Arkan doesn't know what he's been summoned for, but he seems really prepared for whatever the matter is. Dane is shocked to see his father appear out of nowhere, and even Count Tyron is surprised that the host is already here. The redhead bully and his father are gobsmacked to see Count Sagars, especially since he came along with the Hexa class knight. The two men have really stern looks on their faces which make the Tyron men start to feel nervous all of a sudden. It doesn't take long for the little trial to begin, so Digron starts by telling his side of the story. He tells the Count that he and his brother got lost in the garden with his little brother and claims that he asks Dane to guide them through back to the castle. The liar continues to go on, telling the story in a way that makes him look innocent so that our boy can take all the blame. At this point, Dane just zones out and stops paying attention to the lies because everything starts to sound like rubbish to him. However, Count Arkan Sagars listens to every sentence intently, and Dane just sighs knowing that this is just like his father. He knows that his dad would pay attention to everything Digron has to say because even though he's a man that cares deeply about his family, he's also not the type to be biased toward any one side. Even in conflicts with outsiders, Arkan is still able to tell right from wrong, and that's why our boy trusts that his dad will give the right verdict. After a while, Dane continues to pay attention to Digron's lies and listens to the part where he claims that our boy suddenly headbutted him out of the blue for no reason. He claims that Dane continued to mock him using a really weird technique. Digron claims that he only called his summon in order to scare the kid away, but unfortunately, he ended up losing the creature because Dane stole it from him. With all of this being said, the bully concludes his false story by saying that our hero tried to attack him. After listening to everything that Digron had to say, Dane just finds it amusing that the guy can lie with such a straight face, and it makes him eagerly anticipate what the future holds for the lying bully. Once Digron is done telling his lies, his father continues from where he left off. The fat man addresses Count Sagars, claiming that he only intended to give Dane a war for what he did to his son. However, he points out just how wrong it is to steal someone else's summon, so he reveals that it's something he just can't let slide. At this point, it's obviously too early to give a verdict, so the Count explains that they cannot stop at hearing only one side of the quarrel. With that being said, Arkan reveals that he'd like to hear what Dane has to say, and then after that, he'll assess the whole situation. It's only after all of that is done, before he'll be able to draw a conclusion to the situation, and he hopes that Mogard agrees with him. Count Sagars knows that they might not be comfortable with him judging a situation which involves his own son, and to ensure fairness, he requests that Duke Thermion also give his opinion. The Hexa class knight smiles with pride when he hears this, since he's finally got a chance to help out his good friend. In response, he admits that he's ready to handle the situation like that if he's really needed. As you'd expect, this is not the kind of thing that Count Mogard Tryon and his son would want to hear, so they're quite pissed at the current path that things are taking. There's really no way he can complain about it because Arkan isn't the only one involved now, and he can't say that the case was judged wrongly. Mogard is familiar with Duke Thermion, so he knows that it can't be a good thing that the Hexa class knight is getting involved. At this rate, things will only get more complicated, and so he has a really bad feeling about the current arrangement. Mogard doesn't have a choice other than to let Duke Thermion and Arkan judge the matter, so he just watches from the side helplessly while Dane is finally asked to tell his own side of the story. The boy is pretty nervous even though he's sure that the case will be judged well, but then he manages to calm himself down, feeling that everything should be alright if he just explains how the story actually went, since that should be enough. With this in mind, he starts by admitting that some of what Digron said is true, even though it's a little bit different from what actually happened between them. However, he reveals that the troublemaker actually stepped on the flowers that they grew with such care in their gardens. Dane explains that Digron did this so carelessly as he pleased, and then explains that all he did was tell the bully to get out of there. After that, he makes it clear to everyone that Digron was the one who got angry and grabbed him by the collar for what he said. As you can imagine, the scheming father and son refuse to let Dane finish talking before they cut him off by accusing him of falsehood. Digron is about to start talking again when Arkan cuts him off by telling Dane to continue speaking. Judging by the vein bulging out of the side of the man's face, you can tell that he's already pissed, and it's probably because he just found out that the troublemaker had the balls to step on his precious flowers. Anyway, our boy continues with his side of the story, revealing that he heard Digron clearly commanding Genpu to kill him when he summoned the wolf-like creature for the first time. Besides that, Dane also explains that he didn't steal Digron's summon, insisting that the creature came up to him first and ended up liking him better after seeing his goodwill. At this point, even Duke Thermion is intrigued by the boy because he's never met a 7-year-old who has that kind of vocabulary. Our boy makes it very clear that he did not steal anybody's summon, and the Tyrant men are left speechless by his boldness. Mogard calls everything that Dane just said nonsense because as far as he's concerned, there's no way that a summon would ever submit to someone else who isn't even a summoner. Because of this, the fat man is convinced that our boy must have used some sort of secret technique to achieve this, and he tries to make this point to Count Sagers, but unfortunately, the man doesn't seem to be buying his claims. Hearing Count Tyrant's accusations, Dane quickly dismisses them by explaining that the act has an innate affinity with summons. As a result of this, he's convinced that a summon that isn't close enough with its master could submit to someone like him who isn't even a summoner. Mogard tries to counter this claim by suggesting that it's an absurd theory, but before he can finish talking, Count Sagers cuts him off once again by curiously asking Dane if it's really possible for such a thing to take place. The Count is already really intrigued by this new information, and his 7-year-old assures him that it's actually true. At this point, Count Tyrant just bursts into a mocking laughter, feeling that the kid can't possibly be expecting them to believe his story. Right now, both stories are different and nothing is really adding up, so the fat man feels that there's no way to find out who's really telling the truth. However, Duke Thermion suddenly suggests that they'll be able to prove who's right or wrong in the entire situation with a single summon. The fat man and his bully of a son are horrified when they hear this because they know that this is where their lies will be exposed. Count Tyrant feels so frustrated at the mom because in his mind, the Duke just chose the wrong time to butt into the conversation. Hearing the idea that the Hexaclass Knight just brought up, Arkan is open to it since that would be the easiest way to find out who's really telling the truth. He then asks his son if he'll be able to prove his claims to them, and the 7-year-old boldly states that he can. At this point, the fat man and his son begin to panic because they know that they're about to land in some hot water. If Dane proves his claims, they'll be considered liars and everyone will know, which will ruin their reputation as nobles. Digron starts freaking out because he doesn't know what to do now. He obviously won't be able to summon Genpu, and everyone would realize that he's been lying. Apparently, his father doesn't know that he lied, so he expects Digron to summon the wolf-like creature with ease. It's at this point that the bully finally reveals that he can't actually summon the creature anymore. Hearing this, the fat man is furious because he can't understand how his son can no longer summon something that he used to summon several times a day before. Dane sees all the commotion and just smiles confidently, knowing that there's no way Digron can summon it because he already severed the connection earlier. After the bully fails to summon the creature, our boy gladly offers to go next, telling his old man that he's ready to summon it. Arkan smiles when he hears this, confirming that he has a lot of faith in his boy, and this is when Dane reveals that he'll need a sign that Digron possesses in order to do this. The red-haired brat gets pissed when he hears this because he feels like the boy is just looking for his trouble at this point. He can't believe that the 7-year-old is demanding his sign and concludes that our boy is just talking nonsense. To him, there's no way the summoning can work even if someone else uses another summoner's unique code engraved on it. Count Sagers notices that Digron is trying to come up with all kinds of excuses, and since the brat keeps insisting that Dane won't still be able to summon the creature after using his unique sign, the Count suggests that there's no harm in trying. After all, Dane's failure to do so would be the easiest way to prove that Digron has been telling the truth. At this point, Mogard realizes that really can't decline this suggestion because Count Sagers is right. The fat man is clearly nervous, but refusal to test the theory would mean that they've got something to hide, so he tells his son to give Dane the sign for a bit. The red-haired bully almost starts crying when his father says this because he knows that he'd practically be shooting himself in the leg with this decision. Unfortunately, the fat man's pride is at stake here, so he tells his bratty son to hurry up. Sure enough, the guy has no choice but to hand the sign over, and just like that, our boy gets right to the little ritual. Since a summon sign has a summoner's unique code engraved on it, no one else is usually able to use it. However, the Genpu that Digron summoned was imbued with Dane's mana, and because of this, the summon sign is now nothing more than just a vehicle since the wolf-like summon has already connected with our boy before. Based on this theory, the young genius is certain that the Genpu will answer his call, so he takes the sign and begins the summon, confident that his connection will be strong enough. Sure enough, Dane's plan works, and in a matter of seconds, the cloudy wolf-like summon appears, looking like it's known the kid for years. To anyone who didn't know any better, they'd think that Dane was the Genpu's master since day one because of how friendly the creature is with him. It's literally licking his face and playing with him like a newborn pup. To show just how shocking it is, even Arkan and Duke Thermion are shocked by the familiarity between the creature and the 7-year-old. Sure, Count Sagers believed his son was telling the truth, but he never imagined that the connection would be this strong. It's pretty unbelievable because the boy isn't even a summoner, and that just reminds them once again how special this white-haired prodigy is. For a second time, Digron is forced to watch his own Genpu slobber all over Dane, completely ignoring him. For some reason, the guy seemed surprised that his own summon would betray him like that, which is quite funny since the creature already did the same thing earlier. As for the fat man, well, he's just dazed because he's literally witnessing the impossible with his own eyes. Duke Thermion was already impressed by the birthday boy, but after seeing what just happened, he can't help but admit how amazed he is. It's such a big deal for him to see this because the last time he checked, the kid was supposed to be learning spearmanship and not summoning. So, just to be sure, he asks Arkan to confirm, and the boy's father simply explains that he has no idea what brought about this new summoning talent. While everyone is speechless watching Dane hang out with the wolf-like creature, while our boy just quietly apologizes to the Genpu for summoning it only to prove a point. After this, he pets the huge canine monster and thanks it for showing up. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Count Tyron screams in horror, because it's now clear to him that this whole scheme he started has turned into a disaster. Right now, it's not looking good for House Tyron because their integrity has been thrown out the window, and they're now all pretty much labeled liars. As you can imagine, it's time for judgment since both parties have brought forward their claims as well as their evidence. So now that they've all confirmed Dane's summon with their own eyes, Count Sagres stands before the accusers and asks them what should be done. Being a really honorable noble, Arkan remains of good conduct and continues to speak to the troublemakers in a really polite manner even though it's already evident that they're liars. He asks them if they acknowledge what they just witnessed, suggesting that his son is telling the truth. At this point, the fat man already knows that the jig is up, so there's no point fighting anymore. Unlike his son, he knows when he's been defeated, and so he agrees with Count Sagres, admitting that they were mistaken and believing that their summon was stolen. As much as they're admitting things and coming clean now, there's still some things that they just can't admit to, like the fact that Digron was actually trying to kill Dane. Mogart urges his son to tell them how he actually only meant to scare the 7-year-old a bit, and Dane just glares at them as they keep lying straight to everyone's faces. After Digron says this, Count Tyron tries to laugh over everything, making it look like no harm was intended on their part. Unfortunately, Arkan and Duke Thermion don't seem to be buying the story. They're reluctant to believe that this was the only intention Digron had for him to have summoned a Genpu. Our boy starts to get pretty upset because the fat man just keeps going on and on with the lies. At the moment, Dane is doing everything he can to stop himself from taking a swing at the lying nobleman, and just when it looks as though he's about to lose his cool, a voice cuts through the air, insisting that Count Tyron is not telling the truth. Everyone turns around to see who's got the familiar voice, and that's when they're all shocked to see that it's Layla Thermion, storming into the scene. The Duke is surprised to see his princess appearing in the middle of a really serious trial, so he asks her what brought her around. In response, the bold purple-haired girl immediately reveals that she heard their voices during her walk in the garden. As such, she decided to come around to see what's going on, and now that she's here, she greets the two counts present. The fat man returns the greetings with a really fake smile, and in the back of his mind, he's just surprised because he hasn't ever really seen the Duke's daughter before. Count Tyron tries to distract everyone by focusing on the purple-haired girl, but unfortunately for him, Count Sagres is already on his tail. Arkan hasn't forgotten what Layla said when she first arrived, and so he's curious to find out what the red-haired brat actually lied about. Just like that, the Tyron men are back on the hot seat and Layla is put on the spot to tell everyone what she knows. At this point, the young girl reveals that she actually overheard Dane's and Digron's altercation earlier while taking a walk, and it just makes you wonder how long this girl has been walking around the castle. Anyway, Digron is horrified when he realizes that there's a witness who heard everything that happened between him and the birthday boy. He begins to panic because he's so sure that Layla will spill the beans and expose him to everyone. Now that she's made such a comment, everyone, especially Count Sagres, who is curious to know what she heard, so the man asks her to quickly go ahead and say everything. As you'd expect, Dane's new friend is more than happy to spill all the evidence to prove our boy is telling the truth. She also wants to take down the bully, so she goes into details and breaks the story down to Count Sagres while Dane just watches with a smile on his face. The boy didn't expect this to happen, but he's glad that she came around, because thanks to her, things are going smoothly. By the time she's done telling her side of the story, it becomes pretty evident to everyone that Digron is the one at fault, so his father shamefully demands that he apologize to Count Sagres immediately. Sure enough, the humiliated bully quickly apologizes to Arkan and admits that he was wrong for what he did. In response, the man simply explains that he would like Digron to apologize to his son, Dane, and not him. As you'd expect, the brat is reluctant to do this at first, but then his father shoves him into action while claiming that he was just about to tell Digron to do that. The big bully sees himself being pushed around like a wimp and forced to admit that he's sorry when he actually isn't. He grumbles when his father pushes him, but then quickly remembers that he doesn't have a choice, so he marches toward Dane with the most unremorseful look ever, and then when he gets close enough, he stops and begins to make his pathetic attempt at an apology. Digron struggles to say that he is sorry, but he eventually manages to do this, and while he's doing this, our boy just glares at him, feeling upset because this so-called apology is probably more like an insult to him. Everyone else watches the spectacle, feeling pretty pissed by Digron's behavior, and even Dane is hesitant to accept the apology because it doesn't feel like one. To him, it's not a sincere one because the boy was forced to lower his head, and this only happened after a third-party witness came forward, leaving him with no choice. Honestly, our hero doesn't feel like accepting the apology, but based on his past experience, he figures that it would be more beneficial for him to show generosity rather than being stubborn. After much deliberation, Dane finally opens his mouth to accept the half-assed apology just so that peace can reign and everyone can go back to their business. When Dane says this, Digron exclaims in excitement, feeling relieved, which is surprising for a guy who had a very hard time tendering a proper apology. Count Tyron is equally relieved to see that everything is about to go back to normal and that they're not in trouble. The fat man sighs in relief, admitting that the whole situation was a really close one for him. The whole time, Duke Thermion just stays quiet as he continues to observe the prodigy, and after Dane finally accepts the apology, the Hexa-class knight recalls why he just felt the kid is special. I mean, he could have decided to be stubborn seeing that the other party was in the wrong, but he just still chose peace. With everything that just happened, Count Sagres finally takes his boy away from there, telling them that the argument is over now that Dane has accepted the apology. As much as it's all over now, Arkan reveals that he has no intention of letting the incident slide because Digron tried to use his summon to kill our boy. The fat man starts panicking once again when he hears this, and before he can come up with some lame excuse, Count Sagres cuts him off, telling him to take his family and leave the castle. Count Tyron starts to lose his cool when he hears that he's being kicked out, and he almost shows his true colors. The fat man is furious because he came all this way without complaints, and now it will all have been for nothing if he's kicked out now. As such, the schemer decides that he must find a way to stay in the castle at all costs, especially since his mission is still yet to be completed in the castle. Not knowing how else to go about it, the fat man grabs Count Sagres by the arm and starts begging him to let them stay. Count Tyron promises to do anything that's asked of him if he's allowed to stay, but Arkan just smacks the man's hand away, making it very clear to him that he has no need for him. Count Sagres glares at the man, claiming that he'll be sending soldiers to Mogard's room before storming away with the Duke, leaving the fat man speechless. Hearing this, Duke Thermion takes a deep breath and calls his daughter Layla to follow him out of the scene. Just like that, the two friends and their leave the liars humiliated out there in the garden, and as they walk away, our boy looks back at the lying bullies and thinks to himself that this serves them right. After all, they were the ones who started this, and now they're reaping what they sowed. That aside, Dane admits that he had no idea his father could get so scary when angry. The boy has never really seen this side of his father because he's practically Arkan's precious egg, but now he realizes just how strict his old man can be in times like these. On the way back, Count Sagres asks Dane if he really defeated Digron Tyron using mana bullets, and our boy confirms this, which is pretty shocking because the last time they checked, he wasn't exactly an experienced mage or a student of magic. After a while, the Hexa-class knight decides that he wants to know more about the 7-year-old genius prodigy, so he makes it clear just how impressed he is by the boy. As far as Thermion knows, history has never really seen a man who trained in spearmanship, summoning and now magic at such a young age. In response, Arkan proudly admits that he's glad to have such an exceptional son. Layla is shocked when she hears this about her new friend, and Dane just remains modestly silent. Thermion admits that he's impressed by how calm Dane is too, because when kids fight, they get agitated and insist that they're right. But not our boy. He remained calm all through the process, and for this reason, the Hexa-class knight is convinced that Dane will grow up to become a fine man. Hearing this, Count Sagres just plays the modesty card as well, suggesting that it's too early to say, claiming that they'll just have to wait until Dane grows up to see. With that being said, he goes on to compliment Layla as well, claiming that the little trial worked out well thanks to her. If it was for the girl's testimony, things could have turned ugly, and when her father hears this, he starts smiling mischievously. Thermion is glad to hear that Arkan sees his daughter in that light and figures that this is the best opportunity to talk about marriage arrangements between the kids, so he goes right for it cleverly. It turns out that that was the last thing on Arkan's mind, and he can't believe that Thermion wants Dane to marry his daughter. Not knowing his need to evade the conversation, he conveniently notices that the sun is setting and that the banquet is about to start, so he dashes off quickly. Unfortunately, Thermion isn't one to give up easily, so he leaves the kids together, telling Layla to take her time with Dane, and then goes after his old friend to have the tough discussion. Our boy and the purple-haired girl are just puzzled when they see their fathers acting like kids. Layla feels really embarrassed, knowing that there's no way to stop her father from getting what he wants. To avoid any further awkwardness, she changes the topic, asking Dane if the summon truly ignored its master and chose him instead. The girl admits that she's seen many summoners duel in the capital and never witnessed something like that, so our boy tells her that he's not sure it just randomly happened either. Layla starts to feel that he's hiding things from her, so she gets upset because she helped him, and that's when he reminds her how he helped with her swordsmanship in the training ground. Thinking back to this, she realizes that he's right, and Dane admits that she was a big help earlier, so he suggests that they just agree to help each other out one more time. Now that they're both owing each other favors, Layla informs him that she'll like to make her request right now, which makes Dane feel that she's impatient, wondering what she even wants from him so urgently. Layla wants him to teach her how to use mana bullets, so he asks her what she needs the skill for, and she explains that she needs it to grow quicker. The girl reveals that she wants to make at least 2 mana codes before entering the academy. Dane wonders why she's in such a hurry, and that's when she tells him that she wants to grow quickly and make her mother happy before it's too late. Her mother loves her dearly, so she's sure that such rapid growth would make the sick woman very happy. At this point, Dane remembers hearing their fathers talking about the situation. The Countess is bedridden and Layla wants to make her happy, so if teaching the girl how to use mana bullets will help, then he's not going to refuse her request. Hearing this, the excited girl is so eager to start, claiming that she doesn't mind getting into it that night. In response, Dane tells her she can do whatever she wants, suggesting that mana bullets shouldn't be too difficult once she understands the flow of magic. This just makes the girl even more excited, so she's eager to help him too, and then asks him what his own request is. Hearing this, our boy thinks hard and then finally comes up with a request, but we're not told just yet. Back in the halls, the other guests find out that Count Tyron got kicked out of the castle, but they're not sure why. Only a few are aware that he got taught a lesson after picking a fight with young Master Dane. But then, it's only a matter of time before the news spreads. People who hear the story are just disappointed that the noble came all this way just to embarrass himself. Besides that, rumors of our boy being an excellent summoner are already making the rounds, and those who hear this are immediately fascinated because they quickly learn that the boy isn't just a spearman, but also uses magic. They can't comprehend such a thing because it's not even supposed to be possible, but it's clear now that a certain 7-year-old is proving all of them wrong. At the party, a purple-haired man approaches the young master, introducing himself as Baron Open from the Open Territory in the east. Our boy admits that he's heard of the place since it's famous for its grilled trout and sapphire. Hearing this, the man is flattered, so he concludes that Dane is very bright and then brags about having the best trout and sapphire on the continent. It turns out that Baron Open came with an agenda after hearing how talented Dane is. The man brought his daughter Sylvia to say hello, and the blue-haired girl was excited to greet the genius prodigy for the first time. At this point, Dane begins to wonder what's really going on, but he just tries to hide his nerves and says hi to the girl as well. Without wasting any time, Sylvia asks him if he'll be the one to inherit the Sagar's family fortune, and he tells her he doesn't know, but the clever girl tells him not to feign ignorance. As far as she's concerned, he's definitely the one to inherit the family fortune because of how talented he is, so she grabs his hand and tells him to take care of her properly, feeling that they might become family in future. Hearing, the boy already knows where she's going with this statement, so he nervously tells her to take care of him as well, and he just begins to wonder why kids these days are so straightforward. The purple-haired girl is surprised to see her new friend there because she had no idea that he's been around. At the same time, Dane sees her and becomes pretty nervous because he was just in the middle of a handshake with the new girl. Speaking of the new girl, Sylvia doesn't look very pleased to see the Duke's daughter around. Apparently, she is already familiar with Layla, so she's pissed when she realizes that the girl also knows the genius prodigy of Sagar's family. Layla notices that they're holding hands, and this gets her pretty worked up, so she asks Dane who the other girl is. At this point, our boy gets even more nervous and begins to stutter. Before he can say anything, the girl cuts him off and introduces herself as Sylvia, the eldest daughter of the Baron Opent, and judging by the look on her face, you can tell that she's ready to challenge Layla for Dane's attention. It seems as though these two ladies are rivals because even Layla starts to look really upset when she hears this. A wave of rage washes over her, and as much as she hates to say it, she claims that it's nice meeting the Baron's daughter. Both girls look like they'd rip each other apart if they got the chance, but to the untrained eye, they seem like two friends smiling at each other. Thankfully, Dane knows that keeping them in the same space is probably a bad idea because he can sense a familiar killing intent oozing off the girls. The reason he's familiar with this vibe is because he grew up with two older sisters who didn't exactly get along all the time. Apparently, Arabella had their own little sister beef, so Dane knows what it looks like when two girls don't like each other very much. With this in mind, our boy just remains quiet, not knowing what to say, and all he can think about is how scary girls actually are. While he's still panicking about the situation, Layla suddenly grips his hand and tells Sylvia that she'll be borrowing the genius prodigy for a while. With a sinister look on her face, she makes it clear to the Baron's daughter that she and Dane already had an appointment, and after saying this, she reminds the boy of their planned meeting. When Layla says this, our boy immediately agrees with her and quickly excuses himself from Sylvia, telling her that they'll talk later. With that being said, he follows the purple-haired girl, and he almost looks relieved now that he knows the two ladies won't be in the same space together anymore. As you can imagine, Sylvia is upset to hear that her rival is taking Dane away, but she manages to keep her cool and pretend like she's not mad. The girl grits her teeth, claiming that she's cool with the arrangement, and as the couple walk away from her, she concludes that Layla is pretty much saying that she calls dibs on the genius prodigy of House Sagars. Meanwhile, our boy nervously follows Layla to their supposed pre-arranged appointment, and along the way, he can't help but notice the mean glare in her eyes. Layla looks like she'd choose Sylvia out if she's given the chance because she can't believe that the girl would even dare to try and take Dane away. At the same time, our boy is a little overwhelmed by the fact that the darling daughter of the Duke, who holds the most power in the capital second only to the Emperor, is going up against the young lady of the Eastern Baron. And honestly, he's afraid that Sylvia is no match for the purple-haired sword user. Later that evening, Dane and Layla take a walk outside, and during their little stroll, she starts interrogating him about the Baron's daughter. She's curious to know how they both got acquainted, and wonders if the girl is someone that Dane might get engaged to. Hearing this, our boy quickly clarifies that there are no engagement plans and explains that they were just greeting each other. Layla gets so excited when she hears him say this because it's almost as if she's relieved to hear that nothing happened between them. Seeing how excited she is, Dane confirms what he just said because he noticed that her expression was instantly lightened. Sometime later, the duo make their way to some kind of abandoned area nearby. The place is covered in vines and dirt, confirming that nobody has been there in a long time. Apparently, this is the location for their appointment, and when they arrive, Dane informs Layla that this is the place. He claims that it's the only secret spot he knows of, so she's really impressed, admitting that she never imagined there would be a place like that in the Sagar's manor. They walk into the place and Dane assures her that they won't be bothered by anyone else. This just makes her even more excited to be in the secret place. The girl is amazed by it, feeling so happy to finally be in this place that she didn't know existed. All of a sudden, she says something really suspicious, claiming that nobody will know if they do it here. At first, anyone would assume that she's referring to something naughty, so Dane quickly makes it clear that his intentions are to train. He agrees with Layla, stating that the place is perfect to train, and then asks her if she's ever felt mana before. In response, the girl admits that she's felt it only a little. She reveals that she doesn't have enough to form a mana core and admits that she has even tried to take in mana by breathing it in. At this point, Dane becomes a little worried because his plan will be more difficult than he imagined. Realizing that you're not at an emission stage yet, he's pretty confused because he's not sure how to go about. Speaking of this, our boy recalls that he learned it naturally on the battlefield in his past life. As such, he's quite disappointed that she hasn't learned it because he imagined that a ducal house like hers would teach her this. Seeing that things will be a bit difficult for her, Dane decides that he'll teach her. As such, he concludes that they should start with something easy. First off, he tells her that she'll have to feel the mana that she takes into her body. In response, she's a little surprised that she has to feel the mana inside her body, so our boy confirms this, explaining that she needs to learn how to control the mana inside her body first before even thinking about expelling it. Dane explains this and then lets her know that the most important thing about this is the imagination. Of course, this leaves the girl a little puzzled, but at least she gets the point. Our boy tells her to close her eyes and imagine the mana swirling all around inside her body. Dane wants Layla to picture it like blood circulating through her veins as it whirls inside her body. Determined to learn the trick, the girl quickly shuts her eyes and starts trying out what Dane just told her. She wants to have control over the mana so badly and agrees to do anything that the genius prodigy tells her. Layla closes her eyes and starts forcing the thought, but it doesn't seem to be working, and judging by her expression, Dane can tell that she doesn't get what he just explained to her. As such, he attempts to give her a little more guidance, so he makes it clear to her that the action she's about to pull off becomes the foundation for everything she will be able to do with mana. As far as Dane is concerned, this is the very basis of using mana, and since she literally has no choice but to learn it, he continues to support her, assuring her that he believes she will be able to do it. He says this to her, and just like magic, it starts to work. Layla finally calms down and focuses more. There's a lot more concentration on her face, and it's clear that she's doing a better job right now. Seeing her attempt, Dane becomes more hopeful, feeling that she's finally doing it properly. He doesn't say anything though, not wanting to distract her, and keeps waiting to see if she'll succeed. After a while, Layla opens her eyes looking quite defeated, and she laments about how the technique isn't working. Hearing this, the genius prodigy consoles her, explaining that it's normal not to get it on the first try even though it's just the basics. However, he doesn't allow her to give up, and simply insists that she focus again and give it another try. While they're in the middle of this, an unexpected figure appears to be watching them from the shadows, and it turns out to be the Count himself. Apparently, our boy was wrong about this place being completely secret and unknown by anyone else because his dad is currently spying on him and his friend. Sagars is pretty impressed when he sees what's going on, and he's so happy that he can't even hide it. The man feels so proud that his genius of a son is already teaching someone else at such a young age. The man probably wants to tell the boy how proud he is right now, but he wouldn't want to interrupt the little lesson, so he just stays behind the vines and continues to watch them in secret. The proud father remains in hiding, feeling really happy to see that his son is all grown, and just when he thinks he's the only one who found this secret spot, Duke Thermion pops up behind him, asking him what he's doing over there. Arkin is so startled when he hears the voice behind him, and he looks so shocked that it's a miracle he didn't have a heart attack or something. The Count is quite embarrassed to have been caught so red-handed by the Duke, and while he's still trying to catch his breath and get his heartbeat back to normal, the Hexaclass Knight assures him that there's nothing to be worried about. Duke Thermion claims that there's no need to be surprised, and then asks if the couple is having a late-night rendezvous. Arkin is pretty taken aback by the question because he probably doesn't like the fact that the Duke is already calling the kids a couple. The two friends aren't on the same page concerning engagements. He just changes the topic and asks Thermion how the hell he even got to the secret place. At this point, the Duke can tell that the spearman is upset, so he asks Arkin if he has intruded in any way. As much as he wouldn't want the Count to be mad at him, he can't help but point out what a sloppy show of stealth that was from Arkin. But Thermion is pretty disappointed by it because he knows that Arkin's wife is literally the Empire's legendary assassin, and yet the spearman hasn't learned a single thing from her. At this point, Arkin is pretty embarrassed, so he explains that he did his best in his own way. Hearing this, the Duke goes on to tell his friend that it's quite risky of him to be snooping around with such poor hiding skills. If the castle's owner goes around peeping on others' affairs, people will speak ill of him, and that wouldn't be a good look for him. Hearing this, the Count quickly defends himself, stating that he was only following his son and that he wasn't peeping or anything of that sort. At this point, the Duke bursts into laughter, revealing that he was also just following his daughter Layla. Arkin doesn't exactly appreciate being laughed at like that, so he accuses Thermion of being a hopeless parent, even though he's hardly one to say himself. The two friends start banting each other for a bit, and then they both work together to spy on the kids. They hide behind the rocks and vines to see what our boy has been up to, and that's when they see the impressive seal he just conjured out of nothing using his magic. Layla is surprised to see that he has a dimensional pouch like that, so he reveals that his eldest sister, Arabella, was the one who made it herself and gave it to him as a present recently. Hearing this, the girl is pretty amazed and is honestly quite jealous too, while Dane's older sisters are giving him cool magical gifts for his birthday. Her own brothers stopped paying attention to her when they left home and got accepted into the academy. While she's still thinking about how lucky our boy is, he brings out a mirror all of a sudden and turns it to face Layla. She's quite confused when she sees this and asks him why they need a mirror. In response, he explains that he only brought it along just in case it could help her out. Hearing this, the girl just stares at her reflection in the mirror, expressing how shocked she is to hear that the object can help her at all. At this point, the genius prodigy explains that it's easier to picture something in the mind while looking at a mirror instead of relying on imagination alone. Layla is pretty surprised to hear of this theory, but she's willing to do anything she can to learn what he's trying to teach her, so she keeps an open mind. Dane tells her to stand in front of the mirror until she gets a full view of herself in the reflection. Without hesitation, she does exactly what he says, claiming that she's willing to give it a try. The girl stands in front of the mirror, feeling pretty positive this time around as she closes her eyes and begins to imagine the mana moving inside her a second time. Seeing this, Dane smiles with pride because he's happy to see that she's being quite serious with the attempt. While the girl is trying out what Dane told her to do, the fathers hiding at the back have a little conversation. Duke Thermion is still determined to make Arkin agree with his idea of letting their kids get married. He claims that his daughter seems to have taken a liking to the young master, but Count Sagers suggests that he doesn't see it that way. He probably prefers to believe that the Duke is just seeing what he wants to see, but the next class night reveals that his daughter isn't one to open up to anyone the way she does with Dane. The Duke is certain that Layla really likes Arkin's boy, and at this point, the Count feels pretty concerned about the girl because he just hears that she doesn't open up a lot. He wonders if something happened to her because from what he's seen in her, she's a really bright young girl. Hearing this, the Duke just stays quiet for a moment, before revealing that Layla only seems bright on the outside. As for what she feels on the inside when she's by herself, the Hexa-class knight worries that he can't say for sure. After her brothers left for the academy, it didn't take long before her mother got bedridden, and because of this, they haven't been able to be together like before. Because of this, Layla hasn't been able to open up to others since her closest confidant was no longer in the picture. The Count feels bad when he realizes that this is what happened to the poor girl. This makes him wonder why the Duke continues to act so cold toward his own daughter when he already understands the girl's situation. At this point, Thermion starts to feel a little nervous and quite guilty too, because he's surprised that even Arkin noticed he hasn't exactly been the nicest father to Layla. The Hexa-class knight shuts his eyes all of a sudden like he's about to make some big revelation, and sure enough, when he opens his eyes, he reveals that he's doing it on purpose. The Duke explains that when he raised his sons, he showered them with attention, and unfortunately, this led to them growing up to be spoiled and rotten. Apparently, he's being cold toward Layla because he doesn't want her to turn out the same way, but Count Sagers tells him that he shouldn't just assume the girl will also be like that. He knows that she'll be hurt if this continues, and Arkin finally realizes why the girl prefers to ask Dane for guidance when her own father is a veteran swordsman. Right now, the Count is really mad at his friend, and he looks like he's ready to chew the Duke out for the way he has been treating his daughter. As much as Thermion feels bad about what he's done, he's not in the mood to be judged, so he bites back at the spearman, telling him that he still nags like the old days. This allegation strikes a nerve in Arkin's head, so he quickly defends himself, telling the Duke that he doesn't nag. Anyway, Thermion doesn't really want to argue right now, so he changes the topic quickly and asks the Count if he'll be sending his son to the academy in the capital. The Duke is asking this because he would like Dane to stay at the ducal castle if House Sagers allows their genius prodigy to go to the academy. Hearing this, Arkin's mood changes all of a sudden because he is not actually sure what he wants for his only son. Unlike the girls, he probably wants his boy to be around the castle with him, so he ponders on what Thermion just told him. While he's at it, Layla suddenly starts screaming in excitement, feeling really proud of herself because she believes that she finally did what Dane has been trying to teach her. The boy confirms that she did great, and this just makes her even more excited, so she rushes to wrap her arms around him in a warm hug. After thinking about the Duke's offer, the Count finally confirms that he'll do whatever Dane wishes, the same way he did with Arabella and Claire. However, he promises to grant Duke Thermion's request if his son chooses to go to the capital. Hearing this, the Hexaclass Knight is quite pleased and admits that it would be nice to have Arkan around while he's in the capital. At this point, the Count sounds quite surprised because he feels that Thermion probably wants them to spar all day while he's in the ducal castle. This makes him suggest that the Duke must have gotten sharper, and so he relishes the challenge. While the two old men chat and laugh over it, the Master of Stealth reveals herself behind the vines and rocks. She's been watching the men without their knowledge, and with such talent, it's no wonder why she's considered the greatest assassin in the Empire. Lily has been wondering where they all wandered off to, and now that she's seen what they're up to, she wonders why they're acting so shamefully. It's pretty funny to her, but then again, she realizes that the love they have for their children holds a strange sway over them. For this reason, she decides that she'll just pretend like she didn't see anything. Later on, the two kids make their way out of the secret place. On the way home, Layla thanks Dane once again for helping her out and tells him that she thinks he's a real genius. At this point, she admits that she's heard people call her a genius a lot, but claims that she doesn't even think she is compared to him. Hearing this, Dane reminds her that this is only the beginning, assuring her that she'll definitely grow. While talking, he looks back and notices that their fathers are no longer around, so he figures that they left quietly after spying on them. Layla interrupts his thoughts at this point, asking him if he's going to the academy. She informs him that the academy is where all the geniuses in the Empire gather, and you can tell that she already hopes he'll say yes. In response, our boy claims that he doesn't know if he'll be going to the capital yet. He's not sure what he'll do, and he asks if he even has to go there. Dane doesn't really feel the need to attend because, as far as he's concerned, he can get pretty strong just by training alone. Hearing this, Layla gets a little upset that he's coming up with excuses, so she stomps her foot on the ground, reminding him that studying isn't everything. The girl makes it clear to him that the academy is where he'll go to form his noble faction, and so that means that he'll need to go if he wants to form a connection from a young age. Dane laughs in his mind when she says this and concludes that she's pretty knowledgeable in how the world works for a 7-year-old. Our boy knows that she's right, and he admits this, but he also explains that he's not interested in going to the academy. At least not yet. Right now, he feels that there's still a lot for him to learn by himself. There's a mountain of books that he hasn't read in his home library, and on top of that, he knows that there's still a lot for him to learn from his parents. Layla understands everything he's saying, but she's still determined to convince him otherwise. She asks him if he doesn't feel like playing with the other kids sometimes. Layla clearly has no idea that she's not actually talking to a 7-year-old boy, but actually a former knight who got reincarnated. As a result, she also doesn't know that he has no interest in playing with other kids. Besides that, she heard that his older sisters are attending the academy, so she wonders why he doesn't want to go join them there. After she's done making all of these points, Dane realizes that the girl is truly persistent in her attempt to convince him. He's already tired of the conversation, so he decides to calm her down by telling her that he's thinking of going to the academy in the future if he feels like it then. In response, she tells him to inform her if he finally makes up his mind to attend, and Dane agrees to do so. Apart from that, she'd also like him to visit her house when he comes to the capital. She wants him to come around so he can see what she practiced, and so our boy promises to do so. He even claims that he'll send a letter if he ever plans to visit the capital, and this makes her remember that Dane still hasn't told her his request. So, he smiles at her and promises to tell her his request when he goes to the capital. However, she doesn't look too happy about this and expresses her shock when he says this. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that some of the noble guests are preparing to head off. They hop aboard their carriages and say their goodbyes to the Saugers family. Our boy watches as the carriages leave the premises and then looks back to the small box in his hand. Just then, he turns to Duke Thermion and asks the Hexaclass Knight what it is. In response, the old man informs him that it's his birthday present, hoping that the boy likes it. Taking a closer look, he's pretty overwhelmed by how valuable it looks. The Duke sees the look on Dane's face and can already tell what the boy is thinking, so he decides to explain what the gift is. The old man reveals that the symbols of the Thermion house are revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. It turns out that the history of the house began with their progenitor, who happened to be a blacksmith. Thanks to him, Thermion house has the best forge in the entire empire. In fact, they have the best forge in the entire continent. All of the Thermion-made weapons that guide the Empire were made in the forge, and when Dane hears this, a cheeky smile appears on his face. Apparently, he's familiar with the story and familiar with the forges of the Thermion house. All the ores in the world can be found in the Thermion house, and all sorts of mystical weapons and artifacts are created in the greatest forge on the continent. The Duke tells Dane that if he shows them the insignia when he goes to the forge, then they'll create a weapon of his choice for him. The insignia is basically a certified check that approves the honor and skill of whoever holds it, and in this case, the genius prodigy of House Saugers is the one with it. Even Arkin is shocked when he sees that Thermion gave his son such a precious insignia, and he's afraid that the gift might be a little too much since it's something that even the imperial family desires deeply. Well, the Duke doesn't feel that it's too much of a gift, so he just pats Dane on the head, telling the kid to grow well and help his father. In response, our boy thanks Thermion sincerely. A while later, it's time for the Duke and his daughter to leave, and Lily notices that he feels down. She asks him if he's sad to see Layla off, and he immediately admits that he is really sad, pointing out that the girl is practically his first friend. Hearing this, his mother simply comforts him and assures him that he'll be able to see her again when he goes to the capital. His mother is so hopeful that they'll meet again, so she encourages him to become even more handsome so he can shock her the next time they meet. Hearing this, he just goes silent and realizes at this moment that he can't stay here forever. For this reason, he decides that he'll see her when he visits the capital. Until then, he deeply hopes that Layla stays well. With this in mind, Dane bids the Thermians goodbye, and after that, their carriages zoom off. The Duke sits in the back thinking about something really odd. To him, it's quite odd that whenever he looks at Dane, he's reminded of a certain man. The Duke is reminded of that warrior Argric, who showed the ability of a triple-class warrior at a young age. Duke Thermion thinks back to his encounter with the very talented knight that he killed and feels that if Argric was still alive, he could have become one of the Hexa-class knights of the Drenic Empire. With this in mind, the Duke just makes his way back home, hoping to see what Dane would look like when he's finally grown very soon. A few days later, we caught up with our boy inside his room. The 7-year-old sits on the floor in his room with the summon egg that his sister Claire gave him on his birthday. He's trying to be patient with the egg and still feeding it mana every morning and evening, just as his sister told him to. He knows that it's still too early for the egg to hatch, but he's quite hopeful and eager to see what's inside it. To think that the egg is holding a mysterious familiar makes him really curious. Even if someone isn't a summoner, if they somehow manage to instill the egg with their mana and imprint themselves as the master before it hatches, then they would permanently control the summon that usually only sticks around temporarily. With this in mind, Dane ponders on the situation and concludes that the quality of his mana obviously needs to match that of the familiar. Besides that, he knows that there are probably a lot of tricky conditions that haven't been fulfilled yet. Dane heard that there are eggs that never get to hatch because their conditions are never met. As such, he really hopes that this won't be the case for his own egg. With this in mind, he touches the egg once again and Condi to feed it with mana. He carries it, and as the energy from his magic flows into it, the egg begins to glow. Even if he changes the flow and strength of his mana, there's no reaction. Or at least that's what he feels. After doing his little daily ritual, he takes the egg back to the top of his shelf and places it in the same box it was when Claire presented it to him. Clearly, that's where he always keeps the egg so that he can easily keep an eye on it and spot any changes on it. Sure, he knew that it's still pretty early for it to hatch, but he's also pretty disappointed that it didn't happen after all the mana he imbued in it, and so he figures that it was probably greedy of him to think that he'd be able to succeed in one go. While he's keeping the egg back, someone calls out to him, asking him if he's ready. It turns out that our boy has a little appointment to attend to and it's time for him to head out. The person calling out for him is none other than Herman, so when he recognizes the voice, he already knows what business he's being called for, and as such, he assures the servant that he's coming. He grabs his spear and turns around to head out, but then the egg glows all of a sudden and he senses this strange occurrence. Dane rushes back to the egg to observe it because he's so sure that he definitely just heard a crack. He stares at the egg to examine it properly, and while he's watching it, Herman gets concerned, so he asks what's going on. When Dane doesn't answer, he enters the room to check on the young master, and that's when he sees the boy carefully observing his egg. Our hero tells the guy to wait a second while he checks the egg, and after paying close attention, he realizes that he doesn't actually feel anything different. He starts to think that he was mistaken, so he laughs nervously, feeling a bit disappointed that he got excited for nothing after all. Hearing this, Herman asks Dane if the egg showed a reaction, and our boy just tells him no, stating that he only imagined something. With that being said, he tells the servant that they can now get going, and as the scene shifts, the next thing we see is that our boy is in the middle of another one of his intense training sessions. It's pretty normal for him to do this, but what's shocking is the fact that he's training with a sword and not the spear his father gave him. He executes a really flawless performance, and Herman can't help but applaud him for it. He commends the young master for an amazing training session, but he's also curious to know when Dane started training with the sword. In response, the genius prodigy explains that he just wanted to swing it around a little bit. Herman isn't surprised to see that the boy is really excellent with the sword because it's just the kind of thing you'd expect from a genius after all. Dane takes a look at the sword and smiles, feeling that it was really fun to use a new weapon. It's really amazing to him because he wasn't able to hold a sword during that time because his father has been watching him so closely. As you can imagine, Arkin wouldn't exactly appreciate it if he caught his only son using a sword instead of a spear, so Dane has been hiding this talent from his old man. Thankfully, our boy hasn't lost his special touch after taking a really long break. At this point, Herman comes up to a tray full of snacks, telling him to have a few during his break before he goes back to training. The boy thanks his kind butler and accepts the snacks. With a big smile on his face, he takes the first one and tosses it into his mouth, thinking that it might be good to train in eating snacks as well. Later on, we catch up with Count Arkensagers, who's currently being bothered by something. The man sighs, feeling bad that the same thing every year gets pretty tiring and boring. This year, he wants something different this year, but he also admits that they gained a lot during the banquet the previous year, so right now, he's pretty torn and uncertain of what to do. The Count was able to confirm that many nobles are paying attention to the south, and that most of the nobles are hoping for a good relationship with him and the rest of his family. Since the war ended, the south, with its good climate, holds many things that the nobles covet. As such, he feels that their interests should have been obvious. However, those interests couldn't even be compared to the attention that his son Dane received during his birthday. The conflict with the eldest son of the Count Tyron was something that was way outside his expectations. But then, the boy calmly and logically explained the situation in front of the adults, and not only that, he went on to confidently prove his talents. The thought of this makes Arkin conclude that the boy is way too mature, and the old man sometimes wishes that Dane would even act a bit childish like other kids his age. This is pretty much the spearman's desire, but at the moment, it looks like it's asking for way too much. Just then, he looks over at the clock and realizes that it will soon be time to go. His gaze then shifts to Dragontail, his beloved spear that he hasn't used in a long time, and so, he decides that he'll make his baby swing a bit in the training ground today. The veteran spearman makes his way into the training ground, and from the moment he steps foot in there, he's shocked by what he sees. The old man is absolutely gobsmacked by the scenes in front of him and extremely puzzled when he sees Dane training intensely with the sword. Arkin can't believe his eyes, and the look on his face confirms just how heartbroken he is. He's taken aback by the fact that his only son would be practicing swordsmanship and starts to think of logical reasons for what he's witnessing. The man just stands there in a daze and continues to watch the 7-year-old do his thing. He keeps staring, and from the look on his eyes, one would think he's about to burst into tears. As he ponders on what could possibly make his genius son take up swords, he remembers that Duke Thermion was particularly interested in the boy during his time at the castle. As such, he figures that the damn knight must have said something to Dane to make him want to use swords instead of spears. He remembers Thermion patting his boy on the head and instantly concludes that there's no other reason why the kid would be swinging a sword around all of a sudden after training with the spear for such a long time. Being a really patient man, Arkin just stands still at the entrance and continues to watch Dane swing the blade around. As much as it pains him to see, he's also pretty curious to see how good Dane is with the sword, and boy is he in for a surprise. Our hero was literally one of the most dangerous swordsmen in his former life, and so there's no doubt that he'd still be extremely amazing with swords. Dane swings around the training ground gracefully and effortlessly, leaving his father dumbfounded and bewildered. The old man is stunned to see that his 7-year-old appears very experienced with the sword, and puzzles him too because he has never even seen Dane lift a sword before. Watching the boy do his thing, Arkin notices that the strength he's displaying is something that even those who train with the sword their entire lives can't imitate. It's an unbelievable sight, and the old man can only wonder when the boy even had the time to learn all of this. As confused and curious as he is right now, there's one thing he's sure of, and that's the fact that Dane is definitely talented with the sword as well as the spear. After a while, the Count has finally seen enough, so he interrupts the young boy's training session by revealing that he's been watching him the whole time. And so now, he'd like to know when his 7-year-old son learned swordsmanship. He's standing right in front of our boy at this point, and the look on his face suggests that he's quite pissed because he probably feels that he's been fooled or something. Seeing the upset man standing in front of him with a really stern look on his face, Dane already knows that he's in trouble. He didn't expect his father to be in the training ground at this time, and so he's been caught red-handed. The genius knows that he's been totally exposed now, and he figures that this might actually be the best time to tell his father the truth. With this in mind, he goes ahead to spill the beans, and the first thing he says hits the old man like a bolt from the blue. Dane claims that he didn't really learn the art of swordsmanship, and this shocks the man, who starts to think that it might actually be that his son has the talent. As much as he'd like to believe that, he can't help but feel like things aren't adding up. First, it was spearmanship, then there was magic, before summoning, and now swordsmanship. He can't understand how one child would be blessed with all of these talents, so it really bothers him, and Dane starts to feel nervous now that he hears how crazy it all sounds. The worried father admits that if he was someone else, he wouldn't ever believe that one child would even show talent in all these fields, let alone excel in them. With that being said, the Count suddenly asks the boy if he's curious about the world. Our hero doesn't exactly understand what this means, so he asks to be sure, and his father confirms exactly what he was assuming. It turns out that Arkin is asking Dane if he's curious about the world outside the walls. Right now, with all these he's seen these past few years, the Count is starting to feel that maybe the country is too small for his son's talents. He feels that Dane will be the one losing out if he decides to keep staying here. At this point, the boy becomes really confused. This is a really big decision that he's being asked to make, and he's not sure, but besides that, what Dane can gather from this conversation is the fact that his father has realized that he can no longer hold on to him forever. With this thought in mind, the genius admits that he's curious about the outside world, and the old man just smiles in response. He thinks that this is good and feels that they should start preparing everything so that Dane can be ready to go out into the world. It's as if everything is happening so fast now, and the boy is pretty surprised by how easily his father is letting him go. In response, Arkin reveals that he means everything he's saying, and he admits that it's regretful. But then again, he believes that it's only right for him to heed the desire of his son. On top of that, he reveals that he's brought something special for Dane on this day. He says this and then shows the boy his beloved spear, the dragon tail. Of course, Dane immediately recognizes the beautiful piece, and his father knows this too because it's the same spear that the boy reacted to back on his first birthday. The boy agrees completely with his old man, claiming that he remembers it because it reacted to him that day. Just then, Count Saugers gives our boy the spear, telling him to try holding it for a bit, and the moment Dane tries to carry the weapon, something strange happens. Dragon tail starts vibrating violently at that moment, and it takes a while for it to calm down in Dane's hands, and when it finally does, he notices that it's also glowing. The 7-year-old is amazed by how much power is held within the spear, and while the boy tries to understand the tool, his father just watches with a big smile on his face the whole time. He's glad because the spear is reacting a lot stronger now than it did when Dane was 1. Because of this revelation, the man concludes that nobody will blame him anymore and vows to make sure that his son's talent with the spear shines the brightest. With this in mind, he touches Dane on the shoulder and tells him that he's thinking of making him a master of the spear before he leaves. As such, he wants the boy to be ready for what's coming ahead, and our boy agrees. Arkin tells the boy that the spear will belong to him one day, but before then, he wants him to grow strong enough so that he can wield it with pride. Hearing this, the genius prodigy agrees but admits that he wants to work hard to wield his father's teachings with pride rather than the spear. In response, the excited man smiles proudly, claiming that it's just the kind of thing he expects from his son. Now that they're on the same page, he asks Dane if they can begin, and of course, our boy is ready. Later that evening, after a long day at the training ground, our boy retires to his room and flops down on the bed. There, he thinks about everything he discussed with his father and wonders what the outside world is like. The boy has always been curious about it, and even during the days when he was roaming about on the battlefield, he's always wanted to know what it was like on the other side. Back in his former life as Ardric the Knight, all he knew was war. From tidying camp, to cleaning his weapons and eating bland food, that was pretty much the entirety of his life as a knight. Out of everything, going to battle was the best part of his life. The only way to escape was for the war to end or die in battle. Just those two ways. There was no other way to get out of the war. As Ardric, he couldn't even imagine living a life outside the battlefield. But as Dane, the situation is different. The boy doesn't know how his talent will be used or how the world will accept him, or even what he can do in the outside world. But now, he has the opportunity to travel everywhere and accomplish anything. For a while, all he wanted was to stay and enjoy the warmth of this place. However, thanks to his father's question, his thoughts have changed, and as such, he is now ready to go outside. Just then, someone enters the room, feeling that the boy has already made a decision, and this shocks Dane. He shoots up from his bed feeling startled and is surprised to see that it's his mother who entered the room. He didn't expect her to be the one, so he asked her when she came in. While he's still trying to catch his breath, the blonde woman just gives him a warm smile, suggesting that she is just as proud of him as his father is. Seeing the look of shock all over his face, she calmly tells him not to worry and explains that he didn't hear her knock on the door because he was so deep in thought. Dane is surprised but also a bit relieved after she explains this, so she confirms it and tells him that she heard what he and his father discussed. Arkin told her that the big would be deep in thought, so she came to check up on him and ask him if he's actually curious about the world outside the county. In response, the white-haired boy says yes, revealing that his father said it would be a waste of his talent for him to stay here. After thinking about it for a while, he admits that he's curious about the outside world as well, which means that everything is actually leading him to leave the county. Dane apologizes to his mother because he knows that she'd have a hard time letting him go. He's the last child at home, and once he leaves, she'll have no one left in the nest. Even though she'll miss him dearly, she also wants what is best for him, so she tells him not to apologize and pulls him into a hug. He points out how his sisters aren't even around to keep Lily company, but she tells him not to worry, assuring him that she's fine, and tells him that she knows how amazing his talent is. With that being said, she believes that the outside world would have eventually called for him even if he didn't make this decision now, and so, she feels that he should take the bold leap. She admits that it would be amazing if he could stay there longer with her, but she knows that the world wouldn't let him do that. Because of this, she encourages him to go do what he wants to do. They both share a wholesome moment, and the boy promises her that he'll return often and tell her all about the outside world even if he decides to go. So, she thanks him for this. Now that he's said this, she concludes that she'll need to prepare to send him out there just like his father has, but Dane is puzzled, wondering what she means by preparation. At this point, she reveals that she was planning to teach him tracking and going slowly from there, but now she feels that they'll need to get him on board with settings and avoiding traps. Dane realizes that he'll also be receiving special lessons from his mother as well, and just thinking about this gets him exhausted. The woman talks about skills for getting rid of corpses and plans to teach him about the human body, so he concludes that he'll be exhausted before he even steps foot in the outside world. Overall, the woman is excited to teach him many things, and Dane promises to do his best to learn them. He's about to get special lessons from his parents with love, and if he's going to make it in the outside world, then he'll need to get ready for what's ahead. The story continues, and as the scene shifts, we resume in the southern region of the Althian Empire, that is Sagres County. With its warm climate and abundant natural resources, the place became a cornerstone of the Althian Empire, and this was also that they would not tire out during the war. That's right, the county became one of the most precious parts of the empire, and thanks to Count Arkansagre's magnanimous ruling, it was a region of peace and warmth for the longest time. After the war was finally over, the few remaining rebel forces were all apprehended as well. At least, an era of peace which feels to persist for eternity has returned, and the people of the Sagres County are so blessed to enjoy such times. Along the streets of the beautiful county, people walk around peacefully, and some of them start talking about the rumors they heard recently. It appears that the young Master Dane visited the shops in the county, and it's a really big deal for them because our boy isn't exactly the kind of character they expect to leave the confines of the Sagres Manor at such a young age. They're shocked by the news, and those who hadn't heard about it before are immediately told how Dane apparently even went and bought something from a shop. It's such a rare thing to see Dane leave the manor that people are even saying that the eldest daughter of the shopkeeper even fainted when she saw the young genius in their establishment. Now that the rumors are spreading like wildfire, more and more people are starting to believe it, and it's still pretty baffling to them because of how strange it is. Two girls in the crowds hear this and begin to talk about the other rumors they've heard about Dane Sagres. Apparently, they were told that the white-haired prodigy becomes more handsome by the day, and for this reason, they wish that they would be lucky enough to see his face even once. Unsurprisingly, one of the girls is in love with the Count's son, and since they've not heard any news of him being betrothed to anyone, she starts to feel that there won't be any harm in trying to make him fall in love with them. The girl makes this suggestion to her friend, but she's immediately shunned for it. Her friend asks her if she's crazy and lets her know that it's a terrible idea because the genius prodigy is still only 14 years old. That's right, our boy is pretty grown now, and since it's been 7 years since the last time we saw him, it makes you wonder how Dane looks now. Anyway, back to the story. The infatuated girl refuses to be discouraged by her friend, claiming that Dane doesn't look anything like a 14-year-old from what she's heard. Hearing this, her friend is surprised, and so the love-struck girl reveals that Dane is already as tall as his father. It's pretty impressive to know this, and the girls conclude that the boy is already so tall because the Count is also really tall himself. To them, this must be the genes at work, and this just makes the infatuated girl crush even harder on the genius prodigy. Even if nothing else is certain, one thing that is clear to her is the fact that Dane could be mistaken for a 20-year-old with his current height. The girl is so eager to see the genius prodigy, and she's pretty confident that she'll get to meet him one day. She begins to imagine what it would be like and admits that her heart would probably stop the day she finally gets to behold his silver hair and beautiful green eyes. At this point, both girls are already crushing pretty hard, and the first one decides that she'll have to see Dane the next time he comes into the county. At this point, her friend reveals that she heard he now visits the shops in the town more frequently, and if that's the case, then her chances of seeing the beautiful boy are increased. Now that she thinks about this, she remembers it's the same thing she heard from the forest keeper. With this in mind, the love-struck girl concludes that it would be a good idea to go see the forest keeper first before going from there. And at this point, her friend realizes that she's actually serious about getting Dane to fall for her. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and we're taken to the county outskirts, which is pretty much a forest. It's an area infused with ancient magic, and it's called the Forest of the Last Days. This is where our boy is currently, and right now, he's in the middle of executing the escape mission that his mother Lily Sagres gave him a while ago. That's right, our boy is now training seriously to become an assassin courtesy of his mother. It's been 7 years since his parents decided to teach him their skills together, so you can imagine how good the boy would be by now. With a spear in hand, he walks through the magical forest wearing a hood to ensure he's less conspicuous. Using a paper, he can tell that the wind is blowing in a southward direction, so now that he knows where to go, he keeps the paper back and springs back into action. Dane remembers seeing the Cheryl spider in this part of the forest before, so he knows that he'll need to go west. He looks pretty worried all of a sudden when he realizes that he has 3 more hours to complete his mission. From the look on his face, you can assume that it's not enough time because he needs to get out of the forest before the sun sets. With this sense of urgency, he picks up the pace and gets back to business. Using extremely impressive skill, the boy swings through the trees, jumping from branch to branch with insane speed. From the way he's moving up there, anyone would assume that this guy is an experienced ninja at this point. He's so focused right now, and with each step he takes, he gets closer to his goal. Dane is determined to complete his mission before sunset, and he knows that every second counts. Another reason he's moving so quickly is so that he doesn't get seen by anyone. He's training to be an assassin after all, and one of the most important things in assassination is to avoid getting caught by enemies. With this in mind, he moves like the wind, making it impossible for anyone to see him. During the set period, our boy needs to avoid the traps and nets set up by his mother. He needs to evade all the obstacles placed in the way that are waiting for him, and he also needs to escape from the forest, which is already famous for housing all sorts of dangers. After using his display of blistering speed, Dane finally reaches a part of the forest where it looks like he can take a breather for a while. He seems to have avoided many of the traps already, and now, rather than moving swiftly, it would be wiser to tread slowly and carefully so that he can observe the environment. Dane hides behind a rock for a while, and as he scans the area, he remembers that he's supposed to breathe in order to take in the mana from his surroundings. After taking a deep breath, he holds it in with the mana for a while before exhaling again. It appears that this is a new technique he's learned to help him absorb mana from the environment around him. After prioritizing stealth and assimilating with the surroundings, Dane is finally ready to finish his mission. He knows that the traps are hidden in unexpected areas, and just like that they begin to reveal themselves. All of a sudden many webs start to appear hidden in the trees. They tangled all over the place, and it's clear that he would have been caught in them if he had not seen them using his new skill. Because he has assimilated with the surroundings, he can now see all the traps that were hidden and waiting for him. The boy is pretty dazed when he sees this because he didn't imagine that there would be so many. Really think strings that are nearly transparent fill the entire area, and as our boy looks at this, he realizes that the traps will activate as soon as he touches them. Now that the prodigy knows the kind of traps his mother set up for him, he's pretty impressed because even though it's the most basic type, this is also the most dangerous mechanism for setting up traps. Of course, this is a very functional trap, but at the same time he is relieved because he knows that it's pretty easy to disarm. At this point, the boy starts rolling up his sleeves as he prepares to take on the deadly trap before him. Just when he thinks he's about to easily disarm the trap, he's horrified by what he sees in front of him. His eyes widen in shock as he sees the gigantic rodent monsters coming out of the forest, and these angry creatures don't look like they came out to play. They emerge from the shadows like bandits, and the moment our boy sees them, he knows that he's in a lot of trouble. Our hero didn't expect to see them here. These creatures are the last thing expected to meet at this part of the forest. While the white-haired boy is still trying to figure out what's going on, the deadly-looking giant rats pounce on him. Dane is so confused when he sees them coming at him, and as these big monsters come toward him, he immediately recognizes them as a Rusult pack. Apparently, that's the name of these big rodents with spikes coming out of their bodies. The prodigy admits that he didn't expect them to appear here, and he knows that these creatures are going to cause him a lot of trouble because he doesn't have much time left in the forest. The boy's in the mission and he has very little time left, so the fact that these creatures are charging at him with crazy speed makes him pretty scared. These monster rats are not part of his mission, and so concludes that he needs to deal with them quickly. With this in mind, he quickly grabs his spear and prepares to battle them. But just when he's about to take his weapon into action, remembers that he's literally surrounded by tiny dangerous strings, waiting to be triggered by his movement. Our boy realizes it will be more dangerous if he touches the traps by accident in the process of fighting the monsters. As much as he would prefer not to trigger traps, these red-eyed rats don't seem to be thinking in the same way he is, and so he knows that he needs to defend himself. He doesn't have a choice right now, and his situation can't be helped, so he's forced to take on the Rusult pack. In a matter of seconds, the extremely fast creatures closing on him. At this point, he concludes that the wisest thing to do would be to retreat because he needs to get out of here, at least for now. The red-eyed monsters pursue him as he runs through the forest. Even after running a really long distance, they don't seem to be slowing down even a little. Every once in a while, he glances back and starts to feel worried because not only are they extremely fast, but they also seem to become more numerous each time he looks back. Running through the magical forest, our boy still tries his best not to accidentally trigger tiny strings on go all over the place. The traps are still very much waiting for him to accidentally activate them, so he knows that has to be really careful even though he's running for his life. However, these ferocious rodents that are currently after him don't seem to care about that until one accidentally runs through the string web. As you can imagine, the strings immediately activate the trap, and all of a sudden, hundreds of spikes shoot out of nowhere, impaling the giant red-eye rats, killing them on the spot. Before the monsters even know what's going on, the spikes shoot right through them, and they all fall down wincing in agony as they slowly die. At this point, our boy turns around with a smile on his face. He's got to see that he fell for it, and turns out that he actually ran away to lead them into the traps. As the mindless creatures that they are, they fell for it and ended up meeting their death, and this makes our boy really proud of himself because he literally dealt with them without having to do anything. Dane is still in the middle of celebrating when all of a sudden he turns around, sees even more of the giant rat monsters coming at him. Just when he thought that he had won, a second wave of relentless rodents charge at him. His eyes widen in shock when he sees the creatures running towards him. Here he was, thinking that he was finally safe, only for him to realize that he's at this point way more number than he could imagine. The boy just stands there in the daze, not knowing what else to do and why he is still trying to think of a plan. One of the big rats jumps on him. The creature almost pounces on our boy, but just when it looks like it's all over for him, he manages to swiftly evade the attack. As the big rat slides past him, he takes a closer look at it and is pretty overwhelmed by how fast it actually is. The giant rodent suddenly turns around, but then rather than run toward him again, it stands still, opening its mouth wide, and in a shocking twist, it shoots out an unknown substance. Our white-haired hero doesn't know what this chemical is, but he's really certain that whatever it is, it's actually going to be dangerous. With this in mind, he starts spinning his spear around, allowing the force generated from it to push back the strange substance being spat at him. While he's spinning his spear around, the look on his face suggests that he cannot do this any longer. Dan looks pretty frustrated right now because he knows that he's supposed to be finishing his mission. But here he is, fighting off big rats that are spitting strange stuff at him. The boy sighs in exhaustion and frustration, realizing that he can't waste his time here any longer. Next line, he needs to be somewhere else, so the earlier he's done with these big rats, the better for him. With this in mind, he decides that it's finally time for him to fight the monsters. So far running hasn't worked out properly for him, so he concludes he's gonna have to beat the shit out of these rats so that he can get back to his important mission. That being said, Dane grabs his spear and charges it up with his magical energy, and then he leaps into action, driving the spear into each and every one of the rodent monsters in his path. Our boy slices through all of the monsters with his spear, splitting them in half as he runs through them like a steam train, and with each slice, the monsters vanish, allowing him to escape until he makes his way to safety. The scene changes, and the story continues later that evening, where we find our white-headed prodigy lying on the floor in the outer part of the forest. It's almost sunset and it's beginning to get dark, which means that Dane should probably be done with his mission. The boy is currently lying down in exhaustion, with his trusty spear lying next to him. He's so tired and feels like he's about to throw up because of how stressed out he is. Gasps for air as he tries to catch his breath after running several miles within the magical forest. Thankfully, you made it out of life and he's grateful that he safely escaped the place. However, just when it looks like he's finally safe and sound, he sent you something strange again. The strange aura fills the air and he groans at the sense of it, because he feels that someone is coming for him. All he wants to do right now is have some rest, but it looks as though our boy won't be able to catch a break anytime soon. With this in mind, quickly grabs the spear and gets back on his feet, as he braces himself for what's coming and prepares to face whoever is trying to sneak up on him. The boy curses out in frustration, feeling that just when he let his guard down, another problem appeared. Dane points his spear at the person trying to sneak up on him, and just when he thinks he's about to get into another fight, he takes a closer look and realizes that the person is none other than his own mother. He is shocked to see her, but clearly she has been watching him, and that's why she's able to smile right now. The woman looks really impressed with what she just saw him do in the forest. So, she commends him on a job well done and reveals that he was even faster than she was in the forest, confirming that he finished his mission in a total of 3 hours and 30 minutes. It appears that the boy didn't even know she had been watching him the whole time. So, he asks if she was, so she confirms that she was watching him and explains that she can't just leave him alone in the forest. After all, she's his mother and she's supposed to be guiding her through his assassin training. It wouldn't make sense if she had just abandoned him in the forest without any supervision. The woman admits that she knows his talent better than anyone. But then again, she's his mother, so as his mentor it's a little different for her what it would be if she was teaching anyone else. Hearing this, Dane can understand how it feels for her, so she's happy to see that they're on the same page. With a big smile on her face, she tells him that he was amazing and commend him for doing very well on his mission. She's so impressed that she couldn't even find a single fault in his performance. Now that she's done praising him, she'd like to know if he's all good or if he got hurt at all during his little mission. In response, the boy tells her that he's fine and confirms that he has no injuries. Hearing this, the proud mother pinches his cheeks and tells him that he'll end up getting scouted as an assassin if he continues at this rate. The boy laughs happily as his mother grabs his face, and then all of a sudden takes out a blade from her sleeve, and then gives it to him. Lily tells Dane to take the knife, feeling that it will fit him better than it does her now. After all, he's already on his way to becoming a great assassin. She is on our way to completely retiring from the game. Seeing this, the boy is shocked because he recognizes this life as his mother's daughter, the famous Night Horn. He knows how special it is to her, so he's afraid that he shouldn't take it. However, the woman assures him that it's fine, reminding him that she won't be using it anymore anyway. That being said, he finally accepts the gift. And as he uncovers the blade, he is left speechless. When Lil sees the look on his face, she decides to give him a little lecture on the special knife, telling him that the Night Horn was created from the mysterious ethereal ore. The ore can take the elements of the object, and she tells him that he can store all the poisons in the world inside the blade if he wishes to. Our boy stares at his reflection on the blade, feeling a little overwhelmed. He's not too surprised by what his mother just told him because he knows that the dagger can even allow him to mix the absorbed poisons and use them the way he chooses. All of this, the boy thanks his mother and promises to treat the knife well. In response, thanks her son as well, and then suggests that they should return home now. Dane puts the knife back into his room and figures that he is pretty much done with assassin training because from what he can see this is all the training he can get from his mother. All of a sudden, the whole moment is interrupted by a loud noise coming from the forest, which causes many of the birds to fly out in fear. The mother and son are shocked when they hear this and they are also pretty confused. Dane asks her if she heard it, and she confirms that she did, telling him that someone seems to be in the forest. She doesn't intend to find out who it is, so she tells him that they should quickly go home, to which the boy agrees. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Saugers County Annex Tower where we hear someone coughing violently from inside his room. The man continues to groan and scream in his sleep until finally, he wakes up from his nightmare and shoots out of the bed. He looks really dazed and confused, like he has no idea what has been happening to him. The old man doesn't even know where he is, because the last thing he remembers was that he was definitely eating mushrooms in the forest. While the old man is still trying to figure out where he even is, someone enters the room, seemingly surprised to see that he's awake. It turns out to be our boy, who's currently coming into the room with a tray with water in it to serve the man. Dane informs the strange man that he's still being detoxified, and Search advises the man not to move while in the bed. The old man sees the young boy coming towards him, and he's so confused because he has no idea who the young man is or what he's talking about. He doesn't understand what he means by detoxified, so he asks our boy if he saved him in the forest. In response, Dane reveals that he did save the man, explaining that the guy actually ate a red-nosed mushroom. Normally, this would have killed the old man, but fortunately, Dane and his mother found him in time, so they were able to save his life. Hearing this, the old man is shocked, but he also finally realizes why he's currently very far away from his home. He didn't know that the mushroom he ate was a red nose, so now he begins to panic, knowing just how deadly that plant is. Our boy confirms this, explaining that it's a dangerous mushroom, claiming that the old man would have been a corpse if they were even a little late to get to him. After explaining this, the boy offers the man a cup of water, knowing that this will help him detoxify faster. At this point, the dazed old man is still in shock, but he's grateful that he was saved just in time, so he takes a cup of water and thanks the young boy. The old man takes a sip of water, and while he's at it, Dane takes the chance to get a closer look at the man. The boy is surprised when he realizes that the man's belt had the insignia of the Nixon Magic Tower. For this reason, the prodigy is certain that the stranger is no ordinary person. Dane remembers what happened at the forest and recalls that if it wasn't for the night horn, he wouldn't have been able to save the old man. After drinking the water, the strange old man gives our boy the empty cup back and thanks him before asking him where exactly they are. In response, the boy reveals that this is Saugus County's Annex Tower. Hearing this, the moment is surprising because he didn't imagine that he would come this far. Places his hand on his head, looking really frustrated because he now knows that not only did he get lost in the southern region, but he also got poisoned by the mushroom and walked all the way there. At this point, Dane can sense the man's frustration, so he simply advises the old man to take some rest for now. He then reveals that he has informed his father, claiming that his old man will soon come to see the strange person he saved. The white-haired stranger is confused when he hears this, because he probably doesn't get why they would tell his father about this. So, he asks the boy who he is, and it's at this point that the prodigy reveals that he is the youngest son of Count Saugus. Dane introduces himself to the man, and after being shocked for a split second, the bearded old man realizes that the kid in front of him is the younger brother of Arabella. The reason he knows Arabella is because the girl is considered the genius of her academy, and she's being eyed by all the magic towers. Now that he knows who Dane is, he curiously asks the boy how on earth he found him. In response, the kid explains that he was just training with his mother in the forest. However, the old man is shocked to hear that anyone would even be training in that crazy forest. Even as an 8-chain mage, the old man still managed to lose his way in that forest. The old man had to fight crazy giant rat monsters in the forest too, so he knows how difficult it is to survive in a place like that, and this makes him even more impressed by the young man standing in front of him. Because he had to fight off several monsters in the magic forest, the flow of mana reversed while he was casting his spell. Unfortunately, this led to his body being ruined. This made things even worse for him because he had already been poisoned by the red-nosed mushroom that he ate in the forest. Now that he's been detoxified at least a bit, it feels a lot better and is now able to ask if it is true that the entire forest holds ancient mana. He's not from around here, so he'd like someone like Dane to tell him more about the place. The old man really had a hard time while he was in the magic forest, especially because of those damn traps everywhere. He's pretty frustrated right now because of what you had to go through, and when our boy senses this, he casually informs the man that everything he just is actually correct. He reveals that the forest belongs to them and then confirms that it is a dangerous place for anyone who isn't a member of the Saugus house. This is pretty serious because even though Dane is a member of Saugus house, he still got hunted down by the Rusult pack, so imagine what would happen to a person who has no ties with the family at all. Besides that, he explains that the flow of mana in the forest is different from what modern mages use. Our boy states that the forest is the worst place for a mage to be, and then goes on to inform the man that he was in a lot more danger because of the mushroom poisoning too. Hearing this, the old man is speechless for a while, and after processing everything the boy just said, it becomes very clear to him how much danger he was in. The fact that he nearly ended up dead in that mysterious forest probably sends chills down his spine, and so he's a lot more grateful for Dane's intervention. While thinking about all of this, he suddenly realizes something that is pretty baffling to him. His eyes widen as the thought runs through his mind in a flash because everything that he just heard suggests that Dane is already strong enough to train in the forest. This doesn't sound right to him because he's so sure that the kid is still very young. He's really intrigued by the boy at this point, but he doesn't want to react too much. He first of all wants to confirm just how special the kid is, so he asks Dane if he's the one who made the antidote as well. In response, the white-haired boy confirms that he was the one that made the cure too, and this just leaves the man speechless once again. From all indications, the boy is pretty young and this old man can clearly see that he's only somewhere in his teens. But nothing about the kid is adding up and this baffles the stranger. The gears in his head begin to turn as he tries to figure out how a 14-year-old boy formulated an antidote that requires extensive knowledge and precise production skills. It's practically impossible for anyone else, but then again, the old man remembers that this boy is the younger brother of the genius Arabella, and it makes him a little less baffled. The only thing he's wondering right now is how a family like this can even exist. His older sisters are already 2 generational geniuses, but that wasn't enough, and now even their youngest brother is a genius too. After everything he's discovered today, this old man concludes that if the continent was still at war, Sagres County may have become the most powerful noble house within the Althian Empire without a doubt. With all of this in mind, the old man burst out laughing, feeling rather amazed by the kids and grateful to have been saved by him. In the middle of his laughter, he tells the boy that he's greatly indebted to him, and in response, Dane assures the man that he is indeed, rather than being modest or something. When the stranger hears this, he's shocked and pretty much dumbfounded because that was the last thing he expected the boy to say in response. He didn't imagine that the 14-year-old would be bold enough to tell him that he actually owes him. For this reason, concludes that the kid is really bold, even though it's actually annoying in a way. After a brief pause followed by an awkward silence, the old man clears his throat and then suggests that he should pay back any debt that he incurs while the Annex Tower. He promises to do so, but first, he decides that it's high time he introduced himself. That being said, he reviews that his name is Sidrain Gauss, telling the boy that not too long ago, he was the head of the Nixon Magic Tower. He's really grateful for what Dane has done for him so far, and to show his gratitude, he officially invites the kid to share whatever he would like with him. After all, he has everything except what he doesn't have, and when you think about it, this is a pretty cunning way of repaying someone if you ask me. That's right, this old man doesn't actually have a lot left because he was the former head of the Nixon Magic Tower. Hearing this offer, a big smile appears on Dane's face because he feels that the old man must be referring to a subspace. Amused by this, he responds to the old man, showing very little interest in what he just said. Our boy knows that there are plenty of mages who survive without a home and placing everything in the subspace, and this is probably what Sidrain has been doing since he lost his position as the head of the Nixon Tower. The magician is surprised by Dane's reaction because normally when people hear that you're the head of a mage tower, they'll want to kiss your feet. Most people would be surprised or humbled to be in the presence of someone that can, but this young man standing before him is practically unfazed, and this really puzzles the old man. The mage expects the boy to be freaking out right now and excited, but what he's seeing is the opposite. Baffled by the kid's nonchalance, he informs the boy that he won't ever get a chance like this again. He feels that the kid might be a bit shy, so he encourages them to say what he feels and not hold back. He really wants the boy to be impressed, so he tells them to state anything that he wants. Hearing this, our boy actually starts to ponder a bit, and he looks like he might actually be thinking of something to request from the old mage. The lad sees the boy thinking, and a smile appears on his face because he feels that Dane will finally show some interest in his offer. However, after a few seconds, our boy simply tells the former head of the magic tower that you take his time to think about it. This response obviously comes off as arrogance and rude because the man knows that there are people who die for such an opportunity. However, this kid doesn't seem even a little bit moved by it. He gets frustrated at this point, and you can literally see the giant vein popping out of his head, suggesting that he's extremely mad. The boy is indifferent till the end, and it makes this old mage wonder what kind of child he even is. After Dane turns down his offer one more time, he takes back the cup, puts it on the tray, and turns around to leave the room. Before leaving though, advises the old man to get some rest, and before the mage can even respond, he walks out the room and shuts the door. Sidrain's pride disappears in that moment because he's never been underrated like that before. Most people are ready to worship him and do anything in their power to be in the same space as him. Yet, he was literally begging this 14-year-old to accept his offer. The man rubs his head in confusion, because this is the first time he's ever been treated this way. Before, he was thinking of taking his leave after staying a day or two, but after what he just saw, he realizes that leaving after such a short time will not do. Right now, this old mage is determined to find out what exactly makes this young genius prodigy the way he is. He now wants to stay longer so that he can have a closer look at the interesting fellow who saved his life. While the old man is scheming all of this inside the room, our boy cluelessly walks down the hall and makes way back to whatever he was doing before, having no idea that the mage has taken so much interest in him. The scene shifts, and as the story continues, we're taken back out to the streets of Sagres County. It didn't take long for word to spread about the head of a magic tower who was saved by the genius prodigy. Back inside the castle, Dane is approached by Herman, who's really interested in the old man. He believes that the mage must be remarkably skilled in the field of magic, and he is sure of this because from what he's heard, Sidrain is an 8-chain mage. This piece of information intrigues him a lot because he hasn't ever encountered any mage on a higher level than Lady Arabella. Our boy confirms that the old man is a more experienced magician than his older sister, and Herman just responds by informing the young master that this means a powerful figure is not indebted to him. He goes on to talk about how magic towers function as independent territories of the continent, almost like a nation on its own. Hearing this, the boy admits that he's a bit surprised because he would have never imagined that the dying money saved would be such an influential person. In response, Herman agrees, but he also admits that he wonders what the head of a magic tower was even doing wandering in the forest. Our boy is in the middle of training currently, but he's also able to engage Herman in conversation. So, informs the butler that the forest is no ordinary place. The boy reveals that it's what the mages considered a forbidden area, so much so that they named the place the Forest of the Last Days. Hearing this, Herman suggests that the forest would indeed pose a challenge even for mages. But then again, he also states that the old man is fortunate enough to have lived all thanks to the young master. At this point, Dane takes a pause in his training, because he notices something he doesn't like on the sword he's using. The boy stares at his reflection on the blade for a while and then suddenly tells Herman to get him a new sword. The prodigy makes this request with a really stern voice, explaining that the swords he's using right now are all lightweight and short. Hearing this, Herman panics because he doesn't know how to explain that the swords there are all spoils of war that the Count brought back. There are literally no other swords, so there's nothing the butler can do right now. However, he promises to prepare a long sword for training the following day, and so our boy thanks him and decides that he'll just wrap up his training session with the current sword for the day. All of a sudden, a thought flashes across his mind and he remembers a gift that he was given years ago. Dane recalls the day that Duke Thermion gave him a crest. It's already been 7 years since the day that the Hexa-class knight gave our boy the special insignia that allows him to acquire any sword of his choice from the greatest forge in the entire empire. And he's only just remembering today that he actually has something like that. Small smile appears on Dane's face as he thinks about it, and then he makes up his mind to visit the Duke if he goes to the capital. Our boy wraps up his train for the day and on his way out of the training ground, he's approached by his father, the Count, who notices that the boy has been training incredibly hard. In response, the young master confirms his father's guess and then expresses how surprised he is to see his old man. He thought that the Count had issues to attend to outside the castle, so he didn't expect to see him back so early. Hearing this, Arkan just smiles and then reveals the things wrapped up earlier than expected over there. He also explains that he had a reason to hurry home. And before he can even see what it is, the white-haired boy already kisses that you must have been because of the news of the mage he rescued. The Count doesn't deny this, before admitting that the old mage might even be of help to Arabella. Arkan feels that the man might be a good master for his daughter, so he's pretty interested in having a chat with his guest. Dane isn't surprised when his father says this, because he already imagined that his dad would want the head of a magic tower to be of help to Arabella. However, our boy is not sure that he would be able to handle his big sister's temperament. Can't blame him for thinking this way when he knows that Arabella literally punched one annoying senior of hers in the academy. Anyway, back to the main point, which is the fact that the Count came back to see the head of the magic tower. He pats the boy on the shoulder and tells him that he did well in saving another's life. The Count is proud of his son and he doesn't have a problem showing it. In response, our boy simply states that he only did what had to be done. But this is where his father disagrees with him, explaining that what he did is not something that just anyone can do. Hearing this, the prodigy smiles, feeling really honored by what his father just told him. Arkan informs him that what he did was amazing and not just an ordinary thing. The father and son walk back into the castle, and along the way, Dane asks if his sisters will still be unable to come back home this time. Concerning that, the man expresses a bit of frustration, wondering why it's so difficult to even catch a glimpse of his own daughter's faces nowadays. Unfortunately, this means that the girls won't be able to come back home. This is because Arabella has just finished up her extended semester and is seeking a magic tower to join. As for Claire, well, she received a request form from her professor to take up an appointment as an assistant professor. Hearing all of this, the boy is really proud of his sisters, feeling that they're both so impressive. His father agrees, stating that the girls are truly impressive, but then again reminds Dane that he has high expectations of him. So much so that he wonders how the world will handle his son who has so many talents. At this point, Dane can only wonder as well, which just makes his father burst and laughter come up because the thought of him catching his old friend the Duke of Guard amuses him a lot. At the mention of the Duke's name, a small smile creeps up on Dane's face as he remembers the Hexa class who ended his previous life. He's no longer so desperate for revenge, but he would actually love to cross blades with that veteran again someday. In any case, do you understand how Layla is faring, because her last letter came about a year ago and he hasn't seen her in a long time? As he thinks about this, he realizes that he can just simply find out when he goes to the capital, so he makes up his mind to do that. A few days later, we are once again taken back to the Annex Tower where Sidrain is currently arguing with one of the servants. The old mage instructions when he's told that he's not fully recovered and claims he's about to go crazy from staying in the room for so long. Response, and stubborn servant simply tells him not to venture too far out and forbids him from using magic henceforth in the tower. This new rule comes as another shock to the old man, but the servant insists that he shouldn't use magic because his magic reflux has not yet been purified. In other words, the poison in his body has yet to be fully nullified and he will have to wait a bit longer in the tower. Hearing this, the former tower head concludes that he doesn't have much of a choice and accepts his fate not to be able to use magic. As much as he's willing to stay without his powers, he cannot stand being locked in the room for another minute, so he storms out and the servant just watches him leave, reminding him that he doesn't even know his way around the place. The servant does his best to convince the mage otherwise, but Sidrain is adamant, so he just lets him go even though he'll be the one who gets punished if the mage stirs up trouble. Turns out that this old man has already cut the attention of some of the castle residents. The maids are currently gossiping about him, cleaning about how he wins up and down every single floor in the tower, and this just makes them conclude that mages are either geniuses or nutcases. Currently, Sidrain is in the backyard, where he's spent a few hours looking at the flowers. His behavior isn't really adding up to them because he's supposed to be an incredibly powerful figure among the mages, but right now he's just looking like a man that has gone completely nuts. Because of this, they start to feel that he would be a bad teacher for Arabella because their lady needs normalcy in her life. While the maids are saying all sorts of things about this white-haired magician, the man in question sits in the garden wondering who crafted the place. He admires the flowers and admits that he would never have guessed that they possess such extraordinary magic. His little flower staring session is interrupted when Dane drops by to see how he is doing. Our boy is surprised to see him in the garden and the old man just responds laughing, suggesting that they all thought he ran off or something. Sidrain immediately starts complaining about how he's being kept in the place against his wish. He explains that he can't even run away if he wanted because he was told to stay here until he fully recovers, and Dane just laughs in response, claiming that he wishes him a speedy recovery. In any case, the mage admits that the manor is a fine place for one to rest and recover. He now understands why nobles come south once vacation season hits. Dane agrees with him, but reveals that it's a shame he'll have to leave soon. Sidrain is surprised to hear this, so he asks Dane where he's going off to. The boy reveals that he's going to the capital very soon, and the mage concludes that he's finally enrolling into the academy. He knows that Dane's sisters are there already, so he thinks it's a good idea, feeling that the kid will have an easy life over there. Dane's sisters are famous for having sublime levels of talent, and this makes the old mage wonder how much talent the 14-year-old has. The boy is literally standing in front of him, so his curiosity gets the better of him as he decides to take a look for himself rather than wondering all the time. Using his special senses, Sidrain takes a peek and is immediately shocked by how dense Dane's mana is. It's unbelievably dense, and if geniuses his age group could be considered a stream, then he's certain that the kid must be a raging rapid. The old man is still trying to wrap his head around what he just saw, and Dane notices that he's acting weird again. Such an amount of magic would normally be so unstable that it would be bursting out, so he doesn't get how Dane's body contains it so easily. Just then, the boy warns him not to assess another person's magic without permission because it's rude, and this leaves Sidrain pretty embarrassed because he should have known better. He nervously asks how our boy could tell what he was doing and then apologizes for being so thoughtless. On the outside, he looks like he'll finally stop poking around, but deep down, he can't believe that it's possible for a boy to possess such dense mana. Dane catches the old man pondering deeply again and starts wondering what the man could have seen to make him so surprised. While our boy is still trying to figure out what the mage is thinking about, Sidrain suddenly realizes something. Apparently, he feels that he should be seeing a circle because that's basically what should follow that kind of density. For him to be talking like this, it's pretty clear that he's still assessing the boy without his consent, and while he's still trying to invade Dane's privacy, he sees something else that gets him even more shocked than before. The old man is horrified when he sees this. He can't believe his eyes because it turns out that after using his magical eyes, he realizes that the boy's heart is covered in magic and that he actually has 2 mana cores. The old magician suddenly gets upset when he sees this. It looks as though he's even jealous of the kid, and you can't blame him because most people don't even have a single mana core, and then there's this little kid having 2. I guess that's what happens when you're a prodigy, right? Starts grumbling all of a sudden and then angrily asks the young master how on earth he was able to form 2 mana cores. The boy is just confused when he says this unexpected reaction from the old mage because probably thought that there was nothing wrong with having 2 mana cores. Baffled by the man's behavior, the 14-year-old quickly asks the white-haired geezer if there's something wrong with forming them. After all, he doesn't exactly see a problem with it. In response, Sidrain tells him that there is in fact a problem with it. Apparently, he doesn't understand how the boy is really planning to wield a spear when he possesses such a crazy density of mana. At this point, the prodigy is pretty confused, so the old mage decides to enlighten him further. He tells them that he's voluntarily turning his back on the greatest talent ever seen by possessing this kind of magic with just cores alone and no circles. At first, our boys didn't understand why the man was freaking out so much, but after hearing this, he's shocked. His eyes widen as he realizes just what a big deal it is. But then again, he also feels that you should be able to use both of them. He doesn't see a reason why you shouldn't be able to use circles and cores at the same time. Hearing this, Sidrain just gets pissed so much that he starts screaming in frustration. Apparently, the white-haired boy still doesn't get what he's trying to see, and it's making him lose his mind. Clearly, this old man has a pretty short temper, so the fact that Dane still doesn't get what he's saying makes him really unsettled. He starts wondering where in the world you should even start explaining the concept from, and while he's throwing a tantrum, our hero just watches him feeling pretty perplexed. After venting out his frustration for a bit, the magician finally comes down and decides to try his best to explain things. It starts by asking the boy if he knows why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short. Obviously, that's a rhetorical question, so before the kid can even answer, he goes on to break things down. Sidrain reveals that magic swordsmen are so powerful because they possess both mana cores and circles simultaneously. However, this power comes at the cost, because it turns out that the cores and circles interfere with each other, and when they clash, a big problem usually arises. The man explains that this phenomenon is the law of sorts, stating that the mana compressed in the core is transmitted to the circle. As a result, this means that the circle will not be able to handle the results of their clash, leading it to burst. Hearing this, the kid is a bit shocked and a little overwhelmed. The thing is, he had actually figured out about as much for himself, but to hear this man explain it in this manner, he wonders if it's truly impossible for him to have mana and circles. At this point, the magician just shakes his head in disappointment, suggesting that it's such a waste of talent in our boy's case. Still very confused, Dane goes on to ask him once again if it's impossible to use magic without a circle. In response, the old magician admits that while it's not impossible to use magic without circles, the problem is that without a circle's refinement, the user will not be able to use spells that require purified magic. Also, it's not like no one before the boy has ever thought of it the way he does, but the problem here is that majority of the attempts the former tower head has seen all ended in failure. Certainly, there were people who tried to use magic without circles, but it turns out that they still weren't exactly successful in their endeavors because of it. As discouraging as that sounds, the boy just pauses for a moment and then suddenly suggests trying it out for himself. The old magician is taken aback by the boy's idea. He can't believe his ears because it's something that many magicians wouldn't even dare. Seeing the look of shock on Sidrain's face, Dane quickly explains that he has never tried it before, but then suggests that it should be possible for him to achieve. The old geezer gets upset once again, and judging by the mean frown on his face, you can tell that his blood is already boiling. The man grits his teeth in annoyance and begins to wonder what on earth this crazy boy is talking about. He literally just explained how all magicians who try to master magic without circles end up failing, so the fact that Dane would still bring up the idea gets him really pissed. It's almost like the kid is being arrogant and overconfident. Dane already knows that his words are getting the former tower head riled up, so he quickly explains that he plans to rearrange the magic code. Our boy is confident that he will be able to make a breakthrough in this little obstacle if he successfully does this. With this in mind, he gets right to it. He releases some of his mana, and as it swirls all around him, he gradually rearranges the magic code, and after only a few seconds, he makes a breakthrough. All of a sudden, a burst of fire erupts in his hands, which leaves the old man stunned. And to be honest, even the young master is surprised to see that his little experiment actually worked. Unexpectedly, the boy's plan worked, and by changing the magic codes, he was able to execute a spell that should have been impossible for him. Even though he's pretty proud of himself for this mini milestone, he also points out the fact that it's only at the level of a basic one-chain spell, and this means that he still has a long way to go. Leon Mustard knows that you shouldn't get too carried away by his achievements, and while he's reminding himself that it's only a basic level spell, the experienced maid standing in front of him is absolutely bewildered. Sidrain's jaw drops to the floor when he sees what the boy just did. He completely underestimated our prodigy, and now he realizes how wrong he was to think that Dane wouldn't be able to do it. You can't blame him for thinking this way, since all the other magicians who tried it failed woefully, but after seeing this, its old geezer probably now understands that the young boy standing in front of him is not like any other person he's ever come across before. His eyes widen in horror as he watches the flames burn in front of him. It shouldn't be possible because the kid clearly has no magic circle, so the old man can't even wrap his head around how the boy is using magic so effortlessly. It's absolutely unbelievable, and he makes his shock very evident, telling our hero that he should only be able to use raw magic through the refinement of a circle. That's literally one of the most vital rules of using magic, and yet this young boy of the Sagar's family managed to break it by altering the magic codes. After casting the spell without the need of a magic circle, he goes ahead to flex his new abilities a little more, and while he's at it, he recalls that his sister Arabella once told him that his affinity for magic is so high. He never forgot that, and so now he suggests that maybe that is the reason why he's so talented with magic even when he wasn't born to be a mage. The kid creates a magical sphere around him, which looks like a force field, and this is his way of testing out the new skills he just realized he had. While he's at it, the confused old mage standing next to him just refuses to believe what he's witnessing. As far as he's concerned, Dane having a very high affinity for magic shouldn't be enough reason for him to have so much authority over spells when he's not even supposed to be a mage. Sidrain tries to argue and come up with a reason not to believe this boy's gifts, but he suddenly realizes that the talents that Dane has might be what the commoners mean when they describe gifts that are impossible to imitate. At the moment, the mage is forced to ignore all of the things he knows about magic circles and the rules of magic because he no longer has a choice but to accept that the young master before him has what the people call an innate talent. Right now, people should not really be getting surprised by anything that this boy does anymore. It's already been established that he's a certified genius in anything he gets involved with, so to see people getting so stunned and flabbergasted by his feats is getting pretty old. Well, I guess you can't blame them too much since they've never seen anyone like him before. While the grumpy old man is still trying to wrap his head around everything going on, our boy just continues to explore his new talent. Even he is really surprised that it actually worked, because he was also starting to believe that it's impossible to use magic without a circle. However, now he knows that it's not the case. This is a really big breakthrough for the kid, and it should be celebrated if you ask me. But unfortunately, the old man is so shocked that he can't even look at the bright side right now. At the moment, he's more afraid than impressed, and so rather than celebrating, he just trembles with his hands on his knees. He's obviously never seen anyone with innate mana affinity, so it would probably take him a while to get used to it. It's like he's looking at a demigod or something, because all of Dane's talents and qualities are things that scare him. Not only does the kid have mana purer and denser than anyone else's in the entire world, he also has the power to break the rules of magic. As far as Sidrain is concerned, this boy is the real deal. But what's funny is the fact that our boy doesn't even have any idea how special he is. He's literally a once-in-a-lifetime genius and he doesn't even know. The boy is still testing out his new skills when all of a sudden, the old man approaches him, asking if he would consider becoming his disciple. As you can imagine, this isn't part of the young master's plan, so he just starts walking away, hoping to ignore the mage long enough for him to change his mind. The old man probably knows that this is a really big question, so when he sees the kid storming off, he follows him desperately, asking him to at least wait one moment and hear him out. Unfortunately, his attempts to convince the young master are completely aired. Dane just keeps walking away, and it doesn't take long for the short-tempered mage to get upset again. He wants to have a talk with our boy because he feels that they really need to discuss his gifts. As far as Sidrain is concerned, ignoring such an incredible talent as Dane would be a shame, so he's trying to do everything he can to make the prodigy his disciple. The former tower head can see a lot of potential in the kid, and he's ready to do anything it takes to nurture these talents. When Dane keeps trying to ignore him, he simply overtakes him, stopping him dead in his tracks. Our boy already seems exhausted by the conversation and he looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, but the old man just ignores his expression and asks him if he knows how to use two-chain magic by any chance. In response, the young master shamefully admits that he cannot because he doesn't know the code for that. He looks quite sad when he says this, but Sidrain gets so excited by the news. A big smile creeps up on the old man's face when he realizes that the kid needs help in this department. He gets excited, claiming that the situation is great before telling Dane that he will be able to do 8-chain magic immediately if he agrees to become his disciple. In his mind, this should be an irresistible offer, but before he's even done suggesting it, the white-haired boy bluntly tells him that he's not interested. He thanks the man for his offer, but then makes it crystal clear to the geezer that he will not become his disciple. As you'd expect, the old man is furious when he gets turned down yet again. This is like the third time he's being rejected by the 14-year-old, and it's safe to say that he can no longer stand it. A mage at his level is practically worshipped by others, but when it comes to Dane, he doesn't even feel respected enough. He growls in rage, feeling humiliated, but the truth of the matter remains that he can't do anything about it. Sidrain just stands there feeling embarrassed and disappointed by what he just heard when his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by someone laughing. It turns out to be the Count, who just happened to be passing by only to see his boy hanging out with an experienced mage. He walks up to the duo and admits that he didn't realize the former tower head had gotten so close to his son already. Dane is surprised to see his father around, so he calls out to his old man excitedly. When Arkan finally reaches them, he asks the boy what they were talking about, and so Dane reveals that Sidrain has been asking him to become his disciple. He also tells his father that he refused the offer, and the Count is just taken aback by the whole thing. Arkan probably still has many things he'd like to teach his son before he's ready to go out to the outside world. Even Dane's mother Lily might not be done with all the assassin training she has for him, so to think that some mage from another part of the continent would want to take the boy away so suddenly is really a shock to him. Sidrain can tell that the Count was taken aback by the news from his tone, so he gets nervous and immediately starts trying to explain himself. He informs Arkan that the young master possesses the talent to become a great mage one day, hoping to get the veteran spearman on his side. Hearing this, Arkan just laughs, feeling pretty amused by what he just heard. He already knew that his son is a genius, so he's not too surprised to learn that he's got enough magical talent to become a great mage. When the Count shows a bit of interest in the conversation, the mage tries to convince him that the boy is destined for magic, claiming that Dane might end up becoming a mage greater than any of them can even imagine. He draws the boy closer while saying this, and then goes on to reveal that the young master even succeeded in using chain-level magic without possessing a circle. It's something that should be impossible, but Dane achieved it, and this is where the Count starts to express some shock. He also knows that it's impossible to use that kind of magic without a circle, so it doesn't add up when Sidrain says it. Unable to believe it so easily, he asks his son if it's actually true, and that's when the teenage genius confirms it without a doubt. Hearing this, Arkin is so impressed that he bursts into laughter. However, he's not too surprised still because he already knows that he should expect anything from the boy. The Count already knows that Dane made this breakthrough without any basic knowledge of magic, and Sidrain knows this as well, so he concludes that this is the exact reason why the boy's talent is so impressive. Both men seem to finally be on the same page because they burst into laughter all of a sudden. The Count is also quite impressed by Sidrain's ability to spot his son's talent immediately, admitting that he expects nothing less from the former head of a magic tower. In response, the old geezer explains that it's not a matter of simply having talent. From what he's seen in the short time that he's been with Dane, the young master is a genius and he has no problem admitting it. With that being said, he boldly suggests that the boy could even grow up to become a rare magic swordsman. Hearing this, our hero begins to imagine himself in such a position, holding a big sword and clad in beautiful armor. The Count can also imagine what it would be like if his only son grew up to become a magic spearman, and it's safe to say he doesn't like it because that would mean that Dane chose the sword over the spear. A short clip plays in the spearman's mind, and the next thing we see is a very mean scowl on his face. He's very upset by the imagination and Sidrain's suggestion as well, so he doesn't hide his reaction. Dane sees the look on his old man's face and realizes that the mage just made a big mistake by talking about swords instead of spears. Apparently, that's one of the words that should never be mentioned in front of Count Sagres, but Sidrain has no idea that he's already offended the spearman. Right now, he thinks that they're on the same page, so he keeps rambling on about Dane becoming a magic swordsman one day. In his mind, he's said enough to convince the Count and make him interested in the offer, but he has no idea that he's done the opposite because he probably hasn't seen the look on Arkin's face yet. Sidrain promises to take full responsibility for the 14-year-old if he agrees to become his disciple and vows to groom the kid until he becomes the Empire's top magic swordsman. To any other parent, these promises should be enough to change their minds and make them accept his offer, but the mage is so unlucky because he's bringing this idea to the last person he should be saying it to. When he doesn't get a response, he finally turns to look at the Count, and when he sees the scowl on Arkin's face, chills run down his spine. Before the Count even says anything, Sidrain already knows that he's done something wrong, so he's pretty terrified and confused. At this point, the spearman finally answers him in a very angry tone, making it crystal clear to him that Dane cannot become a magic swordsman. Despite being very intimidated by the noble, this mage is still determined to make Dane his disciple, so he asks Arkin why not, telling him that being a swordsman paired with magic is a dream for most people. As far as he's concerned, the young master is uniquely suited to become one, so he doesn't get why the father doesn't like the idea. At this point, the angry Count finally spells it out for the mage, insisting that his boy Dane won't become a magic swordsman because he'll grow up to become a magic spearman instead. Hearing this, the former tower head finally backs off, realizing that this was the issue all along. He didn't know that the Count was so sensitive about his son becoming anything other than a spearman, and now that he knows, he probably won't bring it up again. The boy in question has been sweating nervously the whole time, but now that the issue has been cleared up, he's a little relieved, even though his old man still looks pretty upset. At this point, Sidrain realizes that he'll have to read the room more carefully next time. But then again, he can't help but wonder why all the people in the Sagres family reason this way. To a mage, becoming a disciple carries great meaning. Mages normally raise successors through the act of something called inheritance. This tradition is carried through from ancient times and is still practiced even in modern times when universal magic education has been established. That's right, what the head of the magic tower is looking for is not simply a disciple, but actually a successor. Given how an 8-chain archimage is hanging around the 14-year-old young master, the boy can already tell that it means his talent is something truly incredible. Back to the story. Dane considers everything that he's heard the mage and other people say, and after recalling all the compliments, he admits that he actually does sense something swirling inside his body. With this in mind, he suddenly realizes that he has that thing. Right now, we're not sure what he's referring to, but I guess we're about to, because the next thing we see is a flashback scene from when he was younger. In this scene, Arabella gives him a crystal ball, telling him to pour magic into it whenever he wants to see her. Apparently, the crystal ball is the thing he was referring to, and the moment he gets back to his room, he takes out the crystal ball and decides that it's time to ask Arabella for some advice. Dane pours some magic into the ball and activates the spell, which allows him to communicate with her. Currently, she's studying in the library at the academy, but she's suddenly interrupted when she hears her brother's voice calling out to her. The yellow-haired girl is surprised to hear Dane's voice, but she's also really excited because it's been so long. Arabella is so excited to hear from him that she drops her pencil and absent-mindedly screams for joy, forgetting that she's in the library. Arabella leaves the library to take the call from her younger brother, and the first thing she notices is the fact that he used a one-chain spell. She's taken aback by this because she didn't expect him to be able to do this. The last time she checked, he doesn't even have a magic circle, so she's amazed by the fact that he could use that level of magic. The boy admits that he doesn't have a circle, but it's not really a big deal to him since it worked out when he tried it. Hearing this, the girl just smiles, feeling really proud of her brother. She knew that his mana affinity was high, but she never expected it to be this great. She's still wallowing in excitement and Dane can probably tell what she's thinking, so he decides to explain everything to her. He starts by telling her that the circle only takes care of circulation and purification. He admits that there's a chance that his mana is already pure enough, but also states that he's not sure. In response, Arabella tells him that it sounds exciting, and now that she's so intrigued, she's eager to find out more. With that being said, she decides that they'll need to test it out. The girl tells Dane that she'll send a mana stone to the transmission machine in his room. Arabella asks him if he could pour a bit of mana into the stone, and of course, he tells her that he can. Dane admits that he's glad to have his older sister, who is pretty much a genius in her own rights. He wanted to learn a bit about his mana, and he doesn't regret calling her at all. She's a 6-chain mage after all, and the fact that she says she'll help him reassures him. With his hands still pumping mana into the crystal ball, he continues his conversation with Arabella. His big sister suddenly changes the topic, claiming that he'll receive a lot of attention in the academy if he is already using chain-level magic at this age. This suggestion leaves the young master horrified because that's the last thing he would want to do. Without hesitation, he makes it very clear to her that he'd rather not draw attention to himself, but as much as this is what he wants, Arabella drops another bombshell. The girl tells him that there's no avoiding it when he arrives at the academy, because it's no news that talent always draws the attention of others. At this point, the big sister is out of the library and now chilling on a bench so that she can enjoy the conversation with her baby brother. After making it clear to him that he won't be able to avoid the attention, he reminds him to always tell her if anyone tries to bully him. Arabella makes this request and then promises to utterly destroy all the bullies who come near him. Hearing this, a thought flashes across Dane's mind, which reminds him just how dangerous his sister might actually be. Now that he thinks about it, he heard that she broke the nose of a certain male student who was getting all friendly with her at the academy. It turns out that the guy who got his nose broken is actually the second son of the Dwell Duchy. The moment Dane brings up the topic, Arabella gets upset and immediately shuns him, warning her brother not to talk about the bastard. In her rage, she doesn't even realize she's yelling, until some other students passing by start giving her strange looks. After receiving some mean glares, she calms down, feeling pretty embarrassed, and then keeps quiet for a while. Once she's calmed down, she goes back to the main topic, asking him if he thinks that his mana's purity will continue to increase with enough time even though he doesn't have a magic circle. Dane responds admitting that he doesn't know the answer to that. Seeing that he's pretty uncertain about that concept, she decides that it would be good for them to take a look at that scenario. Just when she's about to finally get focused, she's distracted by someone informing her that the professor is looking for her. Without hesitation, she tells our boy that she has to leave, and just like that, their conversation comes to an end. However, she promises to contact him later, and Dane assures her that he doesn't have a problem with that. They say their goodbyes and Arabella promises to send him that magic stone soon. After this, their little call ends and silence returns to the young master's room. Once the conversation is over, Dane stares at the glowing crystal ball, and after everything that's happened in a while, he starts to think that he might be forging a path that has never existed before. He never thought that his mana was at his pure, and it makes him pretty proud of himself. So much so that he begins to wonder if he has a dragon's heart or something inside his chest. While the young master is busy feeling himself in his room, the scene shifts back to the annex tower of the county, where we catch up with the crazy old mage who is afraid that he's certainly going to die. The geezer is so sure that he'll end up dead very soon, and he's currently rethinking his life's choices. As you already know, this nosy old man couldn't wait to find out Dane's magic status, so he used mana to confirm it by himself. Unfortunately, this ended up backfiring on him because it only worsened his condition. The old man was warned not to use magic until he's fully recovered, but he didn't listen, so now he's facing the consequences and currently fearing that he will die. Sidrain thought that he would be able to leave the annex tower soon, but with the way things are going, all his hopes of a speedy recovery are gone. This just makes him more grumpy, and as such, he starts looking for who to blame for his misfortune. Of course, he blames our boy Dane, feeling that none of this would have happened if the young master had just accepted his offer. In his frustration, he begins to recall the moment when the kid blatantly rejected his offer to make him his disciple. Sidrain probably gets nightmares because of that incident, and there's no doubt that he's extremely bothered by Dane's refusal. Right now, he's desperate to have the genius accept his proposal, so all the gears in his head are turning and working overtime just so that he can figure out what he can do to get the young master on his side. Judging by how high the man's desperation level is, there's a good chance that he's willing to do whatever it takes to make the genius his disciple. At the moment, he's going through several options that can convince Dane to accept his offer, and the first idea is to give the big a grand artifact. He's not sure if that will work, so he also wonders if the young master will finally agree after he promises to give him the inheritance magic passed down to him from previous generations of mages. That's a really big prize to give such a young boy, so Sidrain immediately decides against it, feeling that it's way too much. This old geezer can't risk something of that importance, because if he gets scammed by the boy afterward, then he won't even have anything left. After pondering for a while, the mage is still not able to come up with the perfect offer to seal the deal, so he just bows his head in frustration and continues to wallow in self-pity. After all, he already has his health to be worried about how he's made his condition worse by using mana before fully recovering. His little brooding session is suddenly interrupted when someone knocks on his door, asking him if he's in there. The person reveals that he's Sagar's, and you can already tell that it's Dane who's at the door. Hearing this, Sidran begins to panic because he's still very confused. He hasn't been able to think of the perfect offer to convince the boy, so speaking to him now won't even help matters because he still can't change the young master's mind. Either way, the boy is already at his door, and as much as he doesn't have a proper plan, he can't help but wonder if the kid is here to apologize or if he ended up changing his mind by some miracle. Well, the only way you find it is by letting the genius prodigy in, so the mage asks Dane to come inside. The kid walks in, seemingly surprised to see that the old geezer has been in his room. Dane reveals that he came around because he has something he wants to tell Sidran, and as you can imagine, such news raises the old man's blood pressure quite a bit. The mage is anxious to hear what news the boy has come with, so he quickly asks Dane to spill the beans. Judging by the smile on the young master's face, it's probably good news. His big green eyes look so welcoming, and it only takes a split second for the anxious old man to notice it. He's taken aback for a second because he was probably expecting some more bad news, but now that he sees the gentle smile on our boy's face, he bursts into laughter. The old geezer doesn't even wait for the prodigy to break the news to him, and immediately concludes that he was right. He's so excited right now because he feels that he already knew this would happen, stating that the boy has finally accepted to become his disciple. His little celebration is cut short in a flash when Dane bluntly breaks his heart one more time by telling him no once again. This is yet another rejection that the former tower head is forced to suffer at the hands of the annoyingly talented young man. Right now, he's probably wishing that he never got rescued by Dane in the forest, because at least he would have died with his self-respect still very much intact. Unfortunately, now he's forced to stay back in the annex tower where he'll keep seeing the young master that keeps turning him down. The old man is embarrassed when Dane confirms that he still hasn't changed his mind. As much as it upsets him, he's still very curious to find out what exactly made the boy come looking for him, so he asks Dane to state his business and reveal what he came to tell him. At the moment, he's starting to get fed up with all the mixed signals, so he would like to know what the boy really wants from him. After all, he already made it clear that he has no interest in learning magic from him. They both sit at the table to have a serious conversation over some tea, and when Dane hears the man's tone, he realizes that the old mage is starting to feel really upset. As such, he decides to clear the air, and starts by explaining that he actually has interest in magic. With that fact being established, Sidran quickly asks him why he doesn't want to become his disciple if that's the case. As far as he's concerned, anyone who actually is interested in learning magic would jump at the opportunity, and agree to become his disciple without a second thought. He doesn't get why Dane keeps rejecting him, but then he suddenly realizes that the kid might be turning him down because he already has another master. With this in mind, he asks our boy if that's the case, and the young master instantly clarifies that he doesn't have a master. Hearing this, the former tower head just gets even more pissed rather than being relieved. In his mind, the boy is playing around with him because his refusal would have been immediately validated if he actually already had a master teaching him magic. However, that's not the case, and he's still refusing to accept an experienced 8-chain mage who's willing to make him one of the greatest magicians to ever live. Now that the boy has answered his questions, he can't think of any other reason that Dane came to see him. Hence, he concludes that the young master simply came around to toy with his emotions and play around with him. With this in mind, he angrily asks the boy what exactly he came to see him for, and this is when we actually realize what Dane came for. The boy is reluctant to say anything at this point because Sidran is already feeling offended and insulted by him. Dane doesn't know the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic yet, and it's difficult to learn this from his sister as well because she's living so far away from him. Right now, the boy is torn and has no other option to teach him this magic. Even though he doesn't want to accept this crazy mage as his master, he's forced to realize that the best method is to learn from Mr. Sidran at the end of the day. Dane saved the man's life, so he's already indebted to him for that. As such, the young master believes that the man won't be able to refuse him offhand since he still owes for saving him back in the forest. Sidran already promises to repay the favor and pay any debts he incurs, so it just means that he'll most likely grant any requests within his power that Dane brings forward. The young master is confident that the old man won't turn him down, so he finally opens up to the man, admitting that he doesn't want to only walk the oath of a mage. Hearing this, Sidran is surprised because he figures that the kid really wants to become a magic spearman like his father wants him to be. Surprisingly, that's not it, and Dane quickly corrects him, stating that he wants to become a magic spearman assassin summoner. In other words, this genius prodigy is determined to take on everything that the rest of his family have taught him. Being the special child he is, Dane has the ability and the potential to master all the talents and skills that he's been exposed to since he was a baby. On the other hand, Sidran is just puzzled by what he just heard. The man is practically overwhelmed by Dane's ambition because he's not even sure that something like that even exists. While he's still trying to process the things that the young master just said, Dane casually reveals that he'd like to add swordsmanship to the list of skills he hopes to master. After stating this, the kid proudly sips his tea, knowing that he's given the old man a lot to think about. Sure enough, Sidrain finds it hard to believe that white-haired boy even means what he's saying. He thinks that it's absurd and starts complaining about how frustrating it is to be around the kid that has rejected him over and over again. This is probably the last straw for the old man. And once again, he asks if Dane still wants to refuse him, knowing fully well that he won't ever get the chance to become his disciple again. In response, the confident boy confirms this with a really sharp voice that slices through the former tower head's ego one more time. At this point, Sidrain is at a loss for words. He's tried all the tricks in his book to make Dane agree, and now that nothing is still working, he feels that it might be time to give up. The frustrated old man remains in his chair, overwhelmed by disappointment. He sees that the kid is set in his ways, and just when he's about to wash his hands of anything concerning the young master again, one brilliant idea creeps into his mind. Sidrain realizes all of a sudden that the boy's stubbornness might actually be the tool that he uses to have his way after all. A plan forms in his head very quickly, so he decides to strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, he shoots up from his chair and asks the young master if he's perhaps interested in a letter of recommendation. As you can imagine, this question catches our boy off guard because he's not sure exactly where the cunning old man is going with this. Because of this, he just stays frozen with his cup in his hand, wondering what the mage is trying to do by asking him about a letter of recommendation. Seeing the confusion laced all over Dane's face, the old geezer decides to break things down a bit, and he starts by revealing that he heard that the kid wants to enter the academy soon. With that being said, he offers to write a recommendation letter to the academy for Dane, assuring the kid that he'll be able to start off at the new institution with a great reputation. The old man makes this offer with so much confidence, and it's almost as if he's so certain that the boy won't turn him down again. As you can imagine, this offer either, since the only way Dane can win the letter of recommendation from him is if he agrees to become his disciple. With this enticing offer served to him on a platter of gold, the young master finally starts to consider it. After thinking about it for a short while, he quickly agrees to it, claiming that he'll accept the recommendation letter from this reputable mage. Hearing this, Sidrain is finally a little satisfied because he didn't get rejected this time around. The boy still hasn't accepted to become his disciple yet, but at least he's making a little bit of progress now. Feeling good about the whole thing, the mage sits back down, claiming that they can now have a conversation, and that's about when Dane asks if he can make another request. Hearing this, the old man lets out a laugh, feeling that the boy has finally changed sides. A wide grin creeps up on his face, because he's happy to see that the kid is no longer rejecting his offers or proposals. But then again, he still hasn't been able to make the young master agree to be his disciple. Nevertheless, he's confident that he'll achieve this, because at least the boy is now coming around, and it's just a matter of time before he gets what he wants. The old mage is okay with whatever quest the boy wants to make because he feels that you just start with this and then secure his grip on the talented young man by doing favors for him and making him indebted. With this thought in mind, the excited old geezer gets some from his chair and loudly assures our boy that he can ask anything. Right now, he's prepared to grant any favor that Dane asks of him because that's the only way to get the boy morally obligated to become his student. Dane is also happy to hear this because it means that he will finally be able to learn the magic he's been struggling with. That being said, he asks the mage if he could learn the rearrangements code for two-chain magic. In response, the old man immediately assures him that he can in fact learn this skill from him. It turns out that this man knows the rearrangements code for all two-chain magic ever to exist, and when our boy hears this, he is a little surprised but even more grateful, so he thanks the old man. Sidrain notices that the kid is finally opening up to him and coming around, so he's really relieved. He laughs in excitement when Dane thanks him, but he tells the kids not to mention, because he knows that this is just the tip of the iceberg compared to the kind of things he's capable of. The old man agrees to grant all his requests, glad that the boy is still so young and doesn't have anything difficult he's asking for. For an experienced mage like Sidrain, a letter of recommendation for the academy and the rearrangement code for two-chain magic is nothing. Right now, the boy is pretty much his student more or less because he's learning things from him already. Even though it hasn't been made official, the old man believes that they already have a master-student relationship. He asks the boy if they can begin their first lesson, but then admits that he's not in the best condition right now. In response, Dane agrees with him, claiming that it's probably for the best. When this little exchange is over, the old man gets excited, feeling that he just reeled in a big catch. But then all of a sudden, our boy suggests that Sidrain just repaid him for saving his life in the forest. The old man is taken aback when he hears this because he never would have guessed that this was the boy's plan all along. While he was planning to make the boy indebted to him by granting these requests, he didn't know that he was only just repaying Dane what he owed. He's shocked when he realizes that he's been played, but our boy just reminds him that he literally said it himself when he told him that he could ask for anything since he owed him. That being said, then explains that he simply asked for what he wanted, and so now they're even. As you can imagine, the old man is furious. But just to confirm, he asks the young master what happens to their unofficial agreement to become master and disciple. Without hesitation, our boy bluntly states that it won't be happening, since all they just did was settle the former score. At this point, the mage finally confirms that he was tricked, and he's so pained that he almost starts crying. What's worse is that he got played by a child who's only 14 years old. Sidrain refuses to take this loss just like that, so he suggests that the exchange isn't balanced, claiming that Dane asked for 2 things when he is owed only 1 favor. As you can imagine, our clever hero is already way ahead of the mage in this. He's certainly thought everything through, so he confidently states that it's not the case. Sidrain doesn't understand why he would disagree, so the young master carefully breaks it down to him so he can understand. Dane explains that first, he saved the old mage from the forest, and then reminds him that he also nullified the poison, which makes it 2 favors he's being owed. The old man is stunned by the boy's logic, so much so that he is left speechless. While he's still in a daze, the boy claims that he even wanted to add the fact that he carried Sidrain in his back, but just decided to let that one go as a bonus. Hearing all of this, the old mage is just horrified because he doesn't even understand how such a daring child could even exist in this world. He's so overwhelmed and confused, and just thinking about it makes his back hurt. A while later, it's time for him to repay the favors, so he follows Dane to the training ground. The man already knows that he doesn't have a choice, because if he continues to curry favor with the kid, then maybe he'll change his mind in the future. Right now, he intends to just keep granting favors until Dane considers becoming his disciple. After all, he feels that it would be too much of a waste to give up on our boy's talent and magic power. At the training ground, Sidrain explains that it's not a problem that the boy created a core rather than a circle, since the important part is that he used chain-level magic without a circle. He also admits that the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic is very complicated, stating that countless individuals gave up trying to learn it. However, he believes that our boy can understand it if only he concentrates and listens. Dane smiles confidently hearing this, and Sidrain is happy to see this, but even at that, he decides that he won't make it easy for the kid. The boy already doesn't regard him enough, so that's the only way he can avoid being taken for a fool again. The scene shifts, and as the story resumes, we see that it's time for Sidrain to teach Dane the 2-chain magic. The old man explains that 2-chain codes are on an entirely different level compared to 1-chain. This is because one needs to calculate the amount of mana, the destiny of mana floating in the atmosphere, and even the state of one's body all at the same time. He explains that this is the reason most people give up on magic, since it's very complicated. While the old mage is talking, our boy just starts jotting stuff down quietly, so this makes Sidrain wonder if the kid is even listening to him. He's surprised that Dane even has something to write down, because he doesn't expect the boy to understand what he's saying. With this in mind, he concludes that it's just a matter of time before the kid naturally asks him to explain in simpler terms. Sidrain claims that he's just given the basic explanation, feeling that the young master won't understand, but when he asks if our boy gets it, the prodigy confirms that he did. Dane goes on to say that it was great to learn not only about the rearrangement code of magic, but also information he had no idea about. As you can imagine, the former tower head is shocked that the kid really understood everything. He refuses to believe this, so he asks Dane to tell him about the rearrangement laws of magic. Being a certified genius, this is clearly a piece of cake for our boy, so he gets right to it. Dane starts with the first law, which is coexistence. He explains what magic power can exist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, mages use their own magic power, and the magic power around them to activate their magic. After explaining this, the young master states that the second law is conservation, and this leaves the old mage gobsmacked. He finds it unbelievable that the boy understood the nature of magic so easily. While he's still trying to process all this, Dane goes on to explain the law of conservation, stating that if the magic power can collect enough of the element of the material, then through conservation, it can exhibit magic through all the different elemental attributes. At this point, the former tower head starts to sweat as he panics because he realizes that the boy is even adding his own interpretations to the laws. Most people would find this topic boring, but he's shocked that it's not the case for Dane. As such, he can only wonder how on earth someone like Dane even exists. The little lecture continues a whole later, and Sidrain reveals that the code becomes exponentially more complicated every time a mage's chain increases. Rather than explain it, he prefers to demonstrate it this time around. That being said, the old man activates his magical powers and starts by showing our boy what 1-chain magic looks like. He reveals that it can be cast using simple rules, but explains that this changes from 2-chain onward. As far as best concern, the higher levels can't even be compared to 1-chain, and then he decides to demonstrate what 2-chain magic looks like. As soon as he does this, the magical rays of energy that were lined up in single strings suddenly become thicker and form a more complex network. Seeing this, our boy confirms that they're knotted in a complicated way, and admits that it feels more difficult than it is in theory. After this demonstration, Sidrain explains that this is the code that forms the 2-chain fire magic, known as Fire Arrow. The man also explains that one would need to use the same code many more times if you want more of them. Now, the former tower head is certain that the boy is finally surprised because he's never seen the rearrangement of 2-chain magic. He shows it to the kid, suggesting that it looks really complicated, and then claims that most people take at least a year after learning 1-chain magic, before they even try to start using 2-chain codes. As such, Sidrain is confident that the boy will only be able to understand a portion of the codes no matter how brilliant he is. But then again, the important thing here is the rule, since nothing else matters if he can't figure that out. With this in mind, he decides to observe the young master for a week and slowly teach him the technique. But to his surprise, the bold young man wants to give it a try right away. The man is taken aback by this, but allows our boy to try even though it would be difficult for him. Now that Dane has permission, he takes a good starting stance and gets right in the activation. Sidrain can't believe his eyes when he sees this because he didn't know that the boy's one-chain magic was this good. Dane sets up the whole thing and shows it to the old mage when he's done. The former tower head confirms that this is one-chain magic, but he's impressed by the fact that the young master can create the lines at a set width and length. With all that's on display, he realizes that one-chain magic is certainly easy for the boy, but it's not such a big deal since that's the beginner stage. However, the young master is flabbergasted when he sees the boy demonstrate the same technique he just showed him. At this point, the man can't believe his eyes because he perfectly replicated the rearrangement code for two-chain magic. He's stunned because he can't imagine that the kid understood it after only seeing his demonstration once. Unable to comprehend how our boy managed this, Sidrain asks Dane how, and the young master explains that he memorized the rules and patterns that he observed during the demonstration. He claims that it was no longer difficult after he formed the magic in his mind with the information. Hearing this, the former tower head can't help but feel astounded. He concludes that the boy is truly remarkable and admits that it took him a while to get to the two-chain level. It's even more impressive that the boy managed to materialize it without even a circle. Just when Sidrain thought that this was the end of Dane's demonstration, the kid reveals that he's going to try the fire arrow technique as well. As you can imagine, the old mage is taken aback once again, and before he can even say anything, our young hero gets right to it. Using the new powers he developed, he manipulates the magical energy around him and uses it to create the fire arrows. When he sees the flames and arrows, he realizes that it's working, while Sidrain watches the whole thing with his jaw on the floor. He can't understand how Dane is able to do it so easily. Right now, this whole thing is basically nonsense to him, because he knows that he would have been able to attain his dream level of 9-chain if he had this kind of talent. Our boy continues to mess around with the flaming arrows and asks the old man if he's doing it right, so Sidrain confirms this, stating that the boy is a very fast learner. In response, the young master admits that it surprised him too that he was able to do it in one go, and this whole thing makes Sidrain feel that the world will flip when they discover that there's a young mage out there without a circle. With this in mind, the former tower head feels that he needs to thoroughly hide Dane's talent until he becomes his disciple at least. Anyway, now that he's seen how brilliant the boy is, he suggests arranging another code, and the young master is down for it. With everything that he's seen today, Sidrain feels that he just probably thinks of how he'll write that recommendation letter to the academy. Later that evening, Dane returns to his room, feeling that the magic lessons were more fun than he expected. While laying in his bed, he concludes that he'll need to learn theory and practice together since he can use magic. The young master thinks back to his previous life and remembers how he was in a position where he had no choice but to forego magic. In circumstances where he didn't even know when he would die, trying to make time to learn magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. Back then, the only way he could survive was by swinging his sword, since magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes theoretical learning over practical spell casting. Dane looks forward to this new life even more. Combining the theories he learned from his older sister with his born talent, he believes that he's able to show explosive growth with even just simple guidance. And considering the fact that he's also being taught by a former tower master, our boy is pretty confident that he'll excel, so while he's still in bed, he already starts wondering what magic he will learn the next day. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain visit the Count with a request, but the man seems to find it a bit too much. They want to make a magic reagent, and since they don't have the materials, they'll need to source them outside the territory. As you can imagine, Arkan isn't too comfortable with this arrangement, but the old mage tells the Count not to worry, stating that the boy has already learned 4 rearrangement codes. Of course, Dane's father is shocked to hear this since it usually takes a month at least to learn 1 code. Besides that, information about magic reagents aren't easy to come by, so he asks his son where he learned about them. In response, Dane claims that he learned about them when reading books on magic in the library, stating that they caught his interest. Sidrain just laughs in excitement when he hears this, suggesting that geniuses are indeed always different. He never expected the young master to be curious about magic reagents since most people find them boring. That being said, he guarantees that Dane will have fun picking up the reagent materials as well since he likes reading about them so much. At this point, the Count is dumbfounded for a moment. But then after processing everything he just heard, he figures that it would be a good experience for his son. So he gives Dane permission to go out, encouraging him to check out their territory as well. And of course, our boy agrees to do this with a big smile on his face. The story continues on the streets of Sagar's County. We get a bird's eye view of the area, from young children to elderly women and men. The people of the city are delighted when the young Master Dane rides on his horse. Right now, our boy isn't actually alone because he's out here with the white-haired mage and his loyal butler Herman. As they rise through the streets, some children call out to him telling him to take some of their snacks with him because it's a new product that they're trying to get into the market. while some are busy advertising their new products. Others are just staring in awe as they are mesmerized by the handsome prodigy of their county. Many of them can't help but notice that the people of the Sagar's manor have their silver hair flowing beautifully on this day. When our boy realizes that the people that will come up to see him, he decides that it's time to address them a bit. The boy trusts that everyone is doing well, and then it turns to the kids telling them that he'll come back later for the snacks. While Dane is busy talking to the people of his county, the former tower head just watches and observes everything carefully. From what you can see in the streets of the city and how happy the people are to see the young master, he realizes that it doesn't look like the count is a cruel lord. The people love the boy and are very happy to see him, so this must mean that they love the count as well. Besides that, he can also tell that Arkan is a really good and loved leader, judging by how he's been treated since he has been in Sagar's county. The place looks really prosperous, and it's no wonder why the county is considered the most peaceful place in the entire continent. Looking around, it's easy for him to see that there is a lot of good stuff over here in the south. He's really amazed and impressed by everything all around. From the delicious snacks, to the great weather, and the good people, this old mage can't help but admit that it's a sight that would be difficult to see back in the capital. Sidrain probably didn't realize that he's been thinking out loud, because all of a sudden, Dane replies to him, confirming everything that he just said about Sagar's county. The young master smiles proudly, agreeing with the mage and stating how nicely warm it is over here in the south. It turns out that these two men came out to the streets for a reason. They're supposed to go to the magic supply shop, and the old mage is now wondering how long until they get there. In response, the boy admits that he's not sure, claiming that he's not even been there before. The old man is surprised when he hears this, because he probably thought that the boy would be the one to lead the way or something. It's at this point that Dane finally calls on his trusty butler Herman to lead the way, asking the guy to lead the way from here. As you'd expect, the loyal servant is more than happy to help. That being said, it doesn't take long for him to take the lead, and of course, the others pick up the pace to follow him. Herman claims that their destination is not too far anymore, and Dane admits that he's glad to hear that. Soon enough, the trio arrives at the magic supply shop, and there, the people are really surprised to see that it's Dane. They can't believe that the young master and the shop owner quickly welcomes them into the shop. They enter the place, and just like the rumors, she notices that the boy's silver hair and emerald eyes are stunning. In response, the boy thanks the lady for receiving them, and then asks her how business has been for her at the shop lately. The shop owner admits that it's the same old stuff that's been going on, stating that there aren't many people coming up from the fiefs to buy magic supplies. She claims that she's been selling things to foreigners or people who have a slight interest in magic. Still, she states that it's certainly a pleasure to see the previous Lord Sidrain of the Magic Tower in person. This makes the old man blush, feeling really good because it's been a while he was honored like that. Hearing this, Dane is intrigued because of how quickly she recognized the old geezer beside him. He already knows that the man is a really respected public figure and actually does regard the man, but not to the point that he'll start simping like many other people do. The girl figured out who the mage was at once, and after thinking about it, he realizes that it makes a lot of sense to him since there are only a few magic tower heads within their empire. His thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when the shop owner tells them to feel free and look around. She's happy to have them around and offers to help them look for anything at all that they want in the store. Hearing this, the old mage suggests that the boy look around as much as he wants since it's his first time in a magic supply shop. In the meantime, Sidrain intends to have a word with the shop owner, so Dane gets right to his little exploration. Looking around, the young master is amazed by how there's so much cool stuff in the shop. He spots a small chest filled with jewelry and all sorts of precious stones filling it to the brim. The place contains so many artifacts, from spells to magic books and probably much more cool stuff. On top of that, he realizes that he can see the magic reactions whenever he touches any of the supplies in the store. At this point, a sense of pride fills him because he knows that it must be due to the fact that his magic affinity is quite high. While observing the magical reactions, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted because he gets distracted by a strange ringing sound. He wonders what the noise is and follows the source. Dane believes that there's a particularly strong reaction coming from the other side of the shop. He's really drawn to it and just keeps wondering what exactly it could be. He starts walking toward the items but gets drawn back when the shop owner stops him, telling him that the items are just for decoration. He's surprised to hear this, but it reduces his level of anxiety, and on top of that, the old mage suggests that he come over to her side and take a look at some of the potion ingredients with him. Sidrain says this, feeling that moonroot should be good as a basic ingredient. Hearing this, the shop owner agrees with him and immediately brings it out for them. She hands him the ingredients she has, stating that moonroot is contained in at least 50 different potions. She also reveals that she personally processed this batch and assures the visitors that they're very high quality. Despite hearing all of this, our boy can't help but feel uneasy. He senses something really strange and goes right back to pondering deeply. While he's deep in thought, he gets abruptly pulled out of there once again. This turnaround, he looks back and sees a shiny stone which he immediately identifies as the object that has been ringing to him for a while now. The boy is overwhelmed when he finally finds the thing that has been calling out to him all along, but it turns out that he drew some attention to himself in his excitement. So much so that the butler rushes in to check if anything happened to Dane. At this point, the kid reveals that he can feel something from the strange stone. The servant is shocked when he hears this because in his mind, the stone should only be for decoration. Hearing this, the young master admits that he's not entirely sure himself, but even at that, the one thing he's certain of is the fact that the stone is unusual. With his curiosity piqued, he reaches out and grabs the stone, and that's when he confirms something really cool. It turns out that he was thinking the reaction becomes stronger if he imbues it with more magic. After trying this out and it actually worked, the boy begins to wonder if all of this power from the stone is reacting only to his own magic. While he's trying to figure this out, Sidrain and the shop owner are having their own conversation at the side. The lady gives him her ingredients and commends him on having a good eye because she feels that she's given him the perfect sample. At this point, the mage suggests that the moonroot and some canwell berries should also be good. Their conversation is interrupted by Dane, who suddenly comes out with the strange stone, asking the shop owner what it is. When she sees him, she's taken aback and starts wondering where he acquired the stone. Seeing this, the curious mage asks her what kind of stone it is, and the shop owner simply responds, stating that it's just a decoration. Dane is still finding it hard to believe this because as far as he's concerned, it's impossible for a mere decoration to have a magic reaction. At this point, the shop owner just sighs in disappointment, admitting that thinking about the rock makes her frustrated. Sidrain is puzzled by this statement, so he asks her how come, wondering if someone cheated her with the item. In response, she reveals that a few years back, some peddler gave her a big package as payment. She explains that it was the stone she found inside the package after opening it. She felt really unlucky that time because it seemed as though she had been cheated of her money. Anyway, rather than being frustrated about it, she took the stone to a mage to get it appraised. Unfortunately, after the examination, she was told that the stone was just a rock. She didn't have anywhere else to put it, so she took it back to the shop and left it on one of the shelves. This story sounds quite strange to Dane, but it makes him feel that the object is clearly just a normal rock. Seeing that he's interested in her goods, she calls him to side, claiming that she has something really good for him if that's what he's looking for. The shop owner brags about having a few special magic artifacts and offers to show them to him right away. When Dane hears that he'll be going on a little tour around the shop, he's glad and wastes no time in following her. The first thing she shows him is her name card scroll, and she looks really excited to show it to him. But he doesn't exactly look impressed at first glance. Even though there seems to be a lot of pretty good stuff, Dane can't help but feel bad because the object he wants the most is the rock that they've confirmed to be a decoration. The shop owner happily starts showing him how it works, explaining how it automatically reads and stores whatever information is in it. She claims that all he needs to say is the person's name and then their card will also show up as well. Hearing this, our boy decides to purchase the name card that strange stone he found. She is surprised to hear this because she doesn't understand what he wants with a useless stone. As much as she tries to discourage him from taking the stone, he just ignores her, feeling certain that he can't just leave it lying around there because it looks quite special to him. The old man notices that Dane is holding a stone, so he calls out to the boy, asking him what he intends to do with that thing, and Dane just smiles sheepishly in response. A while later, the both of them leave the shop, and on their way back, Sidrain asks Dane about the stone, admitting that he didn't know the boy was interested in decoration or art pieces. As such, he wonders if there's something else that makes Dane find the stone special. At this point, Dane laughs in response, surprised that the man noticed. Sidrain confirms that he did, admitting that he finds it strange for the boy to buy a useless decoration. Our boy then admits that the old man is correct, claiming that the stone definitely isn't just a decorative piece. He reveals that the stone is clearly responding to his magic, which Sidrain is surprised to hear. The mage states that he's not sure either what that stone is, but admits that hearing it piques his interest, and then suggests going back to the castle to take a closer look since there are too many people around. Our boy agrees with this, and so they pick up the pace. Once they're back in the castle, our boy asks the old mage if he can really figure out what is up with the stone. In response, the man starts to wonder if Dane is looking down on his invaluable experimentation tool, claiming that he can definitely figure out what it is. However, the young master reminds Sidrain that a mage already appraised the stone and said that there was nothing special about it. The old man just scoffs in response, claiming that nothing that mage did can compare to what he's about to do. The former tower head is so confident in his device because he put all of his funds into the state-of-the-art tool. He believes that it can analyze whatever object or tool that you put on top of it, and when Dane hears all of this, he's impressed and convinced that it will work, so he suggests that they try out the incredible tool. Sidrain agrees with him and starts up the device, admitting that he's also quite eager to see what happens. After activating the tool, he tells Dane to put the stone on top of it and asks him to imbue his magic. Our boy does just that, and immediately, a huge wave of magical energy radiates from the stone. The rays of power spread all over the training ground, and it becomes clear without a doubt that there's indeed something special about the stone. The old man giggles with pride, feeling that he can finally hold his head high where the young master is because he will probably respect him more after this. The strange stone continues to shoot out energy and bright rays to an excessive amount, and Dane begins to panic a little at this point. They're puzzled by the orientation of the light beams, and Dane figures that this must be a code. Sidrain confirms this, stating that it's not just any ordinary code however. The young master is amazed by the sight before him because it's a code whose rules and structure, and of course arrangements he's never seen before. For all he knows, this could even be as complex as a 6-chain or a 7-chain code. At this point, Dane suggests that the magic in the stone is what is manifesting the code and Sidrain agrees with him. The man confirms that it's just as our boy said, stating that the young master's magic holds the key to unlocking that code, and he feels this way because the stone only responds to the boy's magic. This theory catches the young master off guard and it makes him wonder what kind of magic is inside the stone. It also makes him wonder why it only responds to his magic. Hearing this, the mage continues to observe the magical energy from the stone and admits that it's pretty unfamiliar to him. However, he promises to attempt to figure it out since he has the reputation of a former tower head. At this point, the young master suggests that maybe they'll be able to find out why his magic is different from that of other people, but this can only happen if Sidrain succeeds in his attempt. The mage seems pretty confident he can do it, so Dane supports him and wishes him success from the sidelines. The scene shifts and we're taken to the capital where we meet Arabella. She's currently occupied in her personal laboratory at the academy and working on something really puzzling. Judging by the look on things in the lab, you can tell that Dane's big sister is always busy studying. She has everything she needs in the room, and other than the fact that she's a certified genius among her peers, it's easy to see why she excels so much in the academy. The girl stands in front of a wall where she's pasted a log of papers, and realizes that she was right about her earlier guess. It turns out that she's been in the middle of some kind of investigation, and that's why she's been so busy recently. Thankfully, she's now made a break in the case and the answer is just as she expected. It's only been a guess for a while, but now she's certain that her brother's magic is clearly different from normal magic. Looking at the papers pasted on the wall, Arabella continues to examine them closely, and after a while, she reaches a conclusion, feeling that there is a special characteristic of the magic code that Dane shared with her. The magic she sensed is so rare and special that even a magical genius like her doesn't possess this kind of magic code, and as you can imagine, this kind of thing baffles her a lot. She's stumped at this point because even the field of magic that is appropriate for the code isn't even being revealed in all the results she's come up with. From magic reagents to magic gates to magic engineering, Arabella knows that her brother's magic is none of these. It's something they've never seen before, and so she can only wonder what it could be. Determined to find the answer, the girl keeps studying the results available to her, feeling that there should be something her brother's magic fits with. All of a sudden, she realizes something really important. The girl remembers that there was a magic field code that had been lost, and so she believes that Dane's magic might be suitable for it. She feels confident that this might be a breakthrough in her studies and quickly starts searching for the lost code, trying to remember where she put it. The genius magician rummages through her stuff in search of it, and it doesn't take you long for her to find it inside one of her boxes. Arabella is relieved once she finally finds it. It contains alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and there's even a primitive magic code. Just then, she hears a noise that startles her, causing her to drop something, and when she turns around, she's surprised to see that it's a book of ancient magic. At this point, she suddenly remembers that there used to be a magic kingdom a long time ago. There was also magic inherited from Archana, and given that it's an ancient magic formed 200 years ago, Arabella feels that no one would even know how to use it. The whole idea just makes her burst into laughter. She doesn't even know what she's saying anymore, and feels like she's just reaching this point. Everyone knows that ancient magic disappeared over 2,000 years ago, so there's no way that Dane's magic would be suited for it. Even though her theory is pretty flawed logically, she's still willing to give it a shot, knowing that she's got nothing to lose after all. For now, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, so that's exactly what she does. The magical genius gets right to it, and it takes only a few seconds for her entire laboratory to be filled with magical energy. The bright blue beams whirl around the room as well as her body. She examines the energy deeply, and after a while, she can feel the magic on a much deeper level. It's starting to show something, so she pays close attention, and that's when the blue beams flow toward one of the papers in her room. It's one of the results she got earlier, so she checks it out again, wondering what it could be that the magic is trying to tell her. She's curious to see if it could be alchemy, divination, or even something else. Arabella feels that it would be great if the suitable match turns out to be anything but necromancy. Anyway, she picks up the paper and starts to read through it once again. The girl anxiously checks the paper, and all of a sudden, a wave of horror washes over her. The magical genius is horrified by what she discovers, and it's pretty unbelievable to her. She has no idea what in the world she's even looking at. While the girl is receiving a big shock in the capital, the scene shifts and we catch up with the guys back in the Sagar's Monir training ground. There, the magical energy is still as potent as ever, and they seem to have also made a breakthrough in this side as well. The old mage gets excited all of a sudden when he sees that the seal of the strange stone has finally been broken, and Dane just feels a little nervous because he knows that there has to be something inside. Sidrain confirms this, and then offers to take out whatever object is lying in there. just as the old man predicted. His invaluable experimentation tool did the job, and now that he's proven just how efficient it is, he feels even more confident than he did before. With this in mind, the old man reaches for the item under the rocks with excitement while the young master just watches closely with a worried look on his face. Thankfully, he has no reason to be afraid because Sidrain easily takes out the item in there and then hands it to him. The mage shows it to our boy, who realizes that it's a silver bracelet. He's pretty confused when he sees this, and the former tower head suggests that it looks just like a plain bracelet anyone can buy off the streets. He's pretty disappointed because he thought there would be something more special about its material. Unfortunately, he doesn't feel anything special about the bracelet. The boy is still trying to process the whole thing, so he just keeps staring at the bracelet. At this point, Sidrain gives it to him, telling him that this was it, and since it only reacted to our boy's magic, he suggests that the young master should try wearing it. Hearing this, Dane agrees immediately because he feels that it makes more sense. They have no idea what the bracelet is all about, so wearing it would probably be the best way to figure out what's really going on. The white-haired boy puts it on immediately, and at first, nothing happens, but after a few seconds, the bracelet starts glowing brightly. The old mage notices this and states that it's reacting already just as he expected. The kid is pretty perplexed by the whole thing because he can even see strange characters inscribed on the bracelet now that it's glowing. Sidrain is shocked by this, so he curiously asks the boy to let him have a look. Dane looks like he's worried by the situation, and you can't blame him too much since he has no idea what's going on. Concerning the symbols, he asks the former tower head if he knows what they are. It turns out that he knows exactly what they are, because after taking a look for a few seconds, he's able to confirm that the characters are ancient runes no one in this world can read. Hearing this, the young master is a little puzzled, so he asks to confirm what exactly he means by the word ancient. In response, the old man confirms that they are characters the ancient magic kingdom of Archana used in their time. Hearing this, the boy is so astounded because he knows all about the ancient kingdom. He heard about Archana from Arabella when he was really young. Back then, she said that it was an age when every little thing originated from magic. But then one day, that age suddenly ended and nobody knows exactly why. The only things that remain from that time are a few relics and stories passed down the generations. For a long time, that was all people had to take away from the Archana kingdom. But now, there is a new discovery, which just happens to be this one line of magic code. A while later, the duo returned to Sidrain's room in the annex tower. The old man laughs, feeling relieved because now he has confirmed what he has been thinking for a long time. He knew that Dane's magic was special, but he had no idea that it would be related to the ancient magic kingdom. Even though the boy had no idea of everything they've discovered before today, he finally understands that his relation to the ancient magic kingdom must be the reason why he can move around the Forest of Last Days so easily. Hearing this, the former tower head figures that the boy is right, so he admits that it seems to be the case. It makes a lot of sense since the magic from that forest actually originated from Archana as well. Sidrain is impressed with both Dane's magical abilities and his intelligence. The young master is exactly the kind of boy he's always wanted as his disciple, but the kid just keeps turning him down, leaving him more desperate each time. While he's thinking about this, Dane cuts his thoughts short, revealing that he can't see anything else in the bracelet. Knowing how such items work, Sidrain advises the kid to take his time finding out rather than rushing and trying to figure out everything at once. However, he doesn't want Dane going around talking about their new discovery, and the obedient boy promises to do as the old mage has told him. They both hear a loud noise all of a sudden, and it leaves them both shocked, so they wonder what on earth that sound was. Sidrain is really concerned by what they just heard, so he hopes that the warning sound they just heard isn't alerting them of a monster attack. It would be really tough for him to face a monster right now, and it's pretty shocking to even imagine this happening since Sagar's County is supposed to be the most peaceful place in the entire continent. Anyway, if they must face monsters, Sidrain believes that he should be up to the task because his body is almost fully healed. He hopes that he'll be permitted to let loose for a bit because he's eager to finally repay a bit of the hospitality they've shown him since he arrived at the tower. The old man starts activating his magical powers all of a sudden, and Dane just stands still, staring at him with a blank expression. When he sees that the boy is just standing there, he gets pissed and yells at him, "Yo, hi, grab a spear or something." Rather than getting all worked up, our boy just remains calm. He quietly reaches into his robe and takes out a necklace from there. Meanwhile, the former tower head is already freaking out. But then he suddenly realizes that the sound was actually coming from the necklace. He's shocked to realize this, and Dane simply assures him that the sound has nothing to do with monsters. In fact, the sound means that Dane's eldest sister Arabella is trying to contact him. The former tower head is really pissed and disappointed to hear this because he was already getting powered up for a super fight with any monsters he came up against. Now that he knows this, he starts to cool down, telling Dane that he should have said so from the start rather than allowing him to get so excited. In response, the kid just laughs, confidently stating that there would be no reason for monsters in this area. After messing with Sidrain once again, he asks the old man to excuse him for a bit so he can go answer his sister's call. While he's at it, the grumpy mage just stays by himself, feeling really disappointed still as he forces his magical powers to calm down once again. Dane answers the call, asking Arabella what's up, and she immediately asks him why he took so long to respond. The boy apologizes and asks her why she's trying to reach him. In response, she informs him that she discovered something while she was analyzing his magic code. But before revealing this, she senses that someone is next to him and pauses so she doesn't accidentally inform someone who shouldn't know. Before she can say anything else, he figures that she's also about to tell him that she found out that his magic is ancient magic. As you can imagine, the genius mage is stunned by the fact that her baby brother figured that out too. She exclaims loudly, wondering how on earth he found that out. Anyway, our boy breaks everything down to here, and once she knows that he and Mr. Sidrain were analyzing the strange stone, she's able to put the rest of the puzzle together. The stone came from the ancient magic kingdom, and since it only reacts to Dane's magic, then it only makes sense that they get their magic from the same source. Arabella is currently putting the whole thing together, and once she's done, Dane confirms the story. On the other hand, Sidrain is a little upset that the girl figured out the truth just by simply analyzing his magic. He knew she was a genius, but her talent is even greater than he imagined, and it makes him a little jealous. Arabella suddenly asks the young master if anyone else knows about this, and he confirms that nobody does. Hearing this, she feels that it's good it's still a secret, so she tells him to listen carefully to what she's about to tell him. She also wants Sidrain to listen as well because they're better off keeping this information a secret. Arabella claims that Dane won't be able to handle the consequences if he lets the news be revealed so early. At this point, the former tower head feels that it would be a good time to introduce himself and have a chat with the famous genius mage of the academy. He claims that he's heard so much about her from her baby brother, and when the girl hears this, she feels bad for not even introducing herself to the legend. She got so caught up in going straight to the point that she forgot all about pleasantries. In response, the man tells her not to worry about that, assuring her that they would do their best to keep it a secret. Sidrain knows that the entire House Saugers would be caught up in the huge aftermath, and not just Dane if this news were to leak. As such, he's determined to help the young master keep their discovery away from anyone else. Hearing this, Arabella is relieved because just as she expected of the former tower head, he immediately understood the issue at hand. The old man then asks her if this exchange is being recorded, and Arabella assures him that it will all be deleted immediately the conversation ends. In response, the mage claims that it's good this way since they do want to have any evidence lying around. Also, he plans on returning to the magic tower so that he can investigate this matter. The girl thanks him for helping out with their little issue and modestly tells her not to bother, because as a mage, he is doing this out of his sense of duty. That being said, he doesn't expect her to be concerned. Anyway, now that he's gotten a chance to speak with the genius mage of the academy, he points out the fact that he heard she was looking for a magic tower to join. He's interested in her, so he would like to know if she's made her choice yet, since he'd prefer she joined his tower. This question gets Arabella nervous immediately and reluctantly admits that she has not decided yet. However, she makes it clear to him that she is not considering the Nixon Magic Tower. This is because she doesn't specialize in the field she is interested in, and the moment she says this, she knows that he would get pissed. As usual, Sidrain is upset that she would be so blunt while turning down his tower. He was wondering where Dane's decisiveness came from, and now that he's had a chat with the boy's eldest sister, he starts to think that the attitude must have come from Arabella. Even though he's clearly disappointed, he does his best to hide the pain, and bursts into laughter. He tells her that she doesn't have to come to the Nixon Magic Tower after all, and he says this so it doesn't seem like he's desperate to have her or something. Dane just listens to the exchange and is pretty surprised about how straightforward his big sister is as well. Anyway, Arabella responds to the old mage, assuring him that there are many talented people out there who would want to join his tower. Either way, that's not the reason she called, so after talking with Sidrain for a while, she tells Dane that they'll talk about the details of their conversation later. Our boy agrees with this and says goodbye, telling her to stay safe, before ending the call. Just like that, the conversation comes to an end, and after that, Sidrain can't help but admit that Arabella has become quite a great person. Dane responds, confirming this with certainty, and then informs the man that the artifact in his hand was made by her too. Arabella says that the compact crystal ball is trendy among young mages rather than having to use a huge round crystal ball. The jealous old man is really impressed by all of this, but he can't even hide the envy on his face. As much as the crystal pendant thing is cool, he bluntly states that he has no need for such an item. After all, when one reaches 8-chain level magic, contact with people isn't exactly something you would want. As far as he's concerned, anyone who actually has anything important to tell him would just come find him directly. As you'd expect, our boy just respects the man's opinion and smiles at him, feeling that the old geezer probably doesn't have any friends. Not long after, we see that Dane is having a conversation with his parents. He tells them everything that happened between him, Arabella, and Sidrain, which leaves them really surprised. Lily claims that she's worried when she hears this because she's not exactly familiar with ancient magic. However, Arkin just laughs, telling her that she has no reason to worry because if anyone targets Dane, he'll personally make them pay. The concerned mother is a little relieved when she hears this and decides that she'll also silence the culprits in her own way if they try to hurt her son. The young master just smiles when he hears these words from his parents. Sure, he feels really protected by them, but also can't help the thought of how murderous they sound most of the time. Anyway, the Count continues to ponder on the news, and that's when he suggests that their lineage probably holds latent ancient magic if what Dane found out is true. This is a good question as far as the mother is concerned, but the problem here is that they don't know if any of their ancestors had it. She points this out and then offers to check her side of the family to see where this is coming from. What could be unearthed if both sides of the family dug into this is not really important, but they all can't help but wonder what the truth actually is. Nevertheless, it looks like they have reached the limit in more ways than one, and Lily tells Dane that staying back in the county may interfere with his growth. She suggests that he should consider slowly making his way to the capital. The boy is nervous when she says this, but she seems really serious about it, stating that the minimum age for enrollment is 14. Arkin mentions that this is Dane's exact age right now, and even though he wanted the kid to stay back another year or two, he admits that it does look like there's nothing left for Dane to learn in the county. As much as they want what's best for him, the most they can do is advise him, so Lily lets the boy know that he can still leave whenever he wants. Dane is taken aback by all this because he had no idea that they were having such thoughts all this while. The Count is confident that his boy will do very well in the capital. As such, he encourages the young master to go there and indulge his talents to his heart's content. These words of encouragement make the kid really proud, and so he informs his parents that he understands what they're saying. That being said, he decides that he'll finally prepare to enter the academy, and the proud looks on their faces are enough to make any child fulfilled. His father tells him that he's made a good choice, and he's happy to hear this coming from his old man. Once that phase of the journey is over, our hero decides that it's time for him to move on to the next level. Later on, he returns to the Annex Tower where he breaks the news to the former tower mage. Sidrain is surprised that this is the choice he made, but admits that it's a good one even though it's a lot sooner than he expected. He believes that Dane having his talent restricted to the country alone would be such a waste, so he encourages the boy to go ahead with his plan. Also, he gives Dane a word of advice, telling him not to reveal too much of his talents at once. Sure, the academy is a place that welcomes talent. Bug Sidrain also makes it clear to the boy that not everyone there thinks that way. Dane agrees with the mage, feeling that it's very true because even Arabella told him the same thing earlier. He recalls how his big sister had outrageous situations happen to her all because of how talented she was among her peers. Sidrain claims that mediocre kids wouldn't even be able to keep up with him, suggesting that Dane and his sisters would be the stars of the academy. However, he also reveals that House Thermion would be their major rivals since the children of that family are a different story. Hearing this, Dane immediately understands what the mage is saying and he also agrees with it. This makes him remember his red-haired friend, Layla, and he recalls telling her that he would visit her if he ever went to the capital. Because of this, he's sure that she would be really upset and greatly disappointed in him if he doesn't pay her a visit. He makes up his mind to go see her, and while he's at it, he figures that he'll also think about what weapon to make using the crest Duke Thermion gave him. The old mage chimes in at this point, claiming that Dane should depart from the county in 2 months since there are 3 months till he enters the academy. Hearing this, Dane agrees with him and asks Sidrain what his own plans are. In response, the old man reveals that he's going to return to the magic tower because he's thought of something that he needs to do over there. Thanks to Dane, the former tower head has resolved his issue with boredom, and now he promises to let the kid know every clue he finds about ancient magic and anything else regarding it. Our boy is excited when he hears this and tells the man that he would greatly appreciate that. At this point, Sidrain suggests that the only problem left would be the little time they have to finish up the boys' lessons. That being said, he suggests accelerating the lessons, even though 3-chain is incomparably more difficult than 2-chain. Hearing this, our boy agrees, knowing that it's true, but then again, he promises to study hard. That aside, he reveals that he prepared a gift for the old mage, who is surprised to hear this. Dane confirms this and then hands the former tower head a box, explaining that he received it the previous form from his sister using teleport magic. It's a very hot item and Sidrain can see that, so our boy reveals that it is the new compact crystal ball that hasn't even come out yet. Arabella developed this new product and Dane pulled strings to get it from her as a favor. The former tower head is excited when he sees the gift. He notices how it's so small and pretty, and even though he insists that he doesn't need something like that, he graciously accepts the gift that the young master prepared for him. Hearing this, our boy asks the mage to contact him using the crystal ball, and then Sidrain realizes that it's a structure he can register his code in. At the same time, Dane notices how excited the man looks even though he keeps claiming that he does need the crystal ball. It doesn't take Dane too long to teach the man how to use the item, and when Sidrain realizes how easy it is to use, the boy starts hoping that the nosy man won't be contacting him too frequently. Later that night, our boy returns to his room. He stands alone in his room as he thinks about the journey ahead, and he realizes that he needs to seriously make preparations for the remaining 2 months he has left to stay with his family in the county. He ponders deeply on the whole thing and then admits that his interest lies in summoning to some extent. With this in mind, he decides that he'll make it a goal to officially take classes in summoning. He would also like to be issued a summon sign after some time at the academy. Besides that, our boy feels that he would also want to have a chance to take the qualification exam as well. This basically means that he might even be talking summoning more seriously than magic or spearmanship when he gets to the academy. It wouldn't be a bad idea though. After all, his big sister Claire is literally an assistant professor already, and so there's a chance he'll get to see her often while attending all those classes in summoning. While the boy is thinking about all the things he'd like to do there, his attention is suddenly drawn to the huge spotted egg sitting in one side of the room. Anyway, he turns to look at the egg and remembers that he forgot to imbue magic into it this evening. The good thing is that he's remembered the egg now, so he goes to feed it some mana, and while he's at it, he starts to realize just how long he's had this massive egg with him. For 7 years straight, he has dedicatedly imbued magic into the egg every morning and every evening, but even after doing all of this for almost a decade, there's still no response. However, given the magic he imbued it with is not going anywhere else, as long as it's being absorbed by the familiar alone, then he's certain that it will happen someday. Right now, our boy has pumped the egg with 7 years worth of mana, so there's no doubt that whatever creature is inside the egg would be really powerful. It's just a matter of time. The story continues with talks of the fast approaching enrollment into the Magic Academy. The enrollment exam system is simple, and it comes in the form of 2 exams. It turns out Arabella is the one telling our boy about it from her pace at the school. He's surprised to hear that he'll have to take 2 different exams, and she confirms this, explaining that the first one is a common exam while the second is a specialization examination. At this point, he's pretty curious, so he asks her to tell him more about the exams. As such, she explains that the common exam is a type of pre-exam for incite. She reveals that it's an exam on culture, history, and some other stuff, but she feels that he shouldn't have any problems with it. In fact, Arabella is confident that he'd do well in it, and she's happy about that because it would be reflected in his admission score after all. His big sister goes on to tell him about the second exam, which is the specialization examination. As the name implies, he would have to pick a major and then take a test. The contents of the exam are at the discretion of the professor, but even at that, she still believes that it should also be a breeze for her genius brother. After all, he's already gotten a recommendation thanks to Mr. Sidrain. Hearing this, Dane immediately remembers that Arabella breezed through the specialization examination. He heard that she passed it pretty easily, and the big sister smugly confirms this, stating that it was indeed a piece of cake for her. As much as she believes he would be able to pass the exam, she informs him that he can't change his major after picking it. That being said, she explains that he would have to stick with any major he picks for the specialization exam, and because of this, she feels that he has to choose carefully from the beginning. At this point, we get to see our boy Dane, who's currently in the middle of an intense training session. He's been talking with her over their special communication device while swinging his sword around in the training ground. She admits that she would prefer it if he chose magic as his major, and when he hears this, he just smiles coyly, realizing that his big sister still hasn't given up in her quest to make him a full-time mage like her. As such, he assures her that he'll think about it and then goes back to asking her about the enrollment in the academy. He's curious to know if there's truly no other way to change one's major after enrolling into the academy. In response, Arabella explains that this is the case most of the time, claiming that he could also just graduate and come back for another major. Sure, he'll be able to take classes in other majors, but by the time he gets to the 3rd year in the academy, the school doesn't usually allow non-majors to take the higher level classes in that major. Dane is pretty speechless when he hears this strict rule in the school and finally realizes that he really doesn't have a choice but to pick one major. He's having this chat with her while using magic and swordsmanship at the same time so effortlessly. She confirms that he really would have to pick only one major, but admits that extremely talented individuals like him could have an autonomous major system. Hearing this, Dane is really shocked because he had no idea that the academy had something like that. However, he's not sure if it's actually a good thing for him. He expresses his concerns to Arabella, who bluntly tells him that he shouldn't apply there unless he plans on failing. At this point, our boy is pretty curious to know what the big deal is all about, so he asks her why, and that's when she reveals that nobody has been able to pass that exam so far. As you can imagine, this all sounds like a challenge for our young prodigy. He's intrigued by what she just said, and judging by the tone of his voice, Arabella begins to panic because she knows what her brother is capable of. She quickly asks to make sure that he's not thinking of doing something else, but he assures her that he doesn't have any crazy ideas. Right after that, he claims that he has to end the call because Mr. Sidrain just walked in and promises to contact her again some other time. After the call ends, Arabella begins to feel that maybe she was a bit pushy about him joining her to study magic. Big then again, she shakes off the thought, feeling that magic is still the best thing for him to study at the academy. As far as she's concerned, it's the best choice for Dane, and while she's still thinking about all of this, someone calls her all of a sudden, telling her that the professor is looking for her, and of course, she answers immediately. The scene shifts back to the Sagar's manor, where we catch up with our boy and the white-haired geezer. Mr. Sidrain hands him a sealed envelope, revealing that it's the recommendation he promised him, and Dane excitedly accepts it, seemingly really surprised that the old man actually wrote it. In response, the former tower head reveals that he was as deliberate with the content of the letter as he was with the appearance. He claims that he's written recommendations before, but admits that this is the first time he has ever been sincere about what he wrote in the letters. That being said, Mr. Sidrain tells Dane that he should feel honored. As you can imagine, our boy is extremely grateful for the recommendation and also pretty excited about this advantage he's got, so he promises to live up to the old man's expectations. At this point, the old geezer just sighs, claiming that it would have been much better for him if Dane just agreed to become his disciple. But then again, he also feels that the kid won't even treat him properly as a master even if he took him in as a disciple. Hearing this, our boy just laughs nervously, knowing that what Sidrain says is absolutely true. He probably won't give the old man enough respect and wonders how the geezer already knows. Anyway, Sidrain changes the topic suddenly and asks Dane if he finished getting ready to leave yet. In response, the young prodigy confirms that he has, claiming that there isn't really much for him to take along with him after all. Also, the Academy's dormitories are equipped with everything he needs, and Sidrain confirms this, stating that their facilities are great indeed. However, the problem is that only a select few have gained monopoly over them. But then again, he's confident that Dane is talented and smart enough to benefit either way, so he figures that there's no way the kid would lose to any of them. From what Dane has heard, the Academy has become a gathering place of sorts for the thugs of the nobles. While he's still thinking about this, Mr. Sidrain goes on to give him a piece of advice, even though it might sound a bit savage. The old man reveals that the Academy is a place where numerous kids would immediately bare their fangs if they think they're being looked down on. Hearing this, Dane is a little bit relieved because he's pretty familiar with the concept, since that's pretty much the same thing that happens on the battlefield. In response to the former tower head's advice, Dane claims that he understands completely, and then Mr. Sidrain tells him to reach out if he ever needs anything while at the Academy. He recalls the compact crystal that Dane gave him and admits that it looks useful, so he promises to make good use of it too. Right now, it's starting to sound like Sidrain is saying goodbye, and our boy consents to tone too. He calls the old man out for talking as if he's going to leave soon, and Sidrain is surprised that the boy figured it out so quickly, so he reveals that he's leaving the following day. As you can imagine, this comes as a shock to Dane, and he expresses the feeling, so the former tower head makes him understand how weird it would be if he kept hanging around. The old mage feels that it would be troublesome if he keeps staying in the annex even after Dane leaves for the Academy. After all, Count Sagar's already offered him a position as a mage advisor, but he admits that the office would be something to consider when he truly has nothing to do. That being said, he reminds Dane that he has things to do when he gets back home. Sidrain thought he had done everything he needed to handle before, but now, it looks like more things have come up. Hearing this, Dane realizes that the man must be talking about ancient magic and decides not to have a problem with him leaving anymore. After all, it's not a bad idea since it helps him out. Anyway, Sidrain thanks our boy for everything, and of course, Dane thanks the old man as well for all this time. In response, Sidrain admits that he looks forward to seeing how much stronger Dane would have grown the next time he sees him. The two men smile warmly at each other, and then the old geezer starts walking off. He bids the boy goodbye and tells him not to follow him out since that would be awkward. Of course, Dane understands, so he bids Sidrain farewell and wishes him a safe trip. As he watches the geezer walk away, he admits that he feels sad and figures that it's probably because he has grown closer to the old mage. The next day, Sidrain departs safely, and afterward, Dane's parents are saying goodbye to their son as well. He's also leaving that same day and confirms that he's ready to go since he's done with all his preparations already. The Count and his wife feel really sad letting their baby leave home. With Dane gone, their castle would feel really empty, and while the mother is getting extremely emotional about it, Arkan tells her not to be too sad. He comforts her and admits that he's relieved that Dane is leaving so soon. In his mind, there shouldn't be any problems along the way since the kid would be using the teleport gate that Arabella has prepared for him. As far as the Count is concerned, nothing can go wrong, and Lily agrees with him, claiming that she's worrying over nothing. In any case, Arkan believes that they've done a great job raising their 3 kids. They've all turned out great and independent, while the children of other houses are busy fighting each other over succession. Sure, he knows that they'll have to make that decision one day, but he's pretty confident that any of their children would be fine. The conversation is suddenly interrupted when Dane enters the room calling out to his parents. He's all dressed and ready to leave, and when they see him, they look so proud. Dane's mother asks him if he's taking Nighthorn and the mark that she gave him, and he confirms this with a bright smile. At this point, she tells him that he should take the mark to the place she told him about and show it to them just in case a situation arises where he needs help. Dane assures her that he'll remember this and then asks her if the people there are really her colleagues. Lily confirms that they are close colleagues of hers and is confident that they'd all be willing to help him even though it's been a while since she got to see them. This all sounds like a wholesome moment between the mother and her son. But Arkan is absolutely furious when he hears this. He realizes that his wife is leading Dane to the place where he would probably end up walking the path to becoming an assassin, so he's pretty pissed since that's not what he wants for his son. As annoyed as he must be, the Count just keeps his cool. He tells Dane to look for Duke Thermion when he arrives in the capital since the Hexaclass Knight will help him get into the academy. It's getting really clear that their baby boy is finally leaving home, and Lily is pushed to tears all of a sudden, because Dane is now all grown up. The Count starts to feel nervous as well, but he urges his wife to send their son off with a smile. He comforts her and reminds Dane that they won't ever be far away. Seeing his parents so heartbroken, Dane finds it difficult to leave them like that. Big then he finally summons the courage to say goodbye. Once he leaves, his father assigns a hooded figure named Gilad to tail our boy as carefully as he can. He wants the guy to confirm that Dane reaches the teleport gate safely before coming back to report to them. Hearing this, the masked man understands the instructions and sets out to trail the young prodigy. Turns out Arkin isn't the only one keeping tabs on the boy because Lily assigns someone named Shadow to follow Dane. The guy probably knows what his job is already, but she just clarifies that he has to make sure nothing strange happens after her son teleports. The scene shifts and we catch up with our boy who's finally made his way to the teleport gate with Herman by his side. The butler is really overwhelmed when he sees how huge the teleport gate is and almost goes crazy. While he's busy being astounded by it, our boy just calmly confirms that his sister Arabella installed the device beforehand. As they walk closer to the massive teleport gate, Herman suggests that Lady Arabella must be a really amazing person. Of course, Dane confirms that she is and then finally starts to understand why it took her a whole year to set up the teleportation device. The curious butler asks Dane if the device will be activated the moment he walks in. Our boy confirms this with a smile, and it just makes him wonder how much effort it would have taken her to set up something as amazing as this. Teleportation, like other magic, can only be used by arranging code properly. The magic has to be continuously imbued into it while the code is rearranged before casting finally becomes possible. With all of that being considered, the teleport gate Arabella installed is a perfect device where all the teleportation conditions have been met. While our boy is admiring the machine, Herman starts bidding him farewell. This is where they part ways finally, and the butler is getting really emotional because of it. He looks like he's about to cry as he tells Dane to take care of himself, and our boy can feel it, so he pats the guy on the shoulder and tells him to take care too. After that, he starts walking into the teleport gate and then stands in the middle of the device. Once he's there, he remembers what Arabella told him. She said that he just needs to pour magic into the gate for it to activate, and so he does just that. Of course, it works, and the moment he imbues magic into the device, the whole place starts glowing, confirming the activation. Dane closes his eyes as the magical energy surrounds him, and after a few seconds, the teleportation starts to take place, and that's when he opens his eyes all of a sudden. A bright light shines from the middle of the woods, and it's clear that the teleportation has finally taken place. Next thing we see is a white flash, and right after that, the scene changes once again. Not long after that, our boy finds himself at the entrance of a really busy city with people walking all over the place. Dane is on a horse right now, and by the time he gets to this point, he figures that this must be the entrance to the capital city Artenia. He's so excited to be here because of how long he's been waiting to see this place with his own eyes. Just when he's about to enter the city, some unknown knight walks up to him and stands in his way. The man knows exactly who he is, and this leaves the young master pretty confused. The scar-faced knight quickly introduces himself, claiming that his name is Luik Asmar, captain of the First Corps of Knights for House Thermion. At this point, Dane already understands what exactly is going on. He figures that this guy was sent by the Duke, but even though he's grateful for it, he also feels that it's a bit too much pressure for him to have the captain of the Knights personally come out to greet him. Captain Luik Asmar informs Dane that he'll be escorted by them into the city from this point, and with that being said, the scar-faced knight orders his subordinates to secure the route. These guys clearly mean business, and Dane is a little overwhelmed by how serious they are. The captain claims that they'll depart immediately, and when our boy realizes that he'll be in their care, he becomes a little uncomfortable. He was so excited to reach the capital, but now that he's here, he feels a bit strange. He never would have thought that he would enter the heart of the very Althian Empire that he hated so much in his previous life. And what's even crazier is that he's coming in here as the most promising person and not just some random visitor. As they travel through the city, Dane feeds his eyes and is blown away by all the sights. On one side, there's people advertising magic that they claim can't be seen on a normal day, and on the other side, extra cheap parfaits frozen by magic are being sold for only 1 bronze crown. Dane looks around and admits that they really do have everything in the capital. He had no idea that the place was so bustling, and while he's still observing his surroundings, the captain informs him that they're almost at House Thermion's estate. The guy shows him the castle from afar, and when Dane lays his eyes on the massive building, his jaw drops. The estate is magnificent in size and he's absolutely blown away by it. But there's something strange. Dane feels like he's been watched by someone, but he's not sure yet, so he starts to think that he might just be imagining things. Right now, he can't be sure, so he decides to shake off the thought for some time so he can focus on what's happening right in front of him. Soon enough, they get to the Thermion estate, and the moment he enters the place, he's welcomed specially by numerous servants. Our boy thanks them for the grand welcome and is just overwhelmed by the flawless lineup of workers. He's also really impressed by their etiquette and adherence to their rules, which seems quite perfect and natural. As far as he is concerned, it's like a stark contrast to what can be seen in the southern region he's from. Anyway, it doesn't take too long for the Hexer-class knight to come outside and welcome our boy. Dane is so excited to see Duke Thermion again, so he greets the veteran and goes down on one knee to show his respect. In response, Duke Thermion greets the kid as well and admits that it's been a while since they last saw each other. He'd like to know if the kid has been doing alright and suggests that they head inside since he knows that the journey must have been a difficult one. That being said, he takes a closer look at the prodigy and realizes just how much Dane has changed since the last time they saw each other. It's been 7 years since the Duke saw our boy last, so he notices a lot of major changes in the young man's features. He's really impressed to say the least, claiming that kids who are a year or 2 years older than Dane wouldn't even be able to compare to him. With this in mind, he is certain that Count Sagres must be really proud of his only son, and our boy just waves the compliments off, suggesting that the Duke is flattering him a lot. The humble Duke encourages Dane to enjoy himself during his stay in the Thermian estate, even though it doesn't measure up to the Sagres family castle. He modestly urges the kid to feel at home while he's preparing for the academy's entrance examination. Other than that, he assures Dane that he'll be stationing a servant to take care of his needs, and then asks the boy to let him know if he needs anything at all. In response, our boy thanks the Duke and promises to do as he's asked before immediately asking after Layla. He's really anxious to reunite with his old friend and asks the Duke if his daughter has been alright. The Hexaclass Knight confirms that Layla is fine, but then he asks Dane if he and the girl in question had a fight by any chance. As you can imagine, Dane has no idea what the Duke is talking about, so he expresses his confusion, and that is when Thermian suddenly opens up. The old man reveals that Layla has been looking quite unhappy these days whenever Dane's name is mentioned. Of course, our boy is really puzzled by this, so he admits that he really has no idea what could be wrong. At this point, the knight understands and suggests that it might be due to the pressure she's feeling from the entrance examination. He doesn't think there's anything to worry about though, since he feels that someone like his daughter would easily pass the exam. Hearing this, our boy kindly offers to talk to the girl and ask her about all of this when he sees her. He gives the Duke a really warm and soothing smile, but deep down, he's nervous and wondering what the problem could be. He even asks himself if the girl is acting up because of puberty. Anyway, the Hexaclass Knight likes his idea and suggests that they do just that. He wants them to take their time to talk more in depth, and then suddenly drops another bombshell. Out of the blue, the old man claims that he's just giving Dane this heads up so that he can be gentle with the girl. Of course, our boy doesn't understand what this means, so he asks, and the Duke simply assures him that he'll understand soon enough. This is still a pretty vague response, so he just keeps wondering what the old man is talking about. While he's still pondering on it, Thermian suddenly suggests that he retire to his room and have some rest. But first, he's informed that a servant will lead him to his room, and sure enough, someone is assigned to him. The person takes him to the room, and once he's inside, the man encourages him to have a good rest. Dane thanks the guy, but the timid servant immediately slams the door so hard that it's all as if they're trying to keep our boy indoors. The young master looks around and finally accepts that this is where he'll be staying for a week until he takes the entrance examination. It's all pretty cool and comfortable, but Dane has this feeling that all of this might be a bit too extravagant for a guest room. With this in mind, he figures that he should unpack and find the training grounds first, so he drops his backpack on the floor and prepares to go exploring, but this plan is foiled when an unexpected visitor enters his room all of a sudden. The person catches him off guard and offers to take him to the training grounds, which leaves him in a state of shock for a second. Not just because his privacy was violated, but because of how familiar the voice is. Without giving it too much thought, you can already guess that this person is none other than his old friend Layla. Just like her father said, she really does seem pissed and starts scolding Dane before he can even confirm that it's her. She snaps at him, asking why it took him so long to come to the capital, and claims that he made her wait so long, wondering when he'd finally show up. Our boy turns around and finally realizes that it's Layla. He's surprised but also really delighted, so he excitedly asks her how she's been doing, and she responds coyly, telling him that she's been doing super well. She makes this statement and then suddenly starts walking up to Dane, reminding him that there's something he should be saying to her right then. Of course, our boy is just puzzled once again because he has no idea what she is talking about. He wonders why she would think he has something to say to him, and that's when she snaps at him even more, reminding him of the letter he was supposed to write her, but even then, he still doesn't understand what she's talking about. At this point, he's absolutely confused, so he doesn't mind showing it, and the girl just keeps yelling at him, asking him why he didn't write her a letter all this time. He didn't even tell her that he was coming ahead of time, and this really upset her. Hearing all of this, Dane realizes that he messed up, so he apologizes for his mistakes, explaining that he completely forgot after saying that he'd reply. Unfortunately, this simple apology is not enough to pacify Layla right now, so she asks him if that's all he has to say to her. Now, our boy gets really nervous because it's clear that she's extremely mad at him. He smiles nervously, pointing out the fact that he even came eventually despite being very busy with his preparations to come to the capital. As such, he asks her to just let this one slide, knowing that there's no way to justify his actions. Layla just shakes her head in response, and he can see just how peeved she is. She huffs in rage, suggesting that he hasn't done enough to appease her, so Dane nervously asks her what he has to do to make up for what he's done. He apologizes once again and then tells her to let him know if there's anything he can do to earn her forgiveness. This offer takes her by surprise, and despite her annoyance, it's something that she can't pass up. The gears in her head start turning as she thinks of something Dane can do to make up for his mistakes. While she's at it, the prodigy smiles nervously, wondering what else he can say to get out of trouble first. He asks once again what he can do to make up for his offense, and that's when Layla suddenly suggests that they have a light sparring match. This is like the last thing he expected to hear, so expresses the shock, but then when he sees his excited Layla is about the match, he can't say no. He claims that it sounds great and instantly agrees to it. The girl smiles coyly when he agrees and asks him if he's sure he wants to do it, claiming that she's way stronger than she used to be. She assures him that she's no longer that whiny child who learned how to release mana from him, and this just makes Dane start to panic. Seeing how confident she is right now, he figures that she must really have grown a lot stronger over the last 7 years, and it makes him a little worried. With this in mind, he suddenly recalls how she told him that she won a competition in one of her letters to him, and she confirms that it was the Danter Cup hosted by the royal family. At this point, our boy suddenly remembers exactly what she's talking about. It was a tournament for girls and boys under the age of 15, and Layla came out on top despite it being a really fierce and tough competition in that tournament. The girl claims that he would have gotten to the finals if he had participated in that tournament and admits that it's a shame he wasn't there with her. However, Dane feels that they can make up for it now, and even though she's down for it, she wants to make sure that he's okay with it too. He came here to prepare for his entrance exam, so she wouldn't want him to get hurt while he's staying with them. This makes Dane laugh because he's wondering who told the girl that she'd be able to hurt him. With this in mind, he assures Layla that she doesn't have anything to worry about, and a very excited look appears on her face. You can literally see the hunger for a fight laced in her eyes. Layla feels that it's already late today to have the duel, so she suggests that they have the sparring match as soon as they get up the following morning. And of course, Dane doesn't mind at all. The next day, they're not outside and ready for it. Layla asks him if he has a practice weapon, hoping that he's not still using a bladeless weapon like he used to. Dane then responds, claiming that it's normal to use practice weapons since they're having a light match. Our boy informs her that she can't handle every situation no matter how much she has trained as a warrior. That being said, he asks her what she would do if she were to get hurt while sparring intensely with him, and once again, she simply tells him not to worry about her, claiming that they have the best healer in the Empire living in their estate. Hearing this, Dane asks her what they'd do if something were to happen before the healer could intervene, and Layla can't give an answer. So, he explains that she needs to be mentally prepared before deciding to use a bladed weapon. In response, the girl wonders why he's being so serious when it's just supposed to be a light sparring session, so he finally gives in and agrees to use practice weapons. Our boy is satisfied at this point, and then Layla asks for some practice weapons. The servants scurry to bring them, and Dane just starts thinking about how she's as confident as the rumors say. The rumor mongers say that it won't be long before she reaches the status of her 2 older brothers, who are both active knights. It's believed that House Thermion may even its first female head of the family if she continues at this rate, and Dane can't help but feel that teaching her how to release mana was a huge turning point in her life. The young girl thinks back to that day and admits that it's all thanks to Dane she was able to learn the basics of how to wield magic much faster than other people her age. Right now, she's even formed 2 mana cores, and that's a really big deal too. Layla has waited so long for this day to come, but she wonders how Dane would feel if she wins him, and begins to wonder if she should go easy on him during the sparring session. Her thoughts are interrupted when the servant suddenly returns with the practice weapons. He hands them to her and she thanks him. Dane is giving a spear, and it doesn't take him long to start flexing his skills with it. It feels fairly light, and he figures that it's probably because it's a practice weapon. Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter because on the battlefield, one must make use of whatever you can lay your hands on. With this in mind, he points his spear at the girl and asks her if she's ready to begin. Layla is certainly prepared and down for the duel, so she agrees, and just like that, their sparring session begins. She remembers facing a spear wielder in the Danter Cup, and he wasn't all that hard to beat, so she feels that Dane would be a similar case. Since the spear is a long-range weapon, its destructive power rapidly falls as the range gets shorter. In that case, Layla decides that she'll go to Dane immediately without holding back at all. With this in mind, the girl charges at him with her bladeless sword, and just when she thinks she's got him, she receives a massive shock because he suddenly disappears all of a sudden. Dane literally vanishes into thin air in the blink of an eye, and while she's trying to look for him, he appears right behind her and pulls her with the spear to show her just how inferior her technique is. Layla is stunned when she sees him behind her and wonders how he got there so quickly. Dane simply responds by telling her that she should consider herself lucky they're only using practice weapons, because she would have been in real trouble if they were real bladed weapons. At this point, the girl is in denial and insists that her sword reached him. She refuses to believe that she lost so horribly, so Dane gives her a chance to redeem herself, suggesting that they go again. He tells her to be careful, however, assuring her that the same method won't work a second time either. Hearing this, she growls in annoyance because he's practically schooling her in her own home. She refuses to believe that he's better than her and concludes that she's just nervous because she hasn't seen him in a long time. With this in mind, she decides not to go easy on him, and just when round 2 is about to begin, the sparring session is halted because she suddenly sees her old man outside. Of course, Layla is shocked to see her father there, and our boy becomes quite nervous too because he knows that the man has come to see for himself. He knows what the Duke is thinking, feeling that the man has been worried about his hardworking daughter ever since she won the Danter Cup. Because of this, Dane decides that he'll make those worries disappear, and shortly after, they're standing opposite each other to resume the duel. Layla prepares for round 2 and assures him that she'll put in everything she's got into the fight now that her father is watching her. Of course, our boy already knows this and he actually wants her to give him her all. Layla does just that and starts by launching a powerful wind attack at him, but he's able to defend himself by using his spear to blow it back. While he's holding back the first attack, Layla follows up with a second strike to show him that she's not that easy to beat. Right now, Dane is the one holding back. He's casually containing her strikes and waiting for her to actually throw something dangerous at him, so he encourages her to use her full strength. Meanwhile, Duke Thermion watches from the sidelines in amusement. The two kids have always seemed evenly matched, so he's curious to see who comes out on top today. He seems to be enjoying the sparring session until he suddenly gets a strange feeling when he notices that the smile on Dane's face is gone. From what the Duke can see, the boy no longer looks like a young man sparring and now looks more like a warrior fighting in the war. The intense sparring session resumes and it's starting to look like the two fighters are throwing everything they've got at each other. Layla is fighting with all the skills at her disposal, determined to beat Dane so she can impress her father, while our boy is doing his best to contain Jur and hold her off over and over without actually hurting her. The fight goes on like this for a while longer, and as they both continue to cancel each other out, it gets to a point when Layla finally gets what appears to be her lucky break. She spots an opening in Dane's defense and goes in for the kill. She drives her wooden sword with as much power and force she can muster, but the young master sees her intention and swiftly evades the attack. Dane dodges her deadly jab and causes her to miss, which also leads to her losing her balance and falling over. At this point, he's able to disarm her with incredible speed, and while she's still falling forward, it's already pretty obvious that she's completely lost once again. Her sword falls to the ground right before she does, and so Dane realizes that he just won again, but he doesn't exactly look too pleased about it. He's not the only one seemingly disappointed by what just happened, because the Duke, who is watching their duel, is also really concerned that his daughter lost a second time. At this point, he asks his trusty knight captain Asmar what he thinks about the situation. He asks the knight if he thinks that this will help curb Layla's arrogance slightly. Hearing this, the scar-faced captain is taken aback because he didn't think that the Duke already knew about his daughter's attitude. He expresses his shock, so Thermion assures him that he knows his own child better than anyone. He reveals that he saw the signs even before the Danter Cup, but after she won, it got even worse and she completely changed. The Duke reveals that he thought about having a stern word with her to try and change her, but after some contemplating, he decided that it would be better to let her figure things out by herself. Hearing this, Asmar claims that it was a wise decision from the Duke. Anyway, now, he's confident that she'll learn a lesson or two by the time Dane is done with her. This makes him curious about the boy too, because of how skilled he is at such a young age. He's really anxious, so he asks the captain how many monocores he thinks Dane would have by now. While the men are having this conversation, another intense round of sparring begins, and this time around, Layla is extremely desperate to win. She's fighting like a person determined to kill her opponent, throwing deadly attacks at our boy, but of course, he just deflects all the hits with ease, leaving her even more frustrated. While she's fighting with every deadly skill at her disposal, the men continue their discussion and Asmar suggests that Dane has at least 3 cores. Hearing this, the Duke is not completely convinced, and judging by his own experience, he feels that the boy actually has 2 or 3 monocores at most. This doesn't really add up when the captain thinks about it, because he's clearly seeing the boy in question in action. Puzzled by this, he asks Thermion why he thinks Dane has 3 cores at most, and that's when the old man tells him to take a closer look. The Duke has been paying close attention to the fight, and from what he's seen, he can confidently say that Layla isn't being overwhelmed by Dane's spearmanship. As far as he's concerned, our boy isn't even winning her because he has greater speed than she does. Instead, the Hexaclass Knight is convinced that Dane has the upper hand because of his tactical movements. The Duke has studied the fight and the movements, so he can tell that Layla is having a really hard time because she has never experienced this kind of movement before. She has no idea how to handle his tactics, so she is just getting more frustrated. Over again, Dane blocks her attacks with ease, and it's starting to stress her out. She doesn't get how he keeps blocking everything, so she asks him to tell her what's going on, and that's when Dane informs her that her moves are too obvious. While that's happening, the Duke and his captain of knights continue their chat. They both agree that Dane fights like a seasoned swordsman and are pretty baffled by this because he shouldn't have that much real experience. Asmar has never seen anyone casually demonstrate a mastery of swordsmanship and battle intelligence so easily, and the Duke can't believe his eyes either. This makes him really suspicious, and being the smart man he is, he begins to think back to the last time he was at Sagres County. He is convinced that the time Layla grew the most was when they visited the Sagres family. It was 7 years ago, after they came back from the Southern Inspection Tour, and Layla was improving rapidly, coincidentally after meeting Dane for the first time. With this in mind, the Duke is confident that history will repeat itself, feeling that his daughter will somehow improve again all of a sudden now that Dane is here. Asmar agrees with him, admitting that he can't help but be surprised even as he watches the young master in action. Layla might be the winner of the Danter Cup, but in this fight, she's no match for Dane. The visitor is so good that the captain feels he was trained harshly by Count Saugers. However, Thermion doesn't agree with that presumption, claiming that he knows Arkan better. Even though the Count is strict, the man isn't the kind to train a person harshly. The Duke doesn't believe that Count Saugers is like him, and he certainly doesn't think that Dane needs harsh training either. The scar-faced captain is perplexed when he hears this, so he asks his master what he means. In response, the Hexa-class knight explains that Dane is the kind of person that ordinary people don't dare to look down on. This is because he believes that our boy is someone with overwhelming talent. As far as this old man is concerned, Dane is a genius, and he's come to accept this fact, unlike his daughter, who still thinks she actually stands a chance against him. Speaking of his daughter, Layla loses once again, this time with her sword being hit right out of her hand. While Dane is busy disarming the girl, her father continues to examine his skills. The Duke feels that our boy didn't participate in the Danter Cup because he didn't feel very interested in it. This sounds like a pretty bold statement to the captain, and he wonders why the Duke would even think something like that. Everyone knows that the Danter Cup is something that is coveted by all the girls and boys in the Empire, so Asmar thinks that it's ridiculous for anyone eligible not to be interested in it. That just doesn't make any sense to him, so he is really baffled at the moment. Currently, there is no one his age who can go against such skills, but here he is, giving the reigning champion of the Danter Cup a very tough time. Layla is panting in exhaustion and gasping for air at the moment, because she's tried everything she can and used all the energy she can muster. It's all futile, and now she's finally starting to accept that she's no match for Dane. Her father watches her repeated defeat and hopes that she would finally realize her shortcomings after this spar. He feels that she'll be able to completely surpass her brothers if only she can throw away that arrogance and become more skilled with the sword. The Duke is very confident about this, and while he's pondering on it, we catch up with the two duelers once again. Layla is still on her knees, breathing heavily after multiple humiliating defeats, and finally admits that this is the kind of thing she expects from Dane. It's now clear to her that she's not his opponent at all. She thought she could stand a chance even though she knew that their talents were different, but she never imagined that the difference would be this big. Our boy is finally done with her for today, so he suggests that they stop here because she looks exhausted. Layla isn't exactly happy about this at first, but then she remembers that she can't even take any more, so she simply accepts defeat. Hearing this, our boy is glad that things went the way the Duke would have wanted, and he's convinced that Layla has finally felt the sting of defeat, and now realizes that she's not the best. It's a tough loss to take, but it's not like she has a choice. She just complains, wondering how on earth he trained to become this good. Hearing this, Dane responds coldly, informing her that he trained diligently, and this just pisses her off because she doesn't even think there's anyone who doesn't train diligently. She's about to start throwing another tantrum when Dane shuts her up suddenly by telling her that she just needs to train harder. Her eyes widen in shock when she hears this. His words hit her like lightning bolts, and she just stands there, stunned. That being the case, Dane tells her that he's going in first and then starts walking away from her, so she vows not to lose next time, and he simply tells her that he's looking forward to it. Of course, this shocks her too, because he's so unfazed by her. Dane was the only person Layla's age whom she actually admired, and at the same time, he was the person she wanted to overcome. In a flashback scene, we're taken back to that day when our boy helped her correct her form. After she demonstrated her swordsmanship techniques to him, he commended her but also told her exactly what she needed to do to perfect it. Starting from her third form, she needed to fix it because it looked like she was overstepping. She diligently followed the instructions and took the corrections, which helped her improve a lot, and she was so excited after finally mastering it that she didn't even realize that was the day that she started admiring him. Unfortunately, now she doesn't just look at him that way. She sees him as a rival and a challenge that she wants to overcome so that she can finally prove that she is just a kid who waits to be taught everything. Now, Layla wants to actually beat Dane, and even though she doesn't know how difficult it's actually going to be, you gotta give her some points for determination. Right now, it's pretty clear that she's not on his level, and it bothers her too because she doesn't understand why he seems even further away from her reach than before. Nevertheless, she's determined to prove him wrong, so she vows once again to beat him the next time they meet. Our story resumes with the much anticipated ceremony finally underway. The Imperial Academy's entrance exam is almost like a festival, and it's such a big deal that people from all over the Empire gather to take the examination. There's so many, and when you include their families and attendants, you realize that thousands of people practically flock into the capital for the ceremony. This year, there are about 6,000 applicants for the Imperial Academy's entrance examination, and the reason for such a high number is the fact that anyone can apply for it as long as they pay the exam fee. That's pretty much the only condition to be met before getting a chance to take the exam. As a result, all kinds of people with different appearances and backgrounds are able to take part in this prestigious examination. Unfortunately, having such a high number of applicants doesn't change the fact that only a few will actually be enrolled into the Imperial Academy. Of the 6,000 applicants who took the bold step to come for the evaluation, about 2/3 of them won't even make it past the first exam. The applicants who've traveled for all over the Empire arrive at the capital and make their way into the castle where the examination will take place. Some of them can be seen standing in the huge courtyard as they wait for the event to officially begin. The first round of the preliminary selection takes place shortly, and once it's over, only about 2,000 students are left. These are the guys who move on to the second specialized examination, and as you'd expect, our boy Dane and his pink-haired friend Layla are in this category. The scene shifts, and after the first phase, we see a group of people having a meeting about it. One of the members seems surprised that 2,000 applicants made it past the first round. Another in the room confirms this and admits that the next phase is going to be quite hectic for them because the number is still quite large. The brown-haired man seated at the table wonders how many applicants will actually pass the exam this year, and one of his colleagues suggests that only 200 students at most will be enrolled into the Imperial Academy by the end of it all. The board members are quite curious about what kind of people will show up for this year's entrance exam, and some of them have already noticed some promising candidates who passed the first phase. The brown-haired man chimes in again, wondering if the tally for the first exam results still isn't out yet. This curious man is introduced to us as Professor Dranabo, and he just so happens to be the head of the Department of Magic at the Academy. In response to his question, another member of the committee seated there informs him that they're still working on the results. She claims that she's really curious to see who would score the highest, and we learn that she's the head of the Spearmanship Department who goes by the name Professor Ingrid. They haven't seen the results yet, but they all have a strong feeling that Layla would have the highest score in swordsmanship since she's the young lady from the house of Duke Thermian. They all agree with this presumption, recalling how she was the winner of the Thermian Cup after all. The professors immediately remember how incredible her performance was at the final, and this makes them praise Duke Thermian for raising his children so well. At this point, another member of the board chimes in. It's Delfinzo, the head of the summoning department, and she feels that the swordsmanship department will almost certainly have the top candidate this year since Duke Thermian's daughter is there. Hearing this, the head of the swordsmanship department is delighted, so he just laughs in excitement, claiming that it's pretty much guaranteed that his department will have the top candidate. The ginger-haired professor goes by the name Esterand, and he's pretty confident that Layla Thermian will be the highest-ranked applicant when the results finally come out. As far as he's concerned, there's absolutely no competition on that front, but Professor Dranabo doesn't look like he completely agrees. The other department heads wonder when they'll get a student of that caliber, feeling like Layla might be the only star this year, but the head of the magic department just feels that they're all wrong. After some hesitation, he finally airs his opinion and informs the rest of the board that he thinks differently. Professor Dranabo opens an envelope on the table while the other department heads become curious. Professor Ingrid is the one who asks him what he's talking about, and that's when he reveals that he received a recommendation letter from Sidrain. Dranabo informs them that the letter even has the magical seal of the Nixian Magic Tower, and this is enough to prove that it's legit. Hearing this, Ingrid is really shocked because she can't believe that Sidrain actually recommended someone for the entrance examination. It's starting to look really threatening for the swordsmanship department, so Professor Esterand gets nervous and insists that there's no way this recommended applicant can beat the Thermian Cup winner. As far as he's concerned, Layla will be the star applicant in this year's exam, but everyone else in the room is starting to have second thoughts about it. They start murmuring because it's clear that the daughter of the legendary Duke Thermian won't be the only rare talent in the list of candidates this year. Sidrain is famous for not taking any disciples, so the fact that he would send a recommendation letter for an applicant is pretty unbelievable. With the whispers in the room increasing, Professor Dranabo reveals that the person in the letter is already a three-circle mage at the age of 14. As you can imagine, this is pretty shocking news, and Delfinzo exclaims before asking who exactly this kid is. At this point, the head of the magic department reveals that the person is Dane Saugers. The others at the table are shocked, and Esterand is particularly horrified by the news. Professor Dranabo confirms this and then informs them that the boy is actually the son of Count Saugers, but it's pretty obvious that they already knew this. The house of Count Saugers already has two geniuses being trained in magic and summoning at the Imperial Academy, so the department heads are all shocked to find out that they'll be having yet another prodigy from the same prestigious family. Now, even the youngest son of the Saugers family even has Sidrain's recommendation, so they're quite concerned about the whole thing. The board realizes that they're sure to attract a lot of attention this year because top candidates from the two great families on the continent are applying simultaneously. This is serious, and the professors realize that they've got their work cut out for them. Just then, Professor Esterand recalls that the Saugers family is known for spearmanship, so the fact that the boy has gotten recommendation from a magician makes the ginger-haired man conclude that the Saugers family is becoming known for magic instead. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid chimes in once again, sounding pretty disappointed because she thought that Dane would apply to the spearmanship department. Drabano can't say that he's not happy about having a student like Dane, but he tries not to sound too annoying by reminding the others that the beau would make a strong pair with his sister Arabella if he joins the magic department. The man is pretty confident that he'll get Dane to join him and feels that it makes a lot more sense too, since the Imperial Academy is all about magic after all. The discussion is suddenly interrupted when a lady barges into the room to inform the board that the applicants' exams have just been concluded. Hearing this, the professors figure that it's a good idea to bring up the data so they can know the next course of action. Sure enough, a large blue screen pops upon instantly and the details are displayed. On the screen, they see that the swordsmanship department has the highest number of applicants, which is 1,367. The second highest is the magic department with 227 candidates there, and next is the summoning department, having 152 applicants. After the figures are ready out for everyone to hear, some people in the room appear quite shocked. The news is pretty crazy, but some people expected something like this because it appears that there's always a huge gap between the swordsmanship and magic departments. As you can imagine, Esterand is pretty excited that he has the highest number of candidates, and he's even more delighted when he sees that Layla Thermian's name is right at the top of the list of applicants. Professor Drabano, on the other hand, is shocked when he scrolls the entire page and discovers that Dane Sager's name isn't on the list. The magic department head is so confused, so he checks frantically a second time but then gives up when he still doesn't find the name. The professor just sits there in shock, and Esterand asks him if he's sure and then reminds him of the recommendation letter that Sidrain sent. Professor Ingrid reveals that the name isn't on her list either, and this just makes the situation even more confusing. With no other option, they ask the lady who just came in if there are any applicants who weren't listed. In response, the lady reveals that there is in fact one applicant who was listed in the independent major. The 4 department heads are shocked to hear this because it's an extremely rare thing for anyone to apply there. They find it hard to believe, and all the other staff in the room just wait anxiously to find out who this person is. As you'd expect, it turns out to be our boy, and not only is he the independent major applicant, but he's also the person who scored the highest out of the 6,000 candidates who came in the first exam. This piece of information comes as horrifying news to the head of the swordsmanship department because he was so convinced that Layla would be the star of the show. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and it instantly becomes clear as day that Dun Sagers is the candidate who came in first place. The scene shifts after that, and the rest of the meeting is pretty much history because the next thing we see is that our boy is in the middle of training. Dane is currently in a training ground welding his spear, and he thinks about how it's already been a month since he arrived at the school. In his mind, time flies, because it feels like it was only just yesterday that he was training with Layla. Now, he's already taken the first exam and is waiting for the results. He thinks back to that day when they were all seated and given the papers, and is grateful that the exam wasn't that difficult. His thoughts are interrupted when his pink-haired rival barks at him, asking him if he's gotten his results back. Layla Thermian appears to have a really competitive spirit as well, because she also wants to know what position he's currently holding on the leaderboard. When she asks this question, he nonchalantly checks his wristband to see if the results are in, and of course, our boy is first place on the list. He didn't know that the results were back, so he's really surprised to find out that he's the top scorer. He expresses his excitement, but Layla looks like she's about to break something on his head. The girl is absolutely furious, especially because she already knew that he would be the only person at the academy to snatch that spot away from her. Layla looks like she's about to cry, and she can't believe that she didn't emerge the top scorer. This all makes her really angry, so she tries to make some sense out of it all and asks Dane how he even studied for the exam. In response, the hero reveals that he prepared for the exam mostly by reviewing the previous exam questions she sent him. Even though he looked at them, he admits that they were pretty hard, especially the military studies. Thankfully, it was a subject that Dane had learned firsthand in his previous life, so he kinda had an advantage in it. In his past life, he was an experienced warrior with a lot of skill and strategy, so asking him about such things must have been like a walk in the park for him. On the other hand, it must have been really difficult for an average 14-year-old, so he doesn't even understand what the academy was thinking by asking such questions about military administration during the exam. Dane admits that this was the easiest part for him and figures that it's pretty interesting. But Layla doesn't think so. The girl finds it difficult to understand why a teenager would be so vast in military administration, so she asks Dane if his mind is okay. The hot-headed girl then reminds him that the exam wasn't only based on military studies. Questions on art, music, and even history of the Drenic Empire were asked during the exam, so she can't comprehend how he could be so knowledgeable in all of this. In response, the genius just smiles at her, telling her that all the stuff she just mentioned are his area of expertise. It turns out that our boy picked a lot of things on the battlefield in his past life, whether he wanted to or not. By the time Dane is done saying all of this, Layla just gives up and changes the topic. She suddenly asks him where he's taking the second exam. Hearing this, our boy informs her that he has 3 locations where he'll be taking his exams, and she's shocked because she didn't think that he actually applied for the independent major. At this point, Layla just becomes really curious, so she asks him to tell her what other talents he has besides spearmanship and summoning. The girl really doesn't know what to think anymore, so she sternly asks him to tell her everything. But our boy just laughs in response and casually walks around, claiming that he'll tell her later. As you can imagine, this really pisses her off, but all she can really do is just stand there and yell at him. Seeing that he's not going to tell her the locations or what other talents he has, Layla simply asks him why he even chose the liberal arts major at the academy. She's been trying to wrap her head around it since she first found out, but no matter how hard she thinks about it, she just can't understand why he would choose the independent major. In response, our boy claims that he chose it simply because he wants to study that major, but of course, this is just a vague statement which doesn't really answer her question. As such, she just feels a little upset and informs him that the acceptance rate into that department is very low, but despite her best efforts to make him see things her way, Dane is just unfazed. He tells her that he heard he can listen to any class he wants if he studies the liberal arts major. This sounds really good to him because it means that he doesn't have to choose any major until he graduates from the academy. It means that he can keep his options open and practically study all the disciplines at the school. He even points out how all subjects can be studied with the same major teacher, but Layla just snaps at him for saying this. She feels that everyone already knows that and then accuses him of choosing the liberal arts major just so that he could get out of studying with her. As you can imagine, our boy is taken aback by the accusation, so he asks her why she would think that's the case. He expresses his confusion to show her that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Seeing this, Layla asks him if he actually thought about passing the liberal arts major, and it makes her realize that he really has some more secret talents he doesn't want her to know. Enraged by this, she asks him to tell her what other things he can do besides spear techniques and summoning. At this point, she can't hide her desperation, so she starts yelling at him again, and even though he tries to laugh it off at first, he gets really nervous and starts contemplating whether or not he should tell her. We don't get to see what decision he makes because the scene shifts at this point, and the next place we're taken to is one of the halls in the academy. Here, it appears that the department heads have gathered again to discuss the future of the candidates who took the exam. At the meeting, it was confirmed that the liberal arts major exam requires passing 3 rounds. That's the only way that our boy can actually pass to become a student of the independent major. Dane will have to take 3 different exams, but first, the professors make it clear that spear magic and summoning magic core and circles are opposite. That being the case, it would be almost impossible for one person to pass the 2 different exams. The 3 department heads present find this to be a really tricky situation, so they're looking for a way around it. Delfinzo is convinced that most people can't pass the final round of the exam, even though most were able to pass the 2 rounds at first. Professor Drenabo agrees with her, confirming that the last phase of the exam is the most difficult part. As such, he feels that it would be better for Dane to go with spear magic or summoning magic, claiming that it would be better if the boy applied for the 2. Hearing this, Delfinzo just recalls how the liberal arts major was established 200 years ago. It's been 2 centuries, but almost no one has passed it, as pointed out by Professor Ingrid. Hearing what the ladies have to say, Professor Drenabo chimes in, reminding them that it wasn't always this difficult at first. Unlike now, hundreds of years ago, the academy was in great need of talent. At the time, it was a period of conquest, so all the talent had to be utilized, and very few people were rejected by the academy. Back then, if there was talent, then it had to be trained first before any kind of rejection. However, that's no longer the case today, and as a result, the standards are getting higher. This simply means that the candidates will also want to choose the best disciplines to study so they can increase their chances. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid is speechless for a second, but then she asks what the point of leaving the independent major was. Nobody has applied for it in a long time, and nobody has certainly been able to pass it either, so she feels that there's no point leaving the major. In response, the head of the magic department tells the ladies that the major is still there because it is symbolic. Drenabo claims that it's a symbol to show that only the best talents of the empire can enter. When he says this, Delfinzo ponders on it for a second and then admits that it's actually important. However, she feels that the major has now faded and only maintains its name. At this point, Professor Drenabo slides a piece of paper on the table towards the ladies, telling them that he did some research and found the only 2 people who passed the liberal arts major in the last 100 years. According to his research, one of them dropped out and the other went on to become a former emperor. Based on this information, the spearmanship department head figures that only geniuses should even think of applying to the major. Basically, if you aren't a genius, then you don't stand a chance of passing the liberal arts major. That's pretty much the conclusion, but Delfinzo has a feeling that Dane has a shot. In her mind, if it's the son of the war hero Arkan Sagars, then there's hope. She admits that she's looking forward to seeing how it all plays out because the Sagars family is certainly not an ordinary family. As far as they're concerned, the boy might either be the once-in-a-lifetime genius they've been waiting for, or he could just end up being a cocky brat. Regardless of all this, Professor Drenabo reminds them that they can't be careless with any decision they make because they have a certain position they must honor at the Imperial Academy. The 2 ladies in the room agree with him, so after a brief pause, he picks up his cup of tea to take a sip. He feels that the best they can do right now is watch and see how everything plays out. These professors want to see if our boy is confident enough to try his hand at symbolism. The scene shifts once again, and next, we see that it's time for the second examination. We find ourselves in the hall for this exam, and the 3 professors involved with the young candidate are equally present. Drabano, Ingrid, and Delfinzo are all seated at the table while Dane stands before them to take his exam. Our boy introduces himself to them as Dane Sagars and then makes it clear that he's applying for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor Drenabo is the first to respond to him. The head of the magic department asks the young master if he knows what it means to apply for this major. The man wants to make sure that the kid is sure of what he wants and that he knows what he's getting into. Our boy responds, claiming that he's aware of everything involved, and then reveals that he heard he has to pass all 3 rounds to be accepted into the major. The hero is probably very confident in himself, but the look on his face almost makes it look like he's afraid of what he's about to do. The professors still don't think that anyone can actually pass the liberal arts major, especially Ingrid, so she tells Dane that he can still change his mind now before it's too late. She reveals how much she respects Count Arkensagers and claims that he's even the best in the Empire. For this reason, she doesn't want to see Dane get hurt. She would hate to be one of the reasons that the son of someone she admires so much gets eliminated, so she gives Dane one last chance to change his mind and his major. However, our boy has no intention of changing his mind. The hero is determined to pass the liberal arts major exam, so he thanks Professor Ingrid for her kind words right before informing her that he came for the exam with the intention of doing his best. He has no plan to back down or chicken out at this point, so he makes it clear that he's not going anywhere. Hearing these words, the judges aren't too surprised, because if Dane was the kind of person that gave up so easily, then he wouldn't even have applied for the liberal arts major in the first place. Once it's pretty clear that the boy is not going back on his decision, Professor Drenabo suggests that there's nothing else they can do except start the exam. So, he starts by informing the candidate once again that the exam will have 3 different rounds according to the chosen major. As he already knows, this is a very strict exam, which means that our boy will be eliminated instantly if he fails any round of the test. The young master reveals that he completely understands the terms and conditions, so once they're all on the same page, Drenabo turns to Delfinzo and suggests that she take over. They already agreed that the 3-part exam would start from the summoning round. Hearing this, the purple-haired professor in glasses just gives them a knowing look right before the scene shifts. Next, we find Dane and the teacher alone in another part of the woods, which is presumably the location for the first exam. Dane recognizes the professor and seems to be quite familiar with her already. From what he's heard, Delfinzo is the highest-ranking summoner in the Althian Empire, and he also heard that the lady in front of him set a record for maintaining 3 summons of level 2 or higher at the same time. His thoughts are interrupted when the professor speaks to him. She claims that the summoning department exam method is quite simple and then politely asks him to satisfy her in any way related to summoning. This is pretty much what the summoning exam is about, and Dane isn't surprised at all. He already expected something like this because the first round is always like a free trial according to one's preferences without any standards or formalities. This is definitely the easiest stage of the 3-part exam since he's allowed to choose how he does it. Surprisingly, he suddenly asks the lady if she can call a summoner for him, and this leaves her pretty confused. She expresses her shock and quickly becomes nervous, but Dane nonchalantly informs her that she can call any summon at all for him. The other professors are watching the whole thing and are equally dumbfounded when he makes this crazy request. The head of the spearmanship department is particularly shocked at what just happened. She can't believe that Dane actually just asked the professor to do the summoning when he's the contestant. Apparently, this request he just made isn't against the rules, so they can't even tell him no, and this makes all of them really worried about what he's trying to do. Professor Drenabo wonders what exactly the boy's intentions are. Since there is no definite form, Delfinzo feels that it can be explained theoretically, and she also wonders if he wants to meet the summoner directly. After some hesitation and contemplating, she finally gives in and decides to play along with his game. The purple-haired professor takes a while to think and then decides that it's fine. Even though what he just did is very daring, she finds it interesting, so she's ready to play along and see where he is going with it. It's also pretty annoying since she didn't know that any of this was allowed. Anyway, now that Dane has somehow managed to twist the exam in his favor, she leads him back to where her colleagues are and then starts casting her summoning spells. A strange and powerful energy glows around her body as she continues to chant the incantations. It doesn't take long for everything to be done, and by the time she can feel the spell is strong enough, she calls on the summons on last time. This strange but impressive aura fills the air and surrounds everything around to show just how powerful this department head is. A loud rumble can be heard all over the place due to this summoning spell, and the lady's aura pretty much overwhelms the whole place. Shortly after, we see 2 men appearing out of a distorted portal, and they both look like they're unconscious. Professor Ingrid and Drenabo witness this as well, and they're absolutely horrified by the scenes in front of them. Apparently, the 2 men that suddenly popped up aren't even the ones that made the spearmanship department head gasp in horror, because when they take a closer look, they both see the massive wolf creature being summoned out of the portal. The 2 teachers seated at the table look like they're about to shit their pants when they see the terrifying face of the werewolf that just appeared. From his sharp teeth to his deadly claws, the werewolf completely appears out of the rumbling portal and lets out a loud growl. The professors are familiar with this creature, thanks to his unforgettable scowl and glowing red eyes. This is why Ingrid is instantly able to identify the werewolf as Edorak, the Mad Summoner. Apparently, this is the person that Delfinzo called to help Dane with his summoning request. The creature growls at our hero, but he stands right there, showing no fear. The werewolf looks like he wants to rip the young master to pieces, but I guess that's how they always look. Anyway, Dane finds the sound really creepy, and it's pretty clear that he didn't see this coming. As far as our boy knows, Edorak is the most ferocious among the level 4 summoners, which means that the young master might have a hard time here. The terrifying werewolf standing a few feet away from the young master is pretty famous for attacking every object he comes across. Unfortunately, right now, Dane is the closest thing in sight, so there's a good chance he'll get attacked really fast and really soon. The current situation makes the young master a little uncomfortable because he certainly didn't expect much from the first phase of the entrance examination. The summoning part was supposed to be like a walkover for him, and we all thought that he had somehow hacked the whole thing just now. Unfortunately, it's no longer as easy as it was supposed to be, so the white-haired prodigy realizes that he has his work cut out for him. At this point, it's pretty clear that the exam is going to be very interesting this time around. Dane seemed like he had seen everything that was going to happen, but now there's a twist. But it doesn't make him any less determined to prove himself and pass the independent major. For some reason, Dane starts stomping his feet on the ground. We're not sure why he's doing it, but that's the next thing we see. Apparently, the purple-haired professor didn't think about the negatives either. It is almost as if she didn't intend to summon the werewolf because the look on her face smacks of horror and fear. It appears that our boy might be doing something also pretty unexpected because Delfinzo quickly cautions him, asking him what the hell he thinks he's doing. She tells him you stop it immediately, and warns him that IG would only get Edorak agitated. Sure enough, the massive werewolf gets pissed when he sees Dane pounding on the floor with his feet, so he charges at the young master with his teeth-filled mouth and a very terrifying scowl on his face. Our boy walks up to the crazy summoner as well and then looks him dead in the eye before asking him if all he needs to do is prove his summoning talent by any means. Hearing this, Edorak just responds coldly, asking him why he thought he could prove it by jumping into a pit of fire. Basically, this big canine monster considers himself a terrible fire and is somehow convinced that he will be the reason why our boy fails this exam. The head of the summoning department just gets scared when she hears this, and it makes her very worried for the young candidate trying to make it into the liberal arts major. While she's freaking out and panicking, our boy answers the huge werewolf with a very stern look on his face. It's clear that he's unfazed, so with this courage, he informs Edorak that there's no such thing as a pit of fire and then tells the big guy not to worry at all about this. Dane lifts his hand and prepares to take on the canine beast in front of him. The professor is definitely worried about it, but she can't really interfere, so all she can do is watch with a horrified expression plastered on her face. Edorak is definitely annoyed by the young contestant, so he starts growling uncomfortably. He's like a big dog that just wants to be let loose, but even after everything he does to scare the young master, Dane is completely unfazed. Our boy stares calmly at the ferocious beast as it glares at him. The red eyes glint with murderous intent for a while, but this intensity suddenly starts dropping by the second. The staring contest goes on for some time, but then all of a sudden, the werewolf's tail suddenly stops wagging and collapses to the ground. Once this happens, the massive beast stops growling at Dane and simply just bows to him like a pet dog. The huge canine monster pants like a house dog and moves closer to surrender. Seeing this, the young master stretches out his hand confidently and concludes that this is a very good behavior from the werewolf. As you can imagine, the professors are absolutely bewildered by what they just saw. And it's really hard to believe. Sure, they're dumbfounded by what just happened, but at least, they're also relieved that Dane somehow managed to calm the ferocious summon down. The creature lowers its head so our boy can pet it, so he does just that, and it makes him remember his own summon Genpu. He admits that this one is a lot bigger than Genpu, but the wolf monster isn't even paying attention to anything he's saying. The creature is just more concerned with enjoying the head rubs and taking a nap right on the spot. The young master just keeps petting the beast so he can put it to sleep, and while he's at it, Professor Delfinzo walks up to him. The purple-haired lady finds the whole thing impossible because she can't believe that the evil Edorak can be so obedient to anyone at all. As if calming the beast wasn't shocking enough, Dane does something else that leaves the summoning department head absolutely speechless. She's still walking up to him when she notices that there's a magical thread attached to Edorak. Her eyes widen in shock as she tries to be sure that her mind isn't playing tricks on her. The professor is taken aback by the glowing thread attached to the monster like a leash. Judging by the light color of the thread, she can tell that it is not only going to make the beast obedient all of a sudden, but it's also going to erase Eradak's hostility completely. By the time Dane is done with this wild beast, there's not going to be a lot of aggression in the creature anymore because he'd have sucked out all the hostility in it, turning it into a domestic house dog. The other professors watch the whole thing from their table, and it's almost like a dream to them. The head of the spearmanship department is so stunned by everything that she just saw that she had to stand up from her seat to make some sense out of it. She looks so gobsmacked by the fact that Dane somehow managed to tame the beast, so she wonders if the boy is using innate empathy. On the other hand, Drabano just lets out a crazy laugh, refusing to believe any of it even though he's witnessing everything with his own eyes. Remember those two men that were summoned by Delfinzo the first time? Well, it turns out that they weren't unconscious. They're wide awake but probably feel like they're still in a dream because they just witnessed the impossible. Everyone else is still overwhelmed by what the young master just did, but the summoning department head feels that she needs to get closer so she can analyze that magic thread. She wonders if it's possible to create a similar magic thread and connect it to herself. Apparently, she has intentions of taking the wild beast and making it her pet. The professor in glasses feels that this might be the best way to fight against the summon because there are no traces. As far as the professor is concerned, this magic thread that the young master used is an ability that surpasses even her, who has long been praised by her teacher since she was a little girl. Even meeting someone with talent like this is extremely rare, so the professor really looks forward to the future of the prodigy. After taming the uncontrollable beast that everyone else was terrified of, our boy walks up to the purple-haired professor and she immediately informs him that his ability has been confirmed. They were probably looking down on him before, but after seeing what he just managed, the summoning department head acknowledges him. She gives him a nod of approval and commends him for having strong courage and calm judgment, as well as solid fundamentals. Delfinzo is so impressed that she can't even pretend to keep him in suspense, so he quickly realizes that he passed this first round without a doubt. The moment he says this, the other department heads seated at the table agree with him at the same exact time. They're all in awe of the young man standing there, and they can't even act all tough and mysterious anymore, so the young master just smiles in satisfaction, knowing that he's one step closer to getting accepted into the liberal arts major. With this in mind, he smiles at the teachers and then thanks them. The scene shifts once again, and this time around, the story continues later that night. We see that our boy is done with that phase of the exam, and of course, Layla is extremely curious about all the details. She's surprised when he informs her that the whole thing was over in 30 minutes, and she almost doesn't believe him. She figures that this means he must be a senior, but he doesn't think so. Besides, he's aware that she was also first place in the swordsmanship department. Unfortunately, that's not really enough for her because Dane seems to be doing wonders already. The girl feels intimidated and isn't really happy with her performance so far, so she's pretty sad, and our boy just cheers her up. He reminds her that she threw a banquet to celebrate their passing, hoping that the thought of food would make her feel better. Unfortunately, Layla prefers to brood and wallow in self-pity, so she tells him that she doesn't have an appetite anymore. She tells him that he should go ahead and eat more. It's really clear that she doesn't feel good at all. The girl looks like she's about to start crying because the difference in talent between her and Dane is just so much now. She can't even describe the feeling, but she certainly knows that she doesn't like it, so she just turns around with her head down and walks away from him. Our boy senses that she's not feeling okay, so he calls out to her, hoping he can help her feel better, but just when he tries to follow her, the Duke Thermian himself comes out. The old man stands in the way and tells Dane that Layla wants to be alone right now. He suggests that the young master let her be, and when Dane tries to protest, the Duke just assures him that his daughter will be fine. The Hexaclass Knight tells our boy not to worry too much about Layla and then asks the young talent if he's contacted his father yet. The Duke chuckles at the thought, knowing that his friend Arkensagers must be very proud that his son passed the entrance exam into the Imperial Academy. In response, our boy reveals that he's already informed his old man of everything. He admits that everyone was very happy when he broke the news to them, and the Duke reveals that everyone in the mansion was surprised too, considering the fact that he got accepted into the liberal arts major. Now that the exams are over, Duke Thermian encourages Dane to take a good rest and wait for the admissions. In response, our boy just thanked the old man for his concern, and after having this chat, the Hexaclass Knight changed the topic. He asks the young master if he has thought about the items he wants to request from the blacksmith at the Thermian Forge. Hearing this, our boy reveals that he thought about a sword but admits that he hasn't made any plans yet. In response, the old man feels that there might be something wrong, so he asks what's up, and Dane explains that the reason he hasn't made any plans is because his body is still in the process of maturing. As a result, he doesn't know what kind of sword he should even make. Even though this is the case right now, the young master definitely wants to think about it, so he feels that this is a good opportunity for that. Duke Thermian lets out a small laugh in response and assures Dane that there's no rush. He encourages the boy to make his decision in his own time, and the two men share a wholesome moment together. The conversation is interrupted when the butler suddenly arrives. The man suggests that Duke Thermian would probably go see his wife now, and the Hexaclass Knight claims that he will. He knows that he should go be with his sick wife right now, so he does just that and leaves Dane Sagers outside. As the Duke goes inside with the butler, our boy just watches him and figures that the Duchess's illness still hasn't fully recovered yet. That's pretty sad, and our boy can't help but feel sorry for the family. As if she was reading his mind, Layla suddenly appears again, telling him that the symptoms of her mother's illness haven't gotten worse. They're thankful for this, but it doesn't change the fact that the poor Duchess hasn't gotten any better either. Layla reveals that this is how it's been for several years now, and Dane just looks at her with so much sympathy laced on his face. He feels so sorry for the poor girl and her family who have had to deal with this for years now. Dane thinks about how he's never even seen a member of his family sick, so he knows that it's a feeling he cannot understand. This whole thing puts him in a pretty sad mood, and if he can feel this way, it makes him wonder how Layla must be feeling right now. As such, he decides that it's time to go comfort his dear friend. The scene shifts once again, and the next time we see our boy, it's 2 days later. The current location is the Imperial Academy, and different people are walking and chatting in the school. A while later, the newly admitted students are arranged and attend their first assembly in the courtyard. They're addressed by the principal of the academy, who goes by the name Akwald Hamet. He claims that it's a pleasure to finally meet the new students of the Royal Academy and commends them for overcoming the fierce competition this year. There were definitely a lot of applicants, but these are the few who made it to the end, and the fact that they were able to do this makes him really happy to see them in his school. It makes him proud, and so he feels that the future of the Empire is very bright as well. We see all the students lined up on the assembly ground, all wearing their new uniforms. The principal assures them that every one of them standing there is a top talent of the Empire. As far as he's concerned, they're all treasures, so it gives him great pride to have them in his school. From what he heard, he can confirm that there are many outstanding talents, especially among the new students that got enrolled this year. Most of the newly admitted students smile with pride as they hear the principal speak about them. They're really honored and very proud of themselves for making it this far. The head of the Royal Academy continues his speech, and that's when he reveals that one of the new students even passed the liberal arts major. The principal reveals that only 2 people have ever managed this feat in the last 100 years, which is absolutely crazy. The old man confirms that this student is the second person to do it ever and informs the rest at the assembly that this person has been approved by 3 department heads from the spearmanship, magic, and summoning departments. As you can imagine, such news is a really big deal for anyone in the Imperial Academy. The other newly admitted students are surprised to hear that one of them actually got accepted into the liberal arts major. It's absolutely unbelievable, and it makes them all wonder what kind of ability this mysterious student has. While they're all wonderful, the principal continues his announcement and confidently informs them that this new genius is set to become the freshman representative. That being said, the head of the school reveals that this genius is valedictorian Dane Saugers, while the hero in question just stands still, showing no emotion at all. And with this, we've caught up with the latest chapter of this series. I hope you guys enjoyed my rapid coverage on this title, and are excited to see more of it in the future. And if so, please be sure to smash the like button under the video to boost your boy's algorithm, and comment down below your favorite scenes so far. We will now have to wait for more chapters to be released before I can make another video on this manhwa, but I'll see you tomorrow once again with another title. For now, excuse me as I get some sleep to freshen up for more work. Until next time.